have been slain. Legendary, unstoppable. Defeat.
Tarian kepersada dunia. Masa untuk membuktikannya. Menari mengikut irama. Mengejar emas demi negara. Battleground Malaysia. Road to Gold. Mulai 29 September. 10 malam di saluran berikut dan Astro Go.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak.
Aduh, dah lah dapat 1,500. Dapat extra potensial lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi.
Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dah mendapatkan, orang kata, complete kantas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning Esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
It's alright, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No!
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch. Snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke Playoffs MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Seri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di hari ketiga untuk Playoffs kita. 4 pasukan sahaja yang tinggal dan nak contest for the slot untuk mewakili Malaysia ke M5 yang akan datang. So guys, before anything, we would like to cakap terima kasih kepada semua orang yang tengok dan support MPL Malaysia sebab tanpa korang, kita orang tak akan ada dekat sini. And I'm pretty sure semua orang dah ready to kickstart our first match. Tapi sebelum tu, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, kita akan saksikan perlawanan RSG MY yang akan menentang Team SMG. Untuk match kedua pula, kita akan saksikan Homebois yang akan menentang Selangor Red Giants. Dan untuk match ketiga, kita akan saksikan pasukan yang menang match pertama dan yang akan menentang pasukan yang kalah match kedua di lower bracket. Korang kena ingat, semua permainan hari ini adalah best of 5. So teams, it's not only about strategy at this rate. It's about stamina and mentality as well. Untuk perlawanan RSG MY dengan Team SMG, korang kena ingat satu benda. Dorang dua-dua pasukan dah ada dekat lower bracket. So maksud tu, pasukan yang kalah akan stop their journey in MPL MY untuk musim ini. So guys, are you all ready? Nampaknya dah ready. So mari kita jemput RSG MY ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. RSG MY nampaknya masih menyimpan strategi untuk dibawa ke perlawanan ini. Permainannya hebat telah ditunjukkan tempoh hari, namun nasib tidak menyebelahi mereka. Segala strategi bakal dikeluarkan hari ini untuk menempatkan diri ke lower bracket finals. Mampukah RSG MY menyingkirkan Team SMG di perlawanan penentuan ini? Let's see! Team SMG! Team SMG hari ini kembali dengan keyakinan untuk bangkit melangkah ke peringkat seterusnya. Kombinasi Miko dan Stormy agak sukar dihentikan dan menjadi mimpi ngeri buat pasukan lain. Moto still moving under gunfire menjadi pegangan untuk tidak berputus asa. Mampukah Team SMG mementahkan kemarahan pasukan RSG MY untuk ke peringkat seterusnya? Get ready to cheer because this game is about to begin. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, kalau korang lupa masa regular season, Miko dan juga Storm, dorang ada history because dorang used to play for the same team. So guys, pasukan mana akan continue their journey and make it into the remaining top 3 slot untuk musim ini? Sebelum I throw to caster, I nak tanya, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Loving the vibes, loving the energy. So I think semua dah ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you so much, Rose. Welcome everybody to the MPL MY. It's day 2 of the playoffs, and we have so many things in store for you, including the exciting games. But first of all, we have invested so much money. We have put all of our resources to get special guests here this Saturday for day 2 of the playoffs. Let me introduce to you, all the way from Singapore, it's going to be Abstract. He has casted MSC 2023, one of the staple mainstays of the English broadcast of MPL Singapore. Welcome, Abstract. Welcome to MPL MY.
Holy crap, I'm here!
He's here, guys!
Hey! Dude, I'm so happy. I have no idea how did I even get here, but one moment I was sleeping and another moment I'm here.
A lot of sedatives and a black box. But with that being said, my name is Guinea Q. This is Stafa. We, as well as Abstract, will be taking care of you guys here on the English broadcast desk for the rest of the day. We will have some rotations later on and some more special guests, but honestly, Stafa, you had a little bit of a taste, or at the very least, you did see the games in day number 1. Brief Abstract here. What are we expecting? Because so far, based on what I've heard, fire games.
Now, when the playoffs started on day 1, I think a lot of the results went about as you would expect. There were some close calls, but the top 4 were the top 4 of the regular season as well. But all of a sudden, stuff really switched up in day number 2, where both of the upper bracket semi-final seeded teams, top 1 and 2 in the regular season, instantly got dropped to the lower bracket, and that's the game we're watching right now.
Yeah, so teams that were expected to win, teams who were at the top of the standings at the end of the regular season, now dropping down to their final life. And between Team SMG and RSG, both of these guys, there's no going back after this.
Okay, so the thing that I can understand is that SMG, they managed to make their way all the way to the grand finals in the previous season, right?
Correct.
And while RSG topped the leaderboards in the regular seasons, so it's kind of like a moment whereby both of them could be champions in this season, except that it's not gonna happen, right?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they can make it all the way to the grand finals here. They may be in the lower bracket, but at the very least, this elimination game is going to be a best of 5. A bit of a change from last season, which used to be a best of 3. So with these extra games, hopefully we're going to see more adaptation, or at the very least, you know, the counter plays from either side.
All of you guys have been shouting at us, we want more games, we want more action, so we brought another best of 5 series into the playoffs this season just to make sure you guys have that much more fun. And I do think that there's something else that brings us some fun.
Yes, it's going to be Hotlink, because you can get your epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink, the easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your heroes. I don't think you guys have that in Singapore, right?
No, but I have it right now.
A quick switch on over. Well, thank you for using our sponsors, because they come up with some of the best deals, especially if you're just coming over to visit as well. So get your Hotlink all new 5G prepaid right now while you still have some time, and pick up that skin along the way. Now, Abstract, I'm curious to know, right? There has been a lot of conversations, because from this match and from the end of the playoffs, one of these 4 teams will qualify for M5. The other will have to go through the wild card. So you're getting a little bit of a heads up for the teams in Singapore.
Okay, so at least, you know, I can, you know, steal some tactics, a bit of strategies in there, tell my fellow friends over in Singapore how Malaysia does it.
I mean, you say that, but it's an RSG game, and they got branches in both sides.
Yes.
And SMG too, technically.
Yes, so I am invaluable to them now.
Oh, invaluable, you say? Big words. I don't know. I think, you know, there has been a very distinct difference between, at least for MY and SG, for the longest of times, even when we were together, right, Stafa?
Yeah, even if they're under the same umbrella, even if they're sister teams, there's always going to be local tastes, right? Different teams, different players, different styles. But of course, let us focus on what is going to be coming up very soon here. As we can see, these are the brackets for our playoffs thus far. The pool has been weeded in half. Only our top 4 remain, and we're going to start off the day with the lower bracket semis, RGMY versus Team SMG.
And it's a crazy journey for a lot of these teams, right? Where XRG will be expected to face Homebois later on in the upper bracket finals. Before the lower bracket semifinals, we were surprised, right? SRG took down Team SMG. Homeboys were making a statement against RSG MY. They look to be their kryptonite. And I don't know, it feels like both of these top two teams as of right now are looking to either change or maybe just keep on the same pace that they've always done in the regular season.
I think honestly, there must be something to be changed, right? Especially since whenever we are looking at their head-to-heads, there has been a lot of, kind of back and forth, or rather kind of like a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing.
A rock, paper, scissors sort of line. I mean, let's talk about the lineup first, because Demon Kai, Stoem, Lolios, Izanami, and Ripple have been killing it throughout the regular season. It's just that taking that very first loss, what's the mentality going into this?
It's going to be interesting to see, because RCMY are a team that a lot of people might think, oh, really came into their stride midway through the regular season, but their record doesn't really show that. They only dropped one game, and unfortunately, it was against the Homebois. So it does seem to be a pretty big Achilles heel for them. In comparison, against other teams, this is one of the scariest lineups we have seen in MPL MY. So as long as they bring their A game, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, if we're talking about consistency, Team SMG definitely comes to the forefront in their branding. Saksa, Miko, Sasa, Stormy, and Smooth has been holding up a pretty decent performance overall, looking to evolve, try to be more aggressive rather than their traditional defensive, boring selves in Season 11.
So at least when I'm looking at them, the main thing that I'm looking out for is really going to be Saksa as well as Miko, right? I believe that both of them were the imports of SMG, and I believe that it has, of course, changed the dynamics as to how SMG and MY plays, right?
I'm glad that you bring that up, because again, the fact that at first look you couldn't tell that they were imports already says that they've integrated well into Malaysian society.
It does seem like the kind of effects they've had on SMG are pretty obvious. This was a team that was so slow and so disciplined that they looked like AI during the champion season.
AI?
Like perfect.
They were Skynet.
And not in the bad AI, as in
like
the scary AI.
Good AI.
Yeah, as in like, how do I beat this team kind of AI.
The Arnold Schwarzenegger sort of
Yeah, but
AI.
this season, they seem so aggressive somehow, and that actually cost them when they stayed too long. They got comebacked on, and then they couldn't refine the momentum during their game yesterday.
I mean, this all comes down to pre-preparation, right? We have to talk about, Rain, and as well as Coach Pao, Lung as well being the analyst for both of these respective teams. Wow, they brought air horns here today. More excitement here in the live audience, but yes, the pre-preparation has been extremely key. Because if we're talking about RSG specifically, battle of these former champions, you're looking at history, you're looking at hero pulls, you're looking at habits, things to exploit your opponents.
So at least for the head-to-head, right? RSG has pretty much named themselves the breaker of win streaks? No,
the win streak slayer.
The win streak slayer. The first thing I think of is Game of Thrones breaker or something. Okay, but yeah, so they have beat SMG before, and the very fact that they managed to take a game or two away from SMG MY definitely means something. And coming into the playoffs, SMG gonna have to change something, right?
I hate the fact that you call it SMG MY, but it's understandable. It's understandable.
Look, I almost said SMG SG, all right?
Actually, something else that's really interesting is even though these two teams are MPL mainstays, ever since RSG debuted in Season 7, these two teams have never faced each other in the playoffs. They have literally not played a single game in the playoffs against each other.
What season again?
Season 7.
Season 7. And
when RSG debuted.
Okay, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 5 seasons. Oh, wow.
5 seasons, 2.5 years since these two teams have actually come to a point. Because usually what happens is one team does a lot better than the other team gets knocked out. We never have them peak at the same time. And I think this is one of the few moments here in Season 12 where this is a make it or break it for RSG and as well as Team SMG. Whoever wins this match moves on, the loser goes home.
This is kind of sad, isn't it? Because from what I remember is the fact that Miko as well as Storm, they're both really great friends, right?
Yes.
And even for Storm, he even said that, Miko, let's go to M5 together, assuming that one of these teams gonna have to make it through the wildcards. But for them to meet up in the lower bracket lower bracket semifinals, one of them gotta go out, and one of them gonna bow out.
It's a little sad to say, especially amongst the friends, the close friendship between Stoneman as well as Miko. But let's look at what has happened throughout the meta. The meta check here for the top heroes here in MPL MY Season 12 Playoffs Edition. Which heroes will continue to shine? Because so far, Edith has been looking so very, very good. Ixia almost coming out of nowhere here. We had a little bit of a taste of it in the regular season. And of course, Martis, we all know he's always been here. Same goes for Navari Zarya next board.
Yeah, the meta has shifted heavily recently in Season 12, and not just like from the start of the season as well. There's been so much change overall in terms of what heroes are prioritized. Edith's still very popular, but dropped off for a few weeks towards the end of the regular season. Export, once top pick or ban, all of a sudden not being quite as popular, but still a great niche pick in the right hands. Ixia making her debut after a full season of not seeing any play and having pretty consistent performances. The meta right now is in the most unique spot it's been in a while.
Well, at least for Ixia, she has been released for quite some time, but is it the same for MPL MY that Ixia didn't really find much performances in the regular season?
Yes, it's been pretty much the same overall, whether in SG and in MY. We only got to see it like towards the end of the season, closer towards the middle sometimes, but even then, it's pretty tough. Now, let's talk about the regional players here, because if we're talking about a player that you have to keep your eye on, it's got to be Demon Kite, because man, his Fanny is something to be feared, and we have to compare him with some of the top PH junglers all over the world. Kaltizi, Kyrie comes into mind.
For real, this is the stats of Demon Kite versus the great old Kaltizi and Kyrie.
Look, Kaltizi, he's my go. I can only stand by him. If there are 100 fans, I am one of them. If there are only 2 fans, I am one of them. Even if he has no fans, that means I didn't exist to begin with.
I get that. That's pretty. I mean, when you compare it overall, Kaltizi is the type of player that when you need something done, he gets it done. Doesn't matter how dirty he has to get his hands. Whereas on the opposite side, Demon Kite and Kyrie are definitely flashier players overall. And it is very interesting to see how these PH junglers have taken root across different MPLs and have made such a big impact, to the point where I think Demon Kite definitely has a little bit of pressure on his shoulders, because coming into MPL MY, he's almost expected to do very well.
So at least in Owning ID, a lot of people look at, Owning ID and be like, Kyrie, Esports. And the very fact that Demon Kite is so strong to the point of when we are looking at statistics, does that mean that, we are looking at a Demon Kite Esports, or are we looking at something else completely different here?
Honestly, some people were expecting Demon Kite Esports, but I don't think that's really the case for RSG and MY. Yes, Demon Kite has had some exceptional performances when he gets his priority heroes, but I think, overall as a team, RSG has really nailed down momentum, like the sweeping motion of taking full control over the map, and with such heavy momentum, you collapse upon your opponent from every single angle.
Yeah, the evolution of RSG MY this season has been insane. And when we were talking about Stone and Miko earlier, you gotta love that, the friends right there. Miko friend zoning a little bit, finishing the heart by himself. But it's interesting, right? Because these two were former teammates. Beforehand, Stone was a mid laner, but now they're gonna be facing off as roamers of their respective teams. You would think it's a bit difficult to adjust into a new role, but I think Storm has really been a breakout player this season.
Yeah, I think Storm as well as Miko both really showing their confidence in their very own unique way. Storm, his grok, can't forget that. If we're thinking about Miko, I have to keep mentioning his Kufra. He's been landing some nasty Tyrant revenges.
So both of them pretty much have really good catch capabilities. They both look out for opportunities to get themselves into the fight and perhaps just, single one person out. So it's pretty fair to say that they effectively learn from one another. And I think that it's also fair to say that they both know each other very well, to the point that they know how their own each other's roam is gonna be like. So is this kind of like a battle of a roamers, whereby take different kind of regions of the jungle kind of thing?
You know what? Funny enough, I would say that it might not necessarily be the roamers. I think this time round, after yesterday, we did see Miko actually pick up the Rafaela, so we know that Enchanter supports are definitely inside of his pool. How polished they can be, a completely different story. We know for a fact that Storm, definitely more of a playmaker, likes to find information with a hero that is hard as stone, but at the end of the day, I think it's going to come down to the EXP laners. First, we see Valentina picked up by the side of Team SMG, a very standard start for them, but they banned out the Fanny, they banned out the Yuzong, as well as the Lancelot. RSG MY getting rid of the Angela, the Edith, and the Matilda.
Things are already proceeding pretty quickly here. Very quick start. Team SNG does like to start things off with the Valentina to make sure they have flexibility here, and we know that Stormy can be pretty scary on the hero, especially if you give him something like the Decimate to work with. On the opposite side, RCMY starting things off with the Terizla. Still a very solid hero pick in the EXP lane for starting these team fights, though it does give the penalty zone over to Team SMG. And the Baxia, definitely a hero that causes a bit of discussion.
Now, of course, when I'm kind of like looking back at Team SMG's bans, the first thing that I noticed is that literally every single one of these heroes is capable of going over to the back lines, right? Even for Yu Zhong, although I gonna understand that it's a respect ban over to Repo, it kind of suggests that Team SMG may have something that they would want to protect within the back lines.
Of course, I think, this is very reminiscent of yesterday, honestly. We're seeing Rafaela once again, but instead of the Baxia, we're seeing Fredrin for the side of Team SMG, with RSG responding with the Kaja of their own. So almost immediately, we are seeing a lot of catch potential from the side of RSG MY, with potential backline access when Flicker is available. But let's focus down on Izanami, because currently he has the highest wins on a single hero. Second highest wins is Loliel's with 9 wins with Beatrix. Is this going to be one of those few times that, hey, maybe if RSG has their hands on Valentina, they get a free win?
So far, it has definitely been proving that case. Izanami has always been a very interesting player to keep an eye on, because he does play the role of that kind of person where if I need to do the dirty work for my team, I will do it. But if they need a carry, then he steps up to fulfill that role here. This season, he hasn't really needed to do that as much, because having people like Lolil and Demon Kite who've really been stepping up to the pitch has definitely eased his job a bit and allows him to have a wider view of the map in general, thereby directing the team in a more efficient manner. From what I can see here, they're going to be keeping his pick for a little bit later and actually trying to overload a little bit in terms of providing good ultimates to the Valentina.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you here. I think, at least when you're already thinking about the Divine Judgment, the penalty zones that can be stolen away by Stormy on this Valentina from the side of Team SMG, it makes a lot of sense. But I think RSG and MY are playing this smart, right? Now, EXP laners haven't been locked in for the side of Team SMG. Let's force Smooth back on something like maybe even a Paquito. We've already gotten rid of the X-Borg, which is a good matchup, into the Terizla, and the more sandbaggy sort of matchup, but still has backline access, the Benedetta.
So, of course, when it comes down to Smooth, I believe that whenever I look at Smooth, the first thing I think of, Benedetta. And the fact that we are not going to see that anymore, I think that it is very linear for us to understand that, yeah, Smooth definitely going to go for the Paquito unless they have something completely different in mind.
Well, we'll see how different that's going to be. Beatrix gets locked in for the side of RSG MY. We still haven't seen the mid lane pick just yet, so RSG holding it to the very end. Team SMG looking to finish their comp here. Thoughts on this, Stafa?
I do like that they're keeping Izanami's hero pick until the very end here. They already know that he's got a pretty tough opponent with the Valentina and Stormy in the mid lane, so making sure that he has the best matchup possible while also potentially backing up the side lanes is pretty important. RGMY as a team has placed a lot of emphasis towards dominating that early game and turning it into snowball momentum, which is something similar to what Team SMG has been doing so far. So having a better understanding of how the opponent wants to achieve that is going to be pretty crucial here, as Team SMG with a lock-in on Brody and Lapu Lapu definitely wants to play towards that level 4 power spike.
I would expect that a mid lane that is really fast at clearing as well as running around would be great. The first thing that came to my mind was actually Lilia, but the faster pick seems to be something that they will immediately push themselves into more of a team fight, or perhaps even a siege comp kind of thing that really would work for them.
I was thinking that it had to be an artillery mage for the side of RSGMY, right? We kind of knew that they had the Kaja. Lilia doesn't have that level of burst compared to something like a Farsa, and in this particular case, how Team SMG is going about it, they're making that pre-prediction. Lapu is able to jump into that backline similar to the Terizla, but if you can cancel the Feathered Airstrike, you might be able to save the person who gets hit by the Divine Retribution.
Yeah, it's interesting that they would still go for the Farsa when there is dive potential on the opposite side, but I think Izanami is feeling pretty confident in himself, and like you mentioned, there's a good amount of front line that their opponents will have to deal with in the first place, so as long as position is minded, it should be fine. But looking at the lineups overall, there's going to be a lot of mobility options on the side of SMG and RSG, with the Baxia on RSG as well as the Raft to set up for movement between lanes. So I think right when the game kicks off, especially around the first turtle fight, we're going to be seeing a lot of action.
We'll see at that level 4. Abstract, please take us away as we head into the Land of Dawn.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are joining in to game number 1 between Team SMG versus RSG MY for today's game number 1 series number 1.
Keep in mind, this is an elimination best of 5 match. One team will move on and the other team goes home. We have Team SMG on the blue side and RSG MY on the red side. Both junglers starting on the same bottom side of the map, moving up towards the gold.
So looking at the emblems overall, Demonkite gonna be sticking with his typical impure rage on basically any jungler he plays, even on tanks like the Baxia. Whereas Saksa going for a much more defensive.
Oh, Izanami. Doesn't seem like he's having a very good time in the middle lane, but fortunately got away with a sliver.
Still, just a little bit left here. Stormy is just making it difficult for Izanami to actually get this recall off. If they freeze that mid wave, he's going to be down a level, and then he's going to be forced to actually go to EXP's side to pick up that level 4. In the meantime, right, in terms of win conditions, what are we looking for here for Team SMG specifically? RSG, I think we have a rough idea. It's all about the artillery. It's all about getting those, wombo combos to make it work. But Team SMG, it feels like their job's a lot harder.
Yeah, Team SMG will have a slightly more difficult job because RSG's lineup is overall more balanced for different phases of the game. Whereas Team SMG really needs to make something happen around that first turtle fight as well as the level 4 timing, because Sasa needs to start getting a snowball onto the Brody to keep up in pace with the Beatrix. And Lapu really has to make an impact once that Bravest Fighter comes out before the enemy team becomes too tanky for him to really threaten in the back line.
I don't know about that one. I feel like the early stages of the game, especially with Demonkite on this Baxia, is going to make it a little tough for Fredrin, right? Like, Fredrin likes to take space, hold the space, and then regenerate, but most of the time against Baxia, you only get 50%, if not less, of that value.
I think that's precisely why he went for concussive. Ooh.
There's Azata getting himself the turtle for the very first time in today's game. While Demonkite finds himself absolutely terrified, was hoping they would be able to run away, but Azata finds himself taken down together with Smooth, with 2% already down, while RSG MY only had Lolio in the top lane down.
So worth it. So worth it for the side of Team SMG. Even though Team SMG were only able to get 1 kill, they were able to get it on the right target, which is Loliel's at this point in time. They also got the turtle, so things are starting to progress in the direction that Team SMG wants to. RSGMY, they don't mind losing first turtle, but at least they got 2 kills from it.
Yeah, I think those 2 kills are going to be pretty valuable as well, especially since Rippo is able to get 2 assists on it. EXP lane matchups is very important when you're looking at 2 teams that want to play for early to mid-game momentum, and that means that Rippo is going to start things off with a pretty notable EXP advantage over on Smooth. And we already mentioned that Lapu will start to lose.
Immediately with the Divine Judgment right down to Demonkite, as he was trying to be really bold to go for that single man raid.
Curious.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Stafa. It's like, why so far? Why go to that length to slow down Saksa? He's already beaten you on the first turtle, which means he gets a guaranteed level lead, right? I think Demonkite is trying to compensate for that to get to be a little bit more impressive, to create that advantage pre-turtle.
Another one, another catch down to the Miko, while Lolio takes a full advantage of it.
Ooh, kills are being very cleanly executed right now by both these teams here. That Divine Judgment becoming a very important tool here and very effective so far in the hands of both Stormy and Stone. They gotta be careful not to get that stolen away again, because I'm pretty sure Demonkite went in that aggressively because he didn't know that the Divine Judgment was in the hands of the Valentina. For now though, Turtle gonna be up in another 5 seconds.
Repo 1 against 3, while Demonkite circles around, was waiting for the right opportunity to come in, only for the fact that Sansa does have his Appraisal's Wrath to bring him down.
He's not going to be here for this turtle fight. Team SMG have full control.
Well, in the backline, Smooth finds an opportunity on the Storm, zones him away while focusing on to Demonkite next. And now RSG MY is completely zoned out, unable to deal with this turtle, giving SMG 1 free turn.
Honestly, really nicely done from the side of Team SMG, right? They're not wasting any EXP or gold on the map. They're making sure that they're contesting for neutral POIs against RSG MY. Again, it's not just about the turtles, it's about Litho Wanderers as well as Gold Crabs, which is going to be the big difference and why Demonkite has been naturally getting ahead of his opponents in the regular season.
Yeah, that is that extra mobility provided by the Baxia as well. But because they were able to pick off Rippo earlier, that's like a really important cornerstone of RSG MY's team fight. Not to mention it.
Suppression down on Miko. That's going to be the first target priority coming from the side of RSG MY. They will catch anyone that they would want to go for. Stormy, hands on forward. He even spends a flicker for that, but unfortunately was not able to use the Divine Judgment on anyone. As such, finds himself back position, taken down, and Stormy himself even from the final countdown onto Repo's last hits.
Beautifully done for the side of RSG MY. This is the momentum that we were talking about. They got the initial pick, and then they continue to press forward. Even when reinforcements started to trickle in, RSG MY are doing their natural gameplay.
with now Smooth jumping on the Demon Kite. He wants to zone RSG MY away. Izanami hides within the brushes to try to go for the RWM. Only for Smooth to flicker right in over his face and was hoping that he'll be able to bring him down.
That feels bad. I think Smooth greeted that out. He thought my team can finish off Demon Kite. I'm gonna go for Izanami instead. But by trying to go for two birds, they get nothing instead. SMG really needed those kills to start putting some farm into Sasa.
A bit of a slow start for the side of Team SMG as RSG looked to take control, and they even got mid-tier 1. So in terms of efficiency, RSG is doing it just a wee bit better.
And right now, looking at the itemization overall, definitely going for more defensive options on the side of Team SMG. I guess we expected that when Saksa did decide to go for Concussive Blast. Surprisingly, haven't seen that from Fredrin in a while. RCMY still going to be prioritizing a little more aggressive play, because right now SMG really are just running at them.
And I think it's good that they are, right? They want to condition Team SMG to be a little nervous of this Divine Judgment.
Turtle gonna be contested right now. Both teams actually at full power.
And with the Divine Judgment from the side of Storm, immediately takes Smooth away. The backline is gonna be A-OK, while Izanami has a free reign when it comes down to RWM. Demon Kite takes hold as an anchor all the way in the front, and was hoping that RGMY, the rest of the backline is gonna be A-OK. While Lolio hides within of the brushes, was hoping he would be able to burst Stormy down, but he completely messed up the opportunity. Wasn't able to do quite that. While Demon Kite soaks into everything, and Stormy from in front was hoping they would have flanked, will be able to bring him down, but Saksa flickers on forward, and that is going to be the torn upon memory that brings him down.
Worth it, so worth it for the side of Team SMG. I like the idea that RSG MY had, right? Play around the ultimates, look for that Divine Judgment whenever it comes off of cooldown and chase them down, because right now, Saksa with his level lead on Demon Kite is going to make it tough to actually secure these neutral takes. So I think that Team SMG, now they can start to take their time with the map. They can start scaling up to where they want to be, knowing that neutrals are basically done for. It's all about getting the Lord.
Yeah, they've been able to secure a good amount of map and control here, taking advantage of RSG's aggression. They're able to pick off Smooth pretty consistently, but as long as Miko is still around for these fights, SMG can really take extended battles. So they gotta be wary of that as we continue on into the mid-game. Unfortunately, it does seem like we're going on a little bit of a pause here to make sure that we can resolve any technical difficulties that these players are experiencing.
Good call, good call. At least our marshals haven't caught them in the middle of a fight or anything like that. So, with nothing important going on, at least they have time to kind of fix the issues. Looks like it's a type 1 issue, so it's going to be a very minor one.
Okay, so I do have a couple of questions when it comes down to this, right? When we are looking at both of these teams' lineup, what exactly are we looking out for SMG and perhaps even RSG even?
Well, I think from the side of RSG, they want to keep to their game plan, right? Their game plan is based all around of picking somebody off, creating a 4v5 situation, and then looking to kind of swing the momentum in their favor in that sense. For Team SMG, I'm not 100% sure, because right now, Sasa, he's doing a great job. He's scaling at an exponential rate, but in terms of starting the fight, I feel like they have to take the more defensive approach.
I do agree. SMG definitely can't afford to just run into the face of RSG MY, because they do have some really good solutions overall, right? The penalty zone as a counter engage has already caught them off guard once. So I am liking that they're adjusting this. And right now they're actually using Stormy as a way to engage with that Divine Judgment, follow it up with Smooth instead. In fact, use him as kind of a body, because if he tanks the Divine Judgment, if he tanks the damage, and Miko survives, that is all the time and space needed to make sure that Saksa survives the battle, and that allows Sasa to do his damage.
With that being said, let's jump back into the game as the tech issues have been solved, and we're already right back in it. 5-7 the current kill score with a minor lead from Team SMG.
Right now, looking at the state of the game, Sasa, 3 kills. So right now, the game plan for SMG working out pretty well. Basically, use Smooth or Saksa as a sacrificial body to make sure that the Brody gets the farm necessary to match up with Lolil. RCMY definitely is much more universal lineup though. As long as Izanami and Lolil maintain their scaling, their lineup is still way more balanced as we enter the mid to late game.
Interesting. Lolio's going to let the minions do the work rather than siege it down early. RCMY, they're looking to make this play. I see Storm, he's got his flicker, he's got his Divine Judgment ready to go.
And I'm going to be seeing some tension for that purple buff. Demon Kai gonna steal it away with that retribution. So RGMY still maintaining a good level of control over the map. But right now we've already progressed the point of the game where these teams are sticking very close together, going for those 5-man. And that's why you see Stormy going for the penalty zone instead of the Divine Judgment.
I find it really interesting how RGMY actually managed to get himself 2 of the outer turrets really early on. Despite the fact that, you know, Team SMG, they had got a pretty decent lead in the early stages, right? Even though they're down by 2 kills, they still have got a little bit more macro that actually brings more goal and economy around their team. To the point that it seems as though they were on a lead and that they are able to, and capable of fighting back this RSGMY. But they started to play very safely at one point in time.
I mean, Team SMG, I think when it comes down to like even high ground defense, it could be a bit of an issue, right? Nobody can like, hold on!
The backline, Stormy immediately became the better Terizla with a penalty zone locking down to 3. With Loli is going to be the first one to go down. Storm is going to be the next one in line. And Team SMG, they're trying to find more people on the chopping block, and that is going to be Stormy in this case. 3 versus 3. Saksa hopes that he'll be get a taunt down, but RSGMI quickly disengages.
So that fight started with Storm getting a Divine Judgment onto Sasa off screen. Like, being able to pick off the Brody first is huge for RGMY, but they also overextended themselves in doing so. The 3-man penalty zone meant that Lolil would follow, and that evened things up for Team SMG. But I love the target prioritization from RSG. After Sasa, they target Stormy, because they know no one else can actually threaten them in terms of DPS.
They're not worried about the Holy Healing coming in from Miko. They're not too worried about Smooth yet. It's not like he has an exponential lead because Ripple has been keeping him in check every single time.
Lord, gonna be contested once again. All players are gonna respawn in time for this, but RGMY definitely have the preferable positioning around the Lord pit. Saksa doing a good job of taunting it away from Demon Kite though. You can tell that Stone wants to look for the backline again. They might find it, in fact, if Stormy is not careful.
I mean, they're dragging this out for a while. 20 seconds until the flicker comes back up, and Stormy, he's got the penalty zone ready to jump on in. If we've learned anything from yesterday's games, it's all about how you play this Lord dance.
And I assume that Retribution is not going to be a factor, as compared to yesterday's game. I mean, when we saw yesterday's game, a lot of these Retribution just didn't manage to hit. As such, that's going to be the first thing that I'm looking out for. The Lord HP. While Repo is just going to be jumping in the background, clipping on the Miko as well as Saksa. That is going to be effectively pushed down. Fine, coming from the side of SMG. While RGMI focuses and gets himself the Lord. That is 1 man down from the side of Repo. Smooth and Saksa dead on the Team SMG, and they even lost the Lord.
So worth it. So worth it for RSGMY.
So cleanly executed as well. Rippo knowing that most likely they're going to be hiding in the tri-bush, forcing SMG to split up massively. The front line of Smooth and Saksa really depends on Miko to make sure they survive long enough for the rest of the team to get them back up. But since Miko was focused on keeping Sasa alive, that meant an easy Lord and free 2 kills.
I mean, here's the problem, especially with Rafaela, right? You're trying to make sure that with the Holy Healing and the slow immunity, you can get in and out of fights, no problems whatsoever. But with the lineup that we see from RSGMY, they force the all-in every single time. You're not going to get that extended value from Rafaela.
And that's exactly what RSGMY were hoping for with this lineup here. Looking at the AI winning prediction, definitely leaning towards RSG. And while things have been pretty even so far, it has been looking very blue for the side of RSGMY, taking down the final external tower. Conceal play coming out.
Storm with Divine Retribution, Divine Judgment, track down the Smooth, brings him down, while Stormy was hoping that he'll be able to get himself the penalty zone over the back lines with 2% down for the side of RGMY. Team SMG hopes to carry on as they go on to keep bringing more people onto the chopping block, leaving Repo all alone.
Beautifully played, great counter engagement. They might just get one more onto Rippo's side to make it a complete wipeout for the side of Team SMG. Huge plays all across. Team SMG don't want to go home early.
Instant replay to relive the moment there. Unfortunately, okay, for a moment, got confused there. They're tricking us, but Rippo jumping in over aggressive again. RCMY, this is not the first time this has happened. Stormy with the penalty zone, finding a 4-man counter engage into the back line and dismantling Team SMG in exchange for only 1 kill. RSG, I like the pressure they're putting on, but they gotta respect their opponents a bit more.
I think they just need to spread out just just a little bit here. Stormy has been finding these massive angles against RSG MY because they all channel themselves into a choke point. Had Izanami just positioned himself a little bit higher in that top brush, he probably would have gotten the same effect without having his ultimate cancelled so early on.
Right now, there needs to be a shift in the way that they're approaching these team fights. RSG MY definitely has all the ingredients needed for the recipe that is winning this game cleanly, but they've lost a lot of advantage because of that team wipe earlier. What they do have is structures. Right now, SMG definitely are outnumbered in terms of turrets, and that will provide RSG with the map control needed to decide how they want to take these fights. They just gotta make sure not to group up in a pile.
Well, at least for Team SMG, they have managed to gather a little bit more comfort within their, comfort zone, and they managed to reclaim at least the northern side of their jungle. While a slow push executes down at the bottom, Team SMG is slowly getting them more free realistic.
In terms of real estate, though, RSG MY have been abusing the map quite a bit. And I think now with this turnaround coming in from the side of Team SMG, they don't mind it. Have as much control as you want. Breaking into our high ground can only be achievable with this Lord.
As now, Team SMG, they hide behind just for a tad little bit, while RSG MY, they're finding themselves in some serenity, while Demon Kite holds himself in front with a quick little dance, waiting for that right opportunity for them to spring right into action. While Repo, unfortunately, has been found out where he was.
This could be an important timing though for RSG. Look at Stormy, he doesn't have a stolen ultimate right now, so there's no instant penalty zone counter engage if Rippo is able to find that opening.
Oh, Demon Kite, he actually abandoned the Lord just a little bit while Storm goes in for the catch. Izanami takes control of them fight, while Smooth jumps over the back lines. He did manage to get a stun down Izanami, but Smooth is going to be 1 versus 3, while Loli is just going to be holding behind the Lord for a tad little bit. They're not going for the reset just yet, but we are going to be focusing our eyes on the Repo as he managed to tank and soak in so much damage, putting Saksa as well as Stormy down to such a low amount of health, allowing RSG MY to push SMG away and very potentially take this Lord.
A really good timing for a fight for the side of RSG MY. They knew that their mid as well as top waves were slowly building up, and if they extended this Lord dance, eventually they would have to send members to actually correct those waves and give Team SMG a man advantage for the upcoming fight. So, taking the fight now, and more importantly, I do think Stormy may have griefed Miko unintentionally running into the bush. They had no idea Miko was there, and at the very least stole him if he wasn't able to close down and get the Divine Judgment onto Stormy. Miko, second best.
Yeah, that's not ideal, especially when we've been talking about how important it is for this Raft to stay alive to keep Saksa and Smooth as these unbreakable walls for Team SMG. I would still give props. Sasa had some good spacing there to make sure he wasn't easily caught out, even with the full dive from RSG MY, and they did decide to cut their losses, but I do feel like it was a bit too late. Once they lost Miko, it was really time to decide whether it would have been a better choice to just escape from the fight entirely.
Another tech pause being called. Same issue, it seems, for Izanami. At least no important fight was going on at that point of time. Hopefully this is still a Type 1 issue and it doesn't increase from there.
No, okay, while we're looking at SMG, right, they did manage to get themselves a quick little defense, and then they managed to reclaim some of their zones quite a little bit, right? But it's rather unfortunate that they just immediately lost that right as the Lord appeared, and it doesn't seem like SMG was able to find any opportunities to jump right in. I would assume that Lapu would be the one to start the fight, but I think that the RSG has been concealing themselves to a point that SMG just have no idea when to start.
I think for SMG, it really boils down to how much can you fish out of the side of RSG, right? Because again, they're not exactly the ones who want to be the aggressors here. Because in more cases, we see that RSG have better engage, they have better dive, they have they're better in terms of wave clear. On top of the fact that they have some really powerful ultimates, if you are standing in a very I don't want to say singular position, but when you're around the Lord, you're kind of forced to be around the same area.
Yeah, so I think what really needed to happen there was Team SMG wanted RSG to engage onto them, right? So far, all of the fights that they've won have been because Rippo jumped the gun, Demon Kite jumped the gun, and they were able to counter-engage by making sure to keep their backline safe and going for a front-to-front. In this case, however, Story was not able to steal an ultimate in advance, and his positioning was definitely very aggressive to see if he could find it, which is why he ended up exposing the locations of his teammates when he decided to go for that retreat. And again, I do feel like once Miko is gone, SMG really needs to decide whether they want to back off from that fight. It's still not impossible to take it, but because Sasa's positioning was being threatened as well, I think it was better to just step back and reset their positions.
You know, considering everything that happened here, the value of the holy baptism coming out from Miko is actually extremely important for specifically Sasa, right? Because Sasa is the majority damage dealer for the team. I mean, secondary is going to be Stormy, but he's more of a burst type, not like a consistent DPS like Sasa is. So with the holy healing as well as the holy baptism, it creates space for you. You be aggressive. You see Sasa get caught. No worries. I can get you out of the situation. Just give me a little bit of time.
So it's a lot more about, you know, push and pull. Whenever I go in, I come out, and that is probably the beauty of what Rafaela is capable of bringing to your team.
Yeah, being able to provide that mobility is hugely valuable, especially since Raf was recently buffed to make it so that the heal also provides immunity to slow. So in and out is basically the name of the game when you have this hero on your side, and so far SMG has been doing a good job of that, especially if they're able to bait out the engage from their opponents. But right now, they gotta make sure to keep things close to their chest because we're back in the game and the Luminous Lord is pushing down bot lane.
I just saw Izanami purchase a Winter Truncheon. That's a very, very good buy for himself considering the counter engages coming out from the side of Team SMG. If he can avoid that entirely and save his HP as well as the Wings by Wings, I think this could definitely be an opportunity.
Will they be able to capitalize on that opportunity though? All of their inhibitors are very low and the Lord has just taken the first one down.
With all of the lanes completely threatened. Well, top lane, maybe not quite yet, but soon, right? Lolius managed to bring down the inhibitors, and that is going to be 3 inhibs down. RSG MY has taken total control of the outer regions of their base. And Team SMG, they're just facing death. They're just waiting while they have their backs against the wall, perhaps wanting to mount a comeback. Ooh, with Storm, he's going to be finding himself within of the brush, and with the first person hit, that is going to be Sansa with Rainbow with a 4-man dive in. The penalty zone managed to choke things out, and Storm is going to be finding himself backwards for a tad little bit, but this is all going to be pandemonium while RSGMY now dove in like an Olympic diver. They're hoping that they will be able to bring Saksa or perhaps move down while Lolio snipes Saksa all the way from downtown. While RSGMY, they're going to have to get themselves a quick little retreat while Saksa flickers on forward. Finds the clip with a torn apart memory, and that is going to be Ripple taken down while Smooth goes forward with his own flicker. Was hoping to bring Izanami down, and that is going to be a grand punish.
I want to see an instant replay of that just to emphasize on the way Sasa was moving around that fight. He was literally dodging everything like an eel, literally slipping through every single crack, and because he was able to survive that, Team SMG with the turnaround again. They're just waiting to bait out the engage, and I'm not gonna blame Rippo for this one. That was literally a 5-man penalty zone. If you're not able to get a good fight with that, I think it's time to reevaluate how you want to start things off.
Man's moving like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. He is tough to catch, especially with the slow immunity. Like, there's a good number of times where he actually gets hit by Baxia or even gets clipped a little bit by Rippo, but it really doesn't matter. The slow immunity keeps him at full movement speed the entire time.
RSGMY now is going to be taking the fight of their lives, as Team SMG can very much potentially threaten RSG's spot for the very first game. RSG did manage to get themselves very good game 1 with all of the inhibitors down, but with this Lord climbing down to lower than 50% HP, it is all the fight on the junglers, while all of SMGs, they're hiding within of the brushes waiting for the right time.
Stillman O'Leal looking for the ambush. It's gonna be difficult. Team SMG though will naturally start to gravitate towards that direction, so if they can find someone isolated, that would be huge for RSGMY. But Stormy, he's actually gone for Divine Judgment this time. I think he has his eyes on Demon Claim.
Conceal play from Storm as he goes in for the suppress down on the Sasa. That's not gonna be the main thing that they're gonna be looking out for. Immortality pop, and Izanami takes him down. The whole of RSGMY, they're on a mission like a man possessed, and such, taking the Team SMG 3-man down already. Smooth gonna have to move backwards, and Saksa hoping that he'll be able to go back home. No one's gonna be stopping Smooth from recalling, but who cares about that? Because that is a 5-man alive RSGMY marching down of Team SMG's base.
They finally got the engagement they were looking for, and now they're looking to end it.
With all of RSG MY's member remaining and standing, they take game number 1 right out of the hands of SMG.
Nicely done. First win of the series here. At least for the side of Team SMG. It's going to be a little frustrating, but it's definitely a back and forth between the two. It's not like they took a hard loss, but the overall control of the map allows RSG to do so much more. It's something to keep in mind as they're going to be slowly moving into game number 2.
What a performance, though, from the first game of the day. These two teams appear to be pretty evenly matched, but in the end, RSG were able to overcome the odds, find the adjustment necessary to overcome the survivability of Team SMG and pick off just the right target to finally dismantle the enemy team composition.
I think that we have seen quite a bit of a pattern coming in from RSG MY, taking full advantage of the fact that SMG just doesn't really have a very good way to open up every single one of these rushes, even though they do have a Rafaela. So I think that we have seen, the Concha just jumping on the back lines and just catching people right out of nowhere with the conceal play.
I think a lot of this just really boiled down to like whether or not you can actually take out the gold laners to begin with. And I think in this particular case, the extra gold that Lolios was able to develop for himself, not only switching out the Winds of Nature into the Immortality, giving them the edge that they needed, because Sasa only had one or the other. He didn't have enough gold, and every single time he got jumped in the backline. With that being said, let's go have a look backstage to see our MVP of the game going over to Izanami. When you think, oh man, Sasa, he's about to get on out of there. No, Izanami shuts him down.
It's pretty difficult to have to play a Farsa in this particular situation, but knowing that SMG, although they have a Lapu, their dive potential isn't quite as strong as you may think, allows him to position very comfortably, especially when Rippo and Demon Kite are just at their throats the whole time.
I think, well, it's tough to say. I think there needs to be adjustments for game number 2. I like the Wilderness Blessing coming out from the side of Izanami. Very good choice of talents just to be able to roam around the map a little bit faster. But the way that he is achieving it, right? His feathered airstrikes sometimes get canceled, and that's what results in his 2 deaths. But overall, he is just clipping and clipping multiple targets with feathered airstrikes when it goes up successfully. 8, 2, and 8 for final KDA.
I think that, the only one on the side of SMG that can really jump onto Farsa was really Smooth. And unfortunately, time and time again, it seems that Smooth, whenever he jumps over to the back, he just gets shut down almost immediately, and that is completely free reign for Lolios as well as Izanami.
Yeah, unfortunately Smooth is in a position where he wants to be the one that starts out the fight, but because of the way that SMG's lineup works, he oftentimes has to do damage control instead, so that means that he's not going to be permanently on top of Izanami, and that gives so much space for the Farsa to pop out that feathered airstrike, especially when the rest of SMG are focused on the RSG front line.
Well, I mean, it means that there needs to be things to change for the side of Team SMG at the very least. Let's look at their mic.
They will poke you, they will poke you.
You good?
You're still good? I'm still good. Careful, poke.
Valentine.
Die!
Three with ball, foreman bot.
Go.
Nice. Solve me.
I don't talk.
You guys can, I think. Kai. Fighting only.
Miko, you need to see me.
I got Brody, guys.
I got two behind. I got alone.
Nice. Lapu.
Just okay, point.
We win.
Ulti. Go. Sago, fight. All fight. Come, fight. Mid.
Nice, can end.
Don't.
Go.
Die.
Nice.
Sit up.
I need to kite first, guys. Lapu.
Go, Saksa.
Targeting.
Balen.
Ay, ito tabi mo.
May TT. Go. Fight, back.
No.
Go, dive.
Failing agad.
Just fight. Fight. Balen.
Dive,
Nice! Saksa! Saksa!
Talim!
You can end, guys.
Kill.
KD.
Nice! Nice one, bro.
true back and forth between both Team SMG and as well as RSG. The real question is how are they going to adapt with the more defensive overall lineup from the side of Team SMG? Do you think they're going to change things up? Are they going to tell Miko, you know what, Rafa, let's get that out of here. Let's go back to set tanks.
I personally would prefer that. Miko has been doing a good job under Rafaela, but it is limiting what Team SMG can do with their lineup. Like, yes, they did a good job of adapting to RSG, but when your lineup forces you to adapt instead of being the ones to decide how the game goes, that already puts you at a disadvantage.
I think that they're really gonna have to make the playmakers really get out that, right? And unfortunately, then Rafaela just doesn't really provide that kind of opportunity to do so. So, Grok, Kufra, that's kind of what I want to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I do think that the Lapu Lapu probably could have been changed out for something along the lines of Grok. Obviously, the lane might not be as easy, but at least you have some guaranteed ways to stop the Farsa or deter it, which is, well, what we were looking for in game number 1. I do think that Miko on this Rafaela, very passive, right? He's waiting for these defensive maneuvers, waiting for his opponents to come in when he could be the one flickering forward, starting things off with his ultimate and locking down the jungler to maybe turn fights or bait fights from their opponents.
They had a lot of confidence in the fact that they could counter-engage, because on paper, the Raf Holy Healing is very good to deal with the penalty zone. You think you catch the entire team, oh, one Holy Healing, everyone just runs out of the circle just fine. But all it takes is RSG to adapt a little bit, decide how they want to start the fight, go for the Divine Judgment instead, collapse a little more quickly with the rest of the team instead of allowing Rippo to jump the gun too early, and then that strategy doesn't quite work anymore. So, and also the fact that they first pick Raf a lot of the time to make sure that it's not banned out, I'm not a fan.
Well, I mean, in this particular game, I think the Valentina is definitely understandable, but picking Raf in the first phase does beg a couple of questions, right? I think they are investing a little too much on Sasa to hard carry this game, and I think obviously he's a great player, but when you don't have that extra supplementary of Smooth on something that's able to create space, or in this case, playing a hero that may not necessarily be the best in this particular meta, that kind of hurts them.
So I would suppose that the suggestion of having Rafaela being picked in the second phase would be much better, or maybe, you know, give a little bit more flexibility over to Miko. So first phase-wise, what would you guys prefer? Is it going to be more of a marksman-centric kind of draft, or would you just want to settle in, Smooth into Benedetta, that kind of stuff?
Blind picking Smooth into Benedetta might be a little hurtful.
Yeah.
I think what they're going to have to do, number 1, is going to, well, probably locking in a scaling marksman, right? They're definitely going to be playing towards their gold lane side. They definitely need a stronger roamer. I personally believe that the mid lane is doing fine. It's just tough when you don't have that extra bit of oomph, right? And that oomph really comes down to the EXP. They might have to blind pick EXP or at least double flex it if they are going to be on blue side.
Yeah, I do agree as well. Having more flexible heroes overall would definitely benefit them, but it is a little bit difficult as well, considering that RSG and MY so far has been doing a great job of counteracting drafts. I think it's going to be a pretty tough ask, but I'm pretty sure they're capable of it. Looking at the item builds overall, this match still did end up taking quite a while here because SMG was able to do such a good job of counter-engaging, of taking advantage. A lot of that thanks to Miko being able to keep his team alive. Yes, it means that he's less active as a player overall, but we did see its value.
I think we saw a lot of value coming out in that particular game, and I was hoping to see a little bit more from Miko. It's just tough. It's just really tough with RSG. The way that they like to play is based on their ultimates, and especially when you have pulled yourself together, you're scared of when that flicker is going to be coming back up earlier than it's supposed to be to really focus down on these targets.
Yeah, looking at the items overall from the side of RSG and MY, I'm definitely not seeing anything too out of the ordinary. Like we mentioned, we do like that Winter Trunkian onto Izanami. The Oracle on Stone to keep himself alive as well, since he knows that Team SMG actually has pretty burst-based damage, so even a little bit of extra time is going to be pretty value for money. And Lolil, although we didn't get to see as much of him as we normally would have liked, a lot of that was because he was doing the Invisible Man's job in the backline alongside Izanami.
Yeah, they just kept on jumping him. Like, both teams, even though their compositions are like ever so slightly different win conditions still come down. When you team fight, you're looking for that gold laner.
Now, at least when it comes down to Team SMG, I think the first thing that I saw also previously just now is that Rafaela picked up an Oracle. Now, of course, there is, at least for me, I'm not really a big fan of Oracle, considering the fact that, yeah, the opponents, you know, Dominance Eyes, yeah, you're just going to increase your heal for yourself, not necessarily for everyone else. So I much would rather prefer a little bit of a tankier Rafaela, so at least you'll be able to do those initiations that you previously were talking about, instead of following up solely on your own Holy Baptism.
It's difficult because the way that Raph and a lot of supports were changed was that a lot of their stats are heavily based on having a magic build. So if, yes, going for some survivability is still important, but it does reduce the amount of overall sustainability you bring to the team, which is something that I feel like SMG were building pretty heavily around.
Isn't an Oracle supposed to apply to yourself only?
Yeah, it's only on yourself.
It's only on yourself, and I definitely think that an Athena Shield might have done Rafael a couple more favors, but at the end of the day, right, if you get locked down by the Divine Judgment, it really doesn't matter. You're going to get butt blasted no matter what you do. Even with an Athena Shield, there's still many different types of damage, a good spread of damage, in a matter of fact, from the side of RSG MY.
Looking at the damage done overall, highest in the game. Actually, Stormy by literally 3 points against Izanami, which is the closest I've ever seen. That's kind of insane. Stormy was definitely doing a huge job this game. And it's surprising that he's able to do this kind of damage comfortably, even when he's the one counter-engaging and diving into the middle of the enemy team with penalty zone. So a lot of props to him, as well as the Holy Healing to make sure that he's able to reposition himself in these fights to contribute to that damage. But yeah, it does limit what SMG is able to do when so much pressure is put on Sasa to actually dish out the DPS with Stormy having to reinitiate.
I'm trying to figure out whether or not somebody is going to have to be the sacrificial lamb, and unfortunately, who could that possibly be? Because it feels like no matter what, these fights always almost feel 4v5 a majority of the time. Does that mean that Team SMG is going to be looking for bans to specifically suppress heroes, whether it be Franco or even in this case Kaja, or do they just kind of let it through, try and revamp and just focus on their own gameplay, get that early game down?
Well, I think that, you know, looking at how Storm has been playing, I think that respect banning onto a Kaja was definitely going to be great. Although I think that they will still open up the Franco for various reasons. There's just so many heroes that's currently in the meta right now that deserves to be banned. We're talking about Hospital meta, we're talking about John, we're talking about Fanny. There's a little bit too much for them to consider, but in terms of respect, I think Kaja belongs to the list.
Alright, things to consider for the upcoming game, but for this one, the Gold Graph tells us a completely different story. Just continuous back and forth between SMG and RSG.
I just love that the gold graph looks like this. This is exactly what the game was. Literally back and forth over and over again. It's not often we get a 20-minute game that doesn't go past a 2,000 net worth lead at any point. And that's even at the very end when RSG MY is finally able to break through Team SMG's defense. That's how close things were, even with all of the flaws we were talking about with Team SMG's draft.
I mean, hopefully that's going to adjust. I feel like SMG have definitely done their pre-preparation for this. They know what RSG wants to do. They want to sweep across the map. They want to take your structures, and when you have less vision to play with, that's when they pinch you time and time again. I think that Team SMG, in terms of the distribution of their members and how they actually approach when your map is so dark, is really nice. But you're putting too many eggs in one basket.
Now, one thing that I do want to point out is the fact that SMG did manage to get themselves 3 of the turtles. Well, of course, RSG didn't get a single one. But yet, when it comes down to the GPM, their overall economy, it doesn't seem like RSG is dipping so much into it. Why is that so?
Well, I would imagine it's because of the efficiency of some of these fights, right? It's not about, oh, you win the fight, what do you do? I think that RSG has better protocols in terms of what each member is doing. They're not wasting time. Even in towards the later stages of the game where we do see these fights, they start splitting up, right? They 5v5 here, they get the initial pick. If somebody dies and they respawn, what do they need to do? Clear a wave? Do they need to take a camp? Do they need to start pushing the wave or even securing turrets?
I think a lot of it all comes down to the fact that Team SMG has to stick a lot closer closer together as compared to RSG and MY, because they're playing on a Rafaela comp. When they rotate around the map, they really gotta be pretty close to make sure they're able to maximize anytime RSG decides to start a fight on them. But that also means that they're not really splitting up the map's resources, thus slowing down their farm a little bit, especially when compared to people like Demon Kite and Lolil, who are known for their farm speed.
Okay, so in that game, at least it's pretty fair to say that SMG, they focuses a lot more on moving around as a pack. They group up pretty early as well, and thus allowing them to take a lot of these turtles. But unfortunately, it seems that RSG MY just constantly is able to find really good fights before the lot even happened, just based onto their lineup, where they know that, okay, we gotta commit to this.
Yep, I mean, that's the entire game plan. Just playing around those ultimates is really, really key, and I think, Stome is very proactive, and I think, a lot of people out there, especially Pabz, trying to figure out how the heck do I play Kadra? The ultimate is really, really long. You got to be efficient with it. As soon as you have it up, you're looking to be proactive on the map.
Yeah, the efficiency from RSG MY was so clean this game, making sure that they were using Divine Judgment off cooldown, communicating whenever penalty zone was available to see if they could catch anyone off guard. So definitely the game started with Rippo jumping a little bit too far ahead of his team oftentimes, and that allowed for Miko to get them out of danger once the rest of the team came in and basically go for the front-to-front 5v5 that they're looking for. So I love the adjustments. Part of the reason why RSG and MY did so well towards the later half of the regular season was that they were the team that adjusted the quickest whenever enemy teams found strategies against them.
That is true. I mean, I feel like they played their very standard gameplay here, which is expected for game number one. It's not like you want to show your hand so soon, so early on in a best of 5 nonetheless. But I think that Team SMG, it's a lot clearer for them that in terms of lane priority and the earlier stages of the game, they have protocols set. I just wish that the drafts also reflect that.
So, okay, so right now we have managed to see RSG MY being able to win one game against Team SMG, but notably, I think that a lot of people really remembers their game versus Homebois, and I think that I want to bring up the topic as to exploiting the weakness of RSG MY. What is it exactly that is their weakness that allows Homebois to take advantage of that, and how do SMG even use that information?
You know what? I would say it's purple buff, sort of, orient the jungler, similar like Nolan, who loves the power farm. Because let me tell you, Nolan has been destroying pubs all across the world. In the past 7 years, 2 questions were often heard from countless players. Who is Layla's father? You got it with Nolan, and I don't think people are very happy with it.
For real?
Oh,
Are they not?
Yeah, lore heads all over the world.
Oh, man. I know.
Wait, okay, I don't really know much about the lore. Is there something I'm missing here?
Yeah, Nolan is Layla's dad.
Okay, I know that.
I don't know that.
Why are lore heads not happy about Nolan appearing now?
Well,
Maybe
mainly
because he looks too daddy?
That's definitely one of them. That's definitely one of them. But I think, more importantly, we're going to have to look at the power distributions here. Enough about Nolan. He is not available for play at this point in time. Same goes for Lolita. But in that case, we have to compare the 2 main win conditions for RSG as well as Team SMG. It's going to be Lolils and Sasa.
Now, these are very interesting players overall. We know that Lolil is a very aggressive player in terms of on paper stuff. That's why you see in terms of the blue chart, he will have a higher KDA, he will have a higher DPM, and because Sansa oftentimes will be left behind, making sure that he can scale up into the late game, his GPM going to be a little bit higher overall as well. And it does seem like he has a higher comfort in terms of hero pool, but I think Lolil is one of those quality over quantity type of players.
Quality over quantity? I don't know. I feel like to a certain degree he might even fall into the quantity category because of the number of fights that he really gets deep in the sauce with. Like, the only reason why he has a higher average KDA than someone like Sasa, who plays a lot more defensively, don't get me wrong, was the fact, number one, when he is in a fight, he is in the sauce of the fight. He is in the middle of it. He's not trying to stay on the outside. He is looking for kills. He is looking to participate. He is looking to pump out damage. And it reflects in his stats, his overall success.
Oh, so that is kind of like a pros and cons within itself, right?
Of course.
You find yourself opportunity, and whenever you risk it all, you are just going in and you pop off. But in the very event that you, okay, I can feel that. I can feel that.
You can feel that?
Oh, I can definitely.
Does RSG MY also, RSG SG have somebody who stares in? I know PH, they got light, and let me tell you, he's real good at staring at a camera. Lolils, he's catching up pretty quickly.
Yo, does he not blink?
No, he's not supposed to. He's not allowed to.
He's actually staring into our soul right now. I am so impressed.
Ooh, wait. His right eye is slowly watering. He's reaching his limits.
Still going. Yep. How long can this last?
Power through the pain, my boy.
Go for it.
Power through the pain. Power through the pain. You can do it. You can do it. Oh wait, I forgot to time this. I don't know. Actually know
the
his timing.
cameraman is seriously testing him right now.
I think he went for a micro blink over there.
Ooh, you can see the twitch. You can see the twitch, but definitely a staple brand from RSG. Let's have a look at Sasa's overall win rate because again, 100% all across the board. They're looking at their best heroes here so far. They played standard in game number 1. I'm waiting to see some of these more interesting picks for game number 2, maybe even towards game number 3.
Yeah, it does seem clear that Sasa prefers the more artillery style of my.
Back at it
again. Yeah, like we need to stop focusing on this. We actually missed out on Loliel's top heroes earlier because he was just staring into the depths of the darkness. But his top hero is actually the Beatrix. 100% win rate, 10 games. Does anyone else have that kind of record?
At some point, somewhere, sometime, they play Beatrix and they lose. Loliel's never felt that, not even once. And I think that his regular season has reflected that extremely well, with some teams even going out of their way to ban it from him.
Playoffs buffs, I will agree. I suppose.
Yeah, playoff buffs maybe.
Well, perhaps we'll be able to see a little bit more of that as we are going to jump into game number 2 between Team SMG and RSG MY. We're starting to see a pattern here, right? Team SMG still liking their previous bans, and RSG MY, well, pretty much goodbye to Edith as well as Matilda and Angela. Wait, is that the same band?
It's the exact same band as game 1.
Okay, gotcha!
It's the same 6 bands, in fact, which is kind of insane considering that you would think some adjustment would come in from Team SMG after their loss. But I guess they felt pretty good about their performance, even though they didn't end up winning in the end. That they feel this is the best way to go for it. Starting things off with the Valentina. We'll see how RSG responds this time. Are they going to start off the same? Terizla, Baxia?
Let's see. I see Baxia, I see Terizla. Same opener for the side of RSG MY. Now this is where I'm expecting the adjustment for the side of Team SMG.
So previously it was like, what is that again? Rafaela, right? So we want to push the Rafaela backwards or at least have some flexibility on the side of Miko.
That's what I'm hoping for. Or at least a double flex pick between the EXP and as well as the jungler. That's what I'm hoping for the side of Team SMG. Nice assist. So far, Team SMG has the highest average assist overall at 34.76, while RSG is the second highest with an average assist of 33.29.
SMG is the team that likes to fight together pretty often, so this number makes a lot of sense, whereas RSG definitely has players that would prefer to get that kill for themselves. So overall, this is interesting. We do see that X-Borg and Fredrin instead of Raph this time.
So at least what the Team SMG is looking for is a winning lineup in the EXP lane that at least will be able to unlock Stormy a lot earlier on. So now RSG MY have got the opportunity to look out for a mage that will be able to, you know, kind of bring the balance of the mid and the EXP.
This is the double flex pick that I was hoping to see coming in from the side of Team SMG, right? I mean, it's a little bit more straightforward at least. You know, Xborg is a very nice counter pick to the Terizla and Fredrin going up against the Baxia. We've seen this matchup many times before, and I think honestly, Saksa was pretty comfortable in game number 1. Coming into game number 2, and more importantly, the second phases of the bans, what are we looking for? Does this encourage RSG MY to change up the second half of the bans?
So previously in game number 1, RSG decided to ban out the Xborg and the Benedetta during the second phase, whereas SMG banned out the Khajiit and the Novaria. So we're already seeing a couple of those heroes come through in the form of the Xborg and the Novaria. What we are seeing is that the gold lane as well as the roam not going to be shown on both sides as of yet. And I do think that the roam needs to take a certain degree of priority here because Snow and Miko both want to initiate these fights for their team.
They do. And I think that Bruno and Irithel is probably going to come up into question here, right? Because again, I think that Lolios is comfortable on both Brody and as well as Bruno, both of which are a pretty decent lane matchup to the Irithel, which is going to be a major problem for people like RSG MY. Because again, if you're playing around that Terizla ult and you don't have Ixia as well to kind of be that supplementary damage, the artillery damage that you need, I think that really it's going to boil down to how they're going to be managing the earlier stages of the game.
For Team SMG right now, I think the main thing they're gonna have to look out for is the zoning potential. RSG MY getting the ban down onto Claude. I think that it was either it was Lolil that isn't really good with the Claude, was it?
Actually, no. Lolil loves Claude.
He loves Claude.
So it was a Sasa?
Claude is his first love. More like Claude is every marksman in MPL MY's first love somehow. This hero just shows up so often that I'm kind of glad he got nerfed recently so that we see something a little bit different. But because of that nerf, it's very interesting they would go for this. I actually thought RSG might want to prioritize like the Bruno for say, go for aggressive play, and in that case, Claude would be a pretty okay matchup for it. But if you're not doing that, I wonder if Lolil is looking for Irritel instead.
I totally agree with you. I think that what RSG MY wants to do is to take away Swiss Army knives, people who have safe laning phases, right? And getting rid of that Claude, he's one of those Swiss Army knife safe laners that pretty much don't have too many bad matchups. Now, obviously the nerfs have hurt him, but it doesn't mean that pro players haven't adjusted. RSG MY instantly locking down the Bruno. They know that what else left for the side of Team SMG is, here, we know you want to pick the Irithel. If you go into Brody, it's going to end up like game number 1 all over again.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Sasa now. We thought it would be the Irritel because the Bruno already matches pretty favorably against the Claude, but I guess they just want to really lock it in. Make sure that Sasa doesn't have a free hero to farm and split push the map with. So now, what is going to be the choice? The Irritel is obviously still there, the Brody, the Beatrix still open in the pool as well. But nothing that very obviously matches well into the Bruno. Hopefully SMG has better ideas than I do.
I think it's going to be the Brody again, right? No, instead it's going to be 1-1. All right, interesting. So he doesn't want to get caught by the dive, potential dives coming in from Ripple all over again, but he is susceptible of getting hit by the shots, skill shots coming in from Izanami. With a Franco at least, these neutral takes should be relatively easy, and it helps a lot that you have the Fredrin as well as Xbox to peel for your marksman.
What worries me is that SMG doesn't really have a lot of dive potential here other than maybe the last Insanity. So we'll see whether this is enough. It is a pretty solid peel comp though. So if they're able to, again, bait RSG MY into using resources and ultimates early on in the fight, it could be a pretty solid setup for Sasa to jump around, get in that crossbow of Tang.
Oh, RSG MY going for the Farmist this time in the roam section, just to be sure that even if the team fight gets long, even if they start peeling them away, he can actually save somebody with a Nether Realm. So I think it's an interesting but very good adjustment from RSG MY at the very end.
I do wonder whether or not it'll lock them into a certain type of gameplay though. Previously, Miko on the Raft made SMG roam around the map pretty closely together, and the Nether Realm kind of does a similar thing, though considering it's RSG MY, I don't think that'll be too much of a concern. Will this be enough? There's a lot of burst-based damage on the side of Team SMG, so it would be a great solution, but double mage comp, will they be bulky enough?
And now, I believe that we are going to be heading into the second game of Team SMG versus RSG MY. The question is going to lie on the Team SMG though. Are they going to be getting themselves this upcoming game away from RSG MY after that very bad game? Or not say very bad game actually. It was actually, I would say that the game was pretty equal, but they lost it in a way whereby they probably shouldn't have.
Well, we'll see. We'll see whether that's going to be the case here in game number 2 as the crowd is excited to see the conclusion of the second match of this best of 5. Team SMG going to be on the blue side once again against RSG MY on the red side. Demon Chitin as well as Sasa both starting on their purple buff, ending up on the opposite sides of the map.
Now, if this were any other season, this is where there would be crunch time on Team SMG. But because this is Season 12, we got a best of 5 right here. SMG still has a little bit of room to work with. Looking at the emblems overall, some very bulky builds on the side of SMG on the Xborg and Fredrin going for tank once again. Franco as well. 3 Impure Rages on the side of RSG MY. We will know that Stone is on that Roam Novaria as well. Very easy to open up the map with that Astral Echo. We'll see whether it's enough though without this front line.
Yeah, I did see that Smooth decided to not go for the agility. He's not looking for the extra movement speed, and with the Impure Rage, his trades against Ripple can be a little devastating if Ripple sticks around for too long, especially if the gauge gets maximized by Smooth.
One thing that I do realize and remember is the fact that at least when you pick up a Bruno, most of your movements are actually quite telegraphic. So it's actually pretty good for Miko to land all these hooks, at least in the laning phases.
And if it's timed correctly as well, Sasa could even use that to get the weakness points in, but I think it'll be pretty difficult to duel the Bruno 1v1, so we'll see how that progresses. For now, things have been pretty slow. Saxa and Demon Kite both going to hit that level 4 turtle up in 5 seconds. Now this is going to be a pretty important exchange.
Yeah, in the meantime, Bruno is going to have full control over this lane with no supports getting in the way of between the gold laners. Top side, as they rush in for level 4. Let's see how this very first Lord Dance actually progresses. Storm has not hit level 4, but Stormy has.
We're almost looking at a fast 4 as Miko's almost over at that point in time. But at least they have managed to open up the brush by a tad little bit, while RSG MY is going to make a quick dive over to Smooth. Ooh. A quick little flicker to get himself right out of there, and Saxa jumps himself right in front of RSG MY, allows him to take the turtle for himself. And of course, that is going to conclude the fight. RSG MY and Team SMG didn't lose anyone just yet. Okay, I'll take that immediately back as Izanami take a quick dive over to bring Smooth down, but at the cost of his own life.
Yep, good trades here. Smooth for Izanami. I don't know how worth it is overall, but at the end of the day, Team SMG did get the turtle, so I'll give it to them for now.
It does also mean that Lolil rotating over the mid lane will give him some assist gold, but he exchanges that for some gold shield taken by Sasa. So I think it's pretty even in the end overall, with SMG slightly winning out because they were able to secure that turtle. At this stage of the game, there's going to be a lot more consistent damage on SMG because of Smooth and the pure rage. But man, that does hurt from Stove.
Yeah, RSG just making sure they're cutting off the supply lines for Sasa, right? They want to minimize how much gold he's actually getting. They want to continue to dominate this bottom side of the map whenever they have a push off of that mid wave. And Demon Kai doing a good job. He's a level ahead of Sasa for now until this orange buff gets taken away.
Now, compared to the previous game, I think there's going to be a lot more attention towards the gold lane this game from RSG MY because Lolil is on that Bruno. A snowball on this hero affects the game more than anything else in the gold lane.
And Zaxov takes himself right in front, and the hook lands right on top of our Demon Kite. And that is even going to be the cold ultimate. It's just going to be popped right up. Then that is going to be quite a bit of ultimate that's going to be used. Stormy still has got a chance to be taken away, while Miko lands onto the hook right down onto Izanami, allowing Sasa to take himself that one quick kill.
Huge, just huge pickoffs coming in from Miko's side. That iron hook gotta be given respect. Oh god.
Oh, Sasa. He almost went far ahead. It is a very bad trade. And Lolil takes himself away right under the turret's nose with just a sliver. What a bad play.
Oh, that feels bad for Sasa, but that is all Lolil's, man. That was a perfectly timed flicker, letting Sasa get just close enough that he thinks, I'm gonna hit this last weakness point, and then ripping away those hopes at the end.
Rip over the penalty zone, jumps onto Sasa. They really want to bring him down, but unfortunately not quite fast enough for him to deny him of the turtle. Repo and Demokite gonna have to get themselves out of there before they yield even more farm or kills over to Team SMG. Stormy is still heading onto the front lines. He still wants to kind of chip off more health off of Izanami and hoping to even get a kill.
At the end of the day, Team SMG are getting some really good refrags here, right? They're trading 1 for 1 each and every single time. Oh, Storm having to flicker on out of there. Does not want to be caught by Miko's side, but now the dive initiates that bot.
Oh, Lolil is just gonna cut in between, but that drops in between Miko as well as Sasa. And of course, the bloody hunt locks him down. Stormy, Sasa as well as Miko, they're just pretty much stuck right here. And the only one to go down there is Miko, 1 for 1 trade, and definitely a better trade for RGMY. Oh, sorry, the SMG.
Oh, one more.
Again.
The kill onto Storm right there. Stormy finally getting a kill that he's been wanting for a long time here. Even though that's very much in favor of SMG, I still feel like I have to give some props to Lolils there. He made that very annoying for Miko with some very well-timed ultimates to push them away. Kill still goes through though, and now in terms of itemization, we can see Sasa slightly ahead in terms of farm. Corrosion Scythe completed, has claws on the side of Storm. Otherwise, things progressing pretty normally. Clock of Destiny on Izanami does mean that he's going going for that scaling since he is the mid laner.
Yeah, considering that the early game was definitely a little bit in favor of RSG MY, Team SMG has been playing it really nice, right? And they also managed to get profits for themselves, whether it be neutral objectives or even kills. We see first item priority, Demonkind finally is able to secure himself at that Guardian's Helm. He's going to be able to stay in the fight a little bit longer, but he hasn't been able to develop much of a lead against Saksa.
I mean, it's currently still at level 9 together with Saksa. So in terms of level and that kind of contradictions, they don't have too much of a difference. So at least when it comes down to fighting for the third turtle, they are still in pretty good contention, and RGMY may still be able to take it on.
Oh, Miko flickering down to the bottom side, trying to get this initial catch, and now the chase started by RGMY.
And now they're just going to be diving themselves right down on Miko, bring him down almost instantaneously so that the Bloody Hunt doesn't apply into effect. And now Izanami was all the way in the backside, almost losing Call's Altar, but now they're just going to be focusing down onto Saksa. He's taking the front lines. Unfortunately, Abrasion's Crash did not connect onto Lolu, completely shutting him away from the rest of the members from the side of Team SMG, giving RGMY actually a very good upcoming take on this upcoming turtle.
Yeah, a very nice call from RSGMY. Once they see the flicker being used too aggressively by Miko, it's go time. They jump on in on the Franco instantly and even pick up Saksa as a bonus kill, which means that this turtle will go very freely over to the side of RSGMY. Demonkind, although he hasn't been able to build up too much of a lead in comparison thanks to Smooth's peeling, this is going to get things going for RSG.
And Lolio's even completing his Berserker's Fury. This is go time for RSGMY with a gold laner ahead. I think this is the time that they start to group up. They start playing 4-1 and start conquering the map.
Yeah, this is not... Oh, Rico with a hook!
Oh, nice little hook down onto Izanami! And that is going to be the first man down from the side of RSGMY. A 1-for-1 trade so far. Sasa gonna have to get himself backwards and, well, 1-for-1 trade. Oh, sorry, he's only 1% down from Rico?
Oh, no. It's because it's Farmers. You know it's passive,
okay,
right? He just comes out way faster. I
thought I'm hallucinating.
It catches you so off guard how quickly Faramis is able to respawn. But although SMG is... Oh, hold on.
Oh, but they're not the one. For RGMY, and Stormy gets clicked away. While the rest of RGMY actually heads up to the top, Xbox doesn't seem to be in a very safe position at all.
I love how it's just like, yeah, it catches people off guard. Stormy, he's Nami! We're already back!
Being pulled back so far there, even wasting his flicker is going to be huge for RGMY. Although they are 1.5k net worth behind.
Oh, that's a good pull from Izanami. Forced that last insanity onto the side of Smooth, but Miko as well as Saksa came in really fast. And now with the Appraisal's Wrath as well as the Bloody Hunt connecting on the Lolius, but it's just not quite enough to bring him down. He managed to take a far lead away while Smooth focuses down onto Izanami. The Iron Hook connects down onto Demonkind. Storm from behind goes for a snipe, but that is not going to do anything. In fact, that's just a tickle onto Saksa.
Oh, that's so unlucky. That's so unlucky. Lolio's able to create enough space after getting hit by the Bloody Hunt, but it could have been so much better for Team SMG. 31% overall hook rating coming out from Miko. That's honestly one of the higher hit rates we've seen throughout the season.
Yeah, I have honestly missed Franco gameplay for quite a while, and I love that Miko is really bringing glory to the hero once again here. But yeah, that previous fight went kind of unfortunately because a kill on Lolil at this stage would have been massive for SMG, and they would have got it too if Saksa did not decide to auto-target his dash.
Oh, Repo, penalty zone all the way to the back lines. He was hoping that he will be able to stop Saksa from taking every single one of his weakness points. Saksa, unfortunately, the couple of Tang all went over to Repo. They managed to take one down, but we focus on the main fight now as Saksa went straight in with the Taunt Blast. The Appraisal's Wrath immediately shuts down Lolil, allowing Team SMG to have such a great lead ahead, leaving Izanami as well as Storm all alone hiding within of the ZBrush.
Ooh, the extra mobility from the 1-1 pick is actually coming in real handy right here, because against any other marksman, that would have been an easy kill onto Sasa, but he's able to turn it around, finish off Rippo instead, and because of that, they're able to jump onto Lolil, and when that happens, you know that SMG easily out-damages RSGMY. I'm liking the adjustment to the draft in Game 2. The 1-1 and Xborg doing wonders in terms of cementing better control over teamfights.
Xborg slows them down. 1-1 dances around them. You can see that even Demonkind is like, he is trying his best to get on top of Sasa. And with that crossbow of Tang, it is difficult, especially when you think you're going to catch him at the last second.
Being able to control what your enemy is feeling in the heat of the battle going to be very valuable. We saw it earlier with Lolil baiting out the crossbow of Tang with that flicker. And at this time, Sasan now going to be able to get those items in. 4-1 and 2 on the 1-1. 4K gold lead. Although it looked like RSG were still pretty even earlier. Now very much the map is in favor of Team SMG.
Yep, they're winning out in the structures. The kill score may be only 1 in differential, but just look at the damage dealt difference so far.
Wow, that is so much damage for a Smooth. It's actually kind of insane. There's a reason why this expert was banned out by RSG MY in game 1. This time slips through the cracks. You get that Ice Queen's Wand first item as well because he feels so safe and confident in his lane. And that's translating into big stonks for Team SMG.
Speaking of which, this Lord starting to crash in. If they lose an inhibitor now, RSG MY is going to have a significant disadvantage for the next upcoming Lord, and it's crashing on all sides.
Yeah, so at least they did manage to bring the Lord down before anything goes wrong in the bottom side, but they also have to focus down at the top and the top and the mid. As such, Team SMG has essentially got a pretty good bonus, if you ask me. All 3 inhibitor turrets down to lower than 50% HP.
I mean, even the AI winning prediction is telling us 72% going over in favor of the side of Team SMG. It's going to be a tough climb for RSG to claw their way back into this game. It's not impossible though, but it's definitely more favored for the side of Team SMG, right? This next upcoming Lord is going to be based on waves, and I think it's going to be pretty difficult for Demon Kai. 2 levels behind Saksa at this stage of the game means that it's almost guaranteed that Team SMG takes the Lord.
Yep, but we do still have to keep our eyes peeled though. Remember, Team SMG's game yesterday, they had full control over the game and then just stayed too long during the base invade and then resulted in a comeback from the Red Giant. So as long as RSG and MY are able to hold in position, SMG has already shown a behavior of being a bit too aggressive to close things out.
Is going to be opening things up and pulling RSG MY all the way to the top side. While Smooth goes to the last insanity, Miko takes a hook down on the Demon Kind. While Saksa, who was hoping he would be able to push everyone from the side of RSG MY away. Both of these teams fully commit into this fight, but they're not expecting to die at all.
They got the Nether Realm out. They got 4 ultimates from the side of RSG compared to 2 ultimates from the side of Team SMG. With the lead that they have 5k ahead, one of these important resources, the Nether Realm from Izanami, is down. So this upcoming Lord fight is actually very favorable for the side of Team SMG unless RSG stretches it out.
Stormy also managed to steal Nether Realm. Let's remember that.
And we have to note Izanami, no enchanted talisman because he's going for that scaling build, which means that cooldown gonna be just a little bit longer than he would like to, and SMG going to take full advantage of that. Lord dropping real low.
Are they trying to bait a fight here? They're not rushing it just yet.
And it seems as though Saksa with the quick little taunt on the Demon Kite knocks himself up, Smooth went straight in. He's actually trying to clip on the Lolios, but I don't think that that's going to do anything Lolios at all. But wait, we do have the Nether Realm coming from the side of RSG MY. They eventually did manage to do quite a bit for them. They managed to force Team SMG running back home. At least for the Lord, it still went in the hands of Team SMG, but it's not going to matter if Team SMG is still going to have a lot of these playmakers alive.
All right. At the very least, Team SMG, they increased their lead to 7,000, and now with Miko dead, the Lord is only spawning right on this wave, so that means 15 more seconds until Miko is back in the fight. RSG MY, they're going to lose an inhibitor here. How many inhibitors is going to be the real question.
I still feel like that previous fight could have been cleaner though from Team SMG. They had a clear window of opportunity, but because they waited just a bit too long to finish off the Lord, Izanami actually got the Nether Realm back in time. And that resulted in 1 kill for them. Obviously SMG still has a huge goal lead at this point thanks to that damage dealt difference as we can see. But we'll see whether or not RSG can mount this base defense, because right now things are looking dicey.
The wave clear from RSG MY is about to show itself. They don't really have a very strong one except for the side of Storm. Lolios will take some time to eventually whittle everything down. But for now, Team SMG, they want to focus on escorting this Lord to break down the bottom lane in hit turret first, and then escort the rest of Peacemaker in the middle. And let's not even forget the top one, which is going to be a very slow push. Doesn't seem like SMG wants to force a fight. They want to escort every single one of these creeps.
Yep, they're playing it to their disciplined selves all over again, following the textbook to take down inhibitor by inhibitor.
Demon Kite is going to be the first one to jump right in. Reaper clips onto 2 right by the edge. And now with both of these teams having their own nether realm, the first person that goes down despite all of that is going to be Saksa. RSG MY is mounting quite a bit of comeback even without Lolils right now. Ripple expends a flicker, gets himself right out of there. But the creep is still moving in from the top and the bottom lane. A lot of pressure is just mounting on top of the shoulders of RSG MY, and thus leaving them with a very barren wasteland.
Pretty solid performance from RSG, all things considered. Ripple being able to clip 2 at the edge of the penalty zone right at the wall of their base. But because they are lacking so much map control right now, all 3 inhibitors will fall for Team SMG regardless of their efforts. They don't mind losing Saksa there, and Lolil, unfortunately, he has the damage. I like that he went for an aggressive play, but Team SMG were keeping a good close watch on the angles there, and that resulted in his death, keeping the net worth lead firmly in favor of Team SMG, who honestly has only lost 1 tower this whole game.
I guess this is where the pros and cons that we were talking about Lolil's very bold play comes in, right? He's being punished right now, 3-3-6, and now he's unable to contribute into quite a bit of these fights due to his very aggressive positioning.
Yep, every single time he goes in, he gets peeled away by the members of Team SMG, and if Saksa is still alive, he locks him down long enough for the rest of the team to actually go for the punish. Now, one more fight down bot side.
RSG MY don't have the real estate that they wanted, as such it allows Team SMG to even come in the proxy from behind with the help of Saksa. But unfortunately, Team RSG MY, they actually managed to turn things around. They brought Saksa down. Lolils went for a very aggressive positioning again. As such, he's going to be losing his life, while Team SMG will be expending a lot of their immortalities. Demon Kite is going to be next, followed by Repel onto the chopping block. Team SMG, man, they are on a mission like a man possessed, leaving RSG MY with only 2 to defend this upcoming push.
I gotta say, Miko is a hero right there. Literally with his dying breath, gets that bloody hunt onto Lolil, and that's allowing SMG to push in and end the game.
As Izanami takes bit of these hits, as Team SMG, they all just need to focus on this core, allowing them to turn the game around and give themselves a 1-1 scoreline against RSG MY.
Hot game up inside of Team SMG, rebounding back and forcing RSG to reconsider, do you really want to stay on the red side?
We really got a series on our hands right now. Just a few simple adjustments coming in for the draft of Team SMG, and they're instantly able to break RSG MY wide open there. The extra peel, the extra mobility, and this time RSG not having the same tools and initiation since they're going for the double mage comp, resulting in a vastly different performance in terms of fights.
I think the adjustment coming in from Coach Pao, making sure that his team has some decent laners, honestly, not too bad. I would imagine that Sasa might have lost his lane a little bit harder, but considering the rotations from the map, the help of the jungler, the help of showing the presence of Miko so early on, it makes not only Izanami, but even Lolil think twice about the way he trades in lane.
Especially since we are talking about a Bruno who really excels in the early stages of the game, right? Once he gets himself the Heart's Claws, you naturally want to abuse that advantage, right? You just go straight in, and it fits with the MO of how Lolil usually play. A very aggressive positioning, and I've got a great power spike. Let me just rush it right in onto the 1-1. But I think Nico has been really establishing himself in the bottom lane and saying that, you know what, your movements are very telegraphic. It's like Brody, so they gotta have to respect that.
Almost, but well, I don't know. There's not much to really say about that, but let's look on over to MVP Miko. Well done. His Iron Hook's really making the difference in this game. Stolman is like, okay, I was playing Novaria. It's not really that fair of a matchup. Let's just come on, put it back on Miko. Thank you very much.
I'll give you this one, buddy. We'll see what happens next game. That's basically what is being shown on Stone's face right now. But a very well-deserved MVP here from Miko. We were talking about his presence in the gold lane, really helping out Sasa there in a matchup that he definitely would have lost if he had to take it alone. Of course, a lot of this came down to the fact that he didn't have to roam to the opposite side of the map as well. That EXP lane completely won out.
Yep, self-sufficient, independent, and you can even see that like members from RSG moving down to the gold side saying, well, I'm sorry, Ripple, you got to figure it out, man. You just got to push that wave and hope to join the fight.
Now, of course, the one thing that we are looking at for this for the RSG MY side is that when it comes down to Novara, you gotta have to be really out in the open as the mage, right? So in fact, I actually see him, Novara, in the bottom lane a lot more than the Faramis in the bottom lane.
Well, I mean, Izanami, he's looking to scale, right?
Yeah.
He's important. He needs to scale. He knows for a fact that Team SMG is eventually going to come together. He's going to get a lot of value. So I like the decisions being made by Stoa, and he did land some pretty good shots onto Sasa's 1-1 in the earlier stages, forcing him to recall early. Other than that, his presence isn't as felt compared to game number 1.
Yeah, I do kind of wonder whether or not the Farsa may have been a bit more impactful in this sort of position. Obviously, it's very risky now that there's a Franco on the opposite side, but hey, he dealt with the Lapu previously. The fact that he went with Faramis meant that he was giving the Netherrealm for free over the Stormy, and unlike the previous game, that was a very easy take. So I think the results of the game definitely reflected that here, and I'm very excited to see what Team SMG has to say. So let's jump on over to their mic check.
That much, oh baby, you should know me, love yourself.
Success still a
Can we fight? Can we still fight?
Careful.
Ay, go. Tanga na, doon na pupunta yung ulti kong tanga. No flicker, expert! Elton.
Low.
Dead.
Nice one.
Top. Go back.
Nagsimpi ko sa Simia. Simia. If cannot out,
You good Stormy.
Nice smooth.
Okay, go bot.
Go, sako.
Nice Stormy.
Baya.
Figure.
I know.
Only one pot.
Hero. Saksa.
Miko
dying.
Nice one. Mid, need to defend mid.
Still a ulti.
Full stack.
I can stun him.
Go.
No experts.
Mid. Can we go mid?
Go. Guys.
Nice. Careful guys.
I'm here. 1v1.
Oh yeah, I die.
I cannot open out here.
Go. Just out. It's okay. Good trade.
Dash one.
I stun.
Nice one. Go bot.
I think you can. Careful Dada.
Simi. Can
run.
Hey, box.
Micro.
I have to.
Hey, careful.
Pull out.
Nice one, guys.
Hit the mid.
Nice dad. Like that. Bruno guys.
Nice.
Fight.
Boom.
Box first.
Aku take custom.
Can end. Q.
Nice
one, guys.
Nice one.
The score remains 1-1 as Team SMG is able to bounce back, having a rebuttal of their own and maybe forcing RSG to start thinking of the game a little differently. So far, the strategies have been relatively the same. You're looking out to kill the gold laners any means necessary, but when do we see the change towards the EXP side? Because now that's the problem in game number 1. Lapu was like, man, this is a tough matchup. Game number 2, Ripple on Terizla is like, man, this kind of blows.
I think one thing to note about this game and this series as a whole is how the draft grants independence to the players overall. Because we highlighted how SMG were kind of forced to roam around the map, go for ganks together when they were playing on the Raft. I was worried whether that would happen when they had the Faramis. And after looking at that mic check, looking at the game again, that is what happened. RSG were moving to kind of force the move together very often while Smooth is just pushing the lane. Sasa's getting farm on the opposite side of the map, and the way that they drafted with the export, with the Franco, allows their team to be a lot more isolated, right? They're not so dependent on being together. They don't mind losing a few bodies over to RSG MY because they're doing stuff across the rest of the map, and that's allowing them to scale up much faster. It's allowing them to control the map faster. You saw they only lost 1 tower the entire game.
I mean, it's difficult. I think it's difficult for RSG MY in particular because not only are the lanes that they're expected to win getting defended really, really well, they're losing matchups. There's literally nothing they can really do to actually help. Maybe Novaria could have landed 1 or 2 skill shots to break the Faraga armor, but that really doesn't change much because Terizla is going to struggle to finish off the target anyways.
Terizla versus Xbox. I think we pretty much understand how that ends up, right?
Yeah.
So generally, I think that the name of the game so far has really been a lot more onto middle control. As long as your EXP laner wins the lane, you are pretty much open and you're always gonna be able to get yourself out of lane way early earlier, and thus you're controlling the area in the river areas a lot sooner than your opponent does. As such, I think that this is what most of the players has been taking advantage of. As long as your ESP laner is released earlier, then you pretty much have got more potential for your mage to, you know, either co-live in the top or the bottom lane, depending on how you want to gravitate towards.
I mean, lane priority has ever been the most important factor when you are on a lineup that wants to play for the early to mid game. It's very obvious. If you control your lane, you control the map. The more lanes you win, the more the map you win, and then your early mid game just becomes very easy for you. And that's why we do see that priority towards that mid lane. Unfortunately, although Faramis has good enough wave clear, we do see that Story is able to roam around more, especially with Miko setting up some really clean hooks overall. And while RSG was trying to make out for it, we did see Lolil rotate over the fights very early on, which I like. When you're on a Bruno, you want to do that, but that's also kind of playing into the fact that he's not getting farm elsewhere on the map, and they weren't able to get kills because the Nether Realm was stolen by Stormy, so they can just walk out whenever they want.
Exactly, and I think, you know, that was the big problem here in terms of the overall draft. Like, this Faramis really did struggle not only in the lane matchup because Novaria wasn't there to really help the 2v2, but instead forced that 1v1. Let's have a look at the items and maybe we can get a deeper dive into this, because I think, you know, Stormy in this particular match, not only did he do a really great job at just kind of maintaining Izanami in that bubble, but it definitely helped when he steals that Netherrealm as well.
Yeah, looking at the itemization overall, this is obviously a much more favorite for Team SMG. In Game 1, very close, 20 minutes in, gold difference only 2k at the end. This time we got a 10k gold difference. Team SMG obviously has much more items, they feel much more comfortable. Smooth able to go for first item, Ice Queen's wand, and then even follow up his immortality with a War Axe. Shows how confident and comfortable he was, because there just wasn't enough burst on the side of RSG MY to threaten the Firaga armor, not to mention the Nether Realm, giving another health bar on top of it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's really, really difficult. I think Smooth had a phenomenal game this time around. He can do whatever he wants, and he's not really going to get punished by it, because at the end of the day, the Nether Realm will save you. But I think, you know, even for Sasa, from Sasa's POV, dive me as hard as you can. 1-1 is not easy to catch.
Especially if he's got the Wind of Nature, he's got the Rose Gold Meteor in the late game, just to make sure that if anyone were to jump on him, he'll still be absolutely fine, is great. I do wonder if Rippo's itemization was a bit forced here. It's definitely much more reactive than he'd like it to be, because I expect him to at least have a Dreadnought since he's playing against Smooth in lane, but he's forced to itemize against Sasa, against Stormy pretty early, because they depend on him to start these fights when you have a Novaria roam.
Yeah, it's really, really not easy. And I think, you know, the War Axe coming in from the side of Smooth, as you mentioned before, it does show the sign of confidence, but also greed at the same time, right? Again, he's running Impure Rage. Not only is he looking to control it, he wants to dominate that lane. And that's what we saw Smooth really shine, making these traits impossible to the later mid stages of the game against Rippo's Terizla.
In most situations, I always don't look at War Axes, just based on the fact that Xbox deals true damage, and that is what most people want to look out for. But the greed coming in from Smooth, I think that is a nice touch to how Xbox is to be played in the competitive scene, because everyone just don't go for the War Axe. You just look at the true damage and like, yeah, that's my job. But Smooth, I think that he got himself out of the comfort zone, and as you said, he's also very comfortable in the lane going up against Terizla, so it's more of a why not kind of opportunity.
Yeah, again, I don't think he would have gone for this if he was using Brave Smite, for an example. The fact that he was using Impure Rage, it tells us, I want to win the lane. I don't want to just keep you in here. I want to make you suffer for as long as possible. And Rippo, 0-3 and 5, definitely felt the heat.
Yeah, I think it's because Smooth also knows of how much defensive utility their team has. They already have Fredrin and Franco as damage sponges. Netherrealm on top of that, why not go for damage? You're more often doing a disservice to your team if you don't go for a bit more extra DPS on top of that. And you can tell how much that affected RSG MY overall. Rippo not able to play the game, basically forced to itemize for team fights instead of for his lane opponent, means that the EXP lane is pretty gone already. And on top of that, having the mid double mage comp, not quite able to back up the lanes fast enough, even though Lolil actually did a very good job early on of out-maneuvering Sasa.
Now, of course, when I'm looking at Lolil's item, I'm trying to get, you know, the order correctly. Did he get the Heart's Claws, then the Berserker's Fury? Or
Yes.
the Heart's Claws, then then the Malefic Roar.
He went Haas-Claws into Berserker's Fury first.
Okay.
And then Wind of Nature.
And then Wind of Nature. I mean, to be fair, he was having a bit of a tough time, so I can understand the Wind of Nature buy as quickly as you can, especially since you don't have enough time to really wait for the 4th item when you're losing that heart. But overall, a really good game coming out from the side of Team SMG. Majority, Rich Guy and as well as Forgotten One being secured by Team SMG by Sasa and Saksa, respectively. But in terms of the overall damage, Loliel is actually top in the charts.
In fact, if you look at damage dealt overall, RSG and MY actually did a lot more than Team SMG. 60,000 more damage overall, and that's reflected in the amount of damage taken overall by the SMG lineup. But well, when they have Smooth, when they've got Saksa, when they've got Miko, we already mentioned NetherRealm multiple times, but that's also acting as massive damage sponges for the side of Team SMG, which RSG and MY unfortunately just doesn't have as much burst damage overall. Once again, offloading a lot of that pressure onto Loliel's himself, because once Izanami and Storm use their burst, they don't do quite as much.
I think that's a fair argument here, but let's not forget about Storm, right? He's coming up the charts as second highest damage in the game, not just behind Loliel's, but defeating a majority of the damage dealt coming in from the side of Team SMG. His pokes have been pretty effective, but it's not landing on those right targets. He did hit it on Sasa once or twice, but let's look at the highlights so far and see whether it really made that difference.
You can see right from the early game, Loliel mid lane, Sasa gold lane. He's just farming it up on the opposite end. You can see how Rippo is forced to rotate very quickly. And oftentimes in these highlights, you will see that RSG and MY are going to be clumped together a lot more compared to Team SMG. We did see some great plays like Loliel outmaneuvering Sasa here. But after that, you can see that SMG are actually able to win out fights pretty okay, even without half their team's presence.
I mean, their composition is designed to pick people off, right? These smaller skirmishes, as long as you have the Franco ult, is definitely beneficial, especially for Sasa. He can burst pretty much anybody down, especially if his Inspire is up, and use his Crossbow of Tang once he gets the weakness points. Stormy as well, pretty effective too.
They also started congregating together very early on into the game, even to the point that we've got Sasa joining in right 5 minutes into the game. I mean, I can understand that Team SMG, they managed to bring down the first inhibitor turret in the top and the bottom pretty darn early, unlocking a lot of potential for them. But I didn't really quite expect that they are just going all in like that and not just leave Sasa just somewhere to farm.
I think Sasa was already feeling more than comfortable enough to just go for the fights regardless, right? Yes, he did end up dying in the 1v1 duels against Loliel's, but when his team is together, there's so much space for him to get those weakness points out as long as he keeps his distance from the Bruno. And that's pretty easy when Loliel himself is afraid of joining the fights.
Yeah, I think, you know, definitely it kind of puts RSG in their place. They have a couple of things that they need to kind of figure out, and number one is going to be adjustments in the draft. The game itself, 1 or 2 mechanical mistakes coming in, specifically from Loliel, so I think he needs to kind of like cool down from these next 2 games, maybe to look to play a little bit safer on the Beatrix once more like they did in game number 1. That's where I think that the adjustments are going to be made.
I mean, I'm still going to be a fan of hard supports. I just want to see hard supports coming in from both sides. At least SMG did do that in this game, so I think it's time for us to say, RSG, go back to your roots and go back to what you dropped for game number 1.
We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Angela they could just double down. I feel like Team SMG might go to the point where it's like, hey, Sasa, let's do this again, all right? You're going to carry us. We're just going to support you all over again. Come on.
I think in the end, we do still enjoy the setup tanks a little bit more, especially from Storm and Miko. Like, they're terminating these fights really easily for their team, and we want to see that duel here. So I think we'll be very excited to see what happens in game number 2.
All right, with that being said, we got a little special segment here. We're going to throw it over to them. Have a look.
Apa khabar MPL Malaysia? Jadi hari kita tengok orang sebenarnya dah kenal dah siapa saya, Poji. The one and only, lalang di hati semua peminat MPL MY. Tapi hari ini saya ada satu fans sejati SMG bernama Amar. Amar,
saya.
Apa perasaan hari ini bila tengok SMG lawan dengan SRG? Kalah balik rumah ni?
Saya rasa biasa kot sebab relasi macam biasa je hari ni kan.
Tak ada fight lah?
Macam tak ada fight. Macam tak rasa macam tu.
Jadi cheer banyak-banyak tu macam buat penat?
Buat penat je, aduh. Tak payahlah buat, tak payah.
Jadi korang ada tak macam nak cheer bagi semangat? Sebab sekarang sebenarnya untuk SMG, mereka perlukan semangat player ke-6 daripada korang, fan friends and family.
Okay. Ada. Okay. Okay korang, aku cakap versus SMG, vamos. Korang ulang korang semua ikut. 1, 2, 3. Versus SMG, vamos. Sekali lagi. Versus SMG ni, vamos. Okay, thank you.
Yang tadi tu sebenarnya rehearsal. Memang nampak tak prepare sebab kalau tunjuk prepare nanti orang terkejut. Tapi kita tak dengar lagi bunyi daripada RSG. Ada ke dekat sana? Cuba tengok dekat sana siapa yang ada. Hebat ke tidak? Kan?
Test 1 2. Okay, this. Hi again. Hi semua. I'm Sanjna Suri and here with me kita ada Nel, peminat sejati RSG. Nel, nak introduce yourself?
Okay, boleh. Nama saya Nel. Saya fan RSG lah.
Okay, dah berapa lama fan dengan RSG?
Season 7.
Sejak season 7. And who's your favorite player?
Loliel.
Oh, so you pun macam goal laner lah.
Betul.
No wonder. Okay, macam ni lah. Tadi cheer diorang ni macam lembab kan? Tak minum Nescafe lagi kot?
Diorang.
I rasa kita orang boleh cheer better, right? Alright, so when I say RSG, what do you say?
Salah. Dia macam ni.
Okay, you tolak Bot.
When I say GG, you guys say?
RSG!
Okay, let's go guys. GG!
RSG!
GG!
RSG!
GG!
RSG! That is the way we cheer! Boji nampak tak?
Jap, nak bagi pesan jap, boleh tak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Korang tak payah buang-buang tenaga lah sebab M3 korang masuk macam tak function kan. So season ni biar RSG lah tunjuk macam mana nak main world.
Ooh, pedas! I like it. Boji, macam mana pula?
Dia tak kisahlah siapa M3 ke, nak pergi M5 ke. Yang penting sekarang kita nak cari siapa wakil pergi M5. Kalau kalah tetap balik rumah. Yang penting semua sini sokong SMG, betul tak?
Krik.
Okey, apa hal sekalipun, kita player pun dah ready. Dan kita akan go back to caster. Silakan.
Thank you, Zaina, as well as Boji. Our fan interactions here. As you can see, we've got a full crowd behind us. It is very hot, I'm not gonna lie. With the lights and with the amount of bodies we have in the arena today, it is a spicy game. 1-1 currently if you're just tuning in. And the adjustments need to be made. Predictions for this upcoming game. Hey, look, the BM side, they look pretty cute. They got 4 people. They've also got a special guest on their side. So make sure to go check them out when you have the time. But yes, adjustments.
I just want to see the hard tanks. All right, that's all.
He just want the hard tanks.
Yeah, that's it. From that point on, then we will, crack our brains a little bit.
I swear, if they bring out double enchanter supports, I don't know what to tell you.
We have to say that like hard initiation supports have been 100% win rate so far this series. So,
wait, really?
Yeah, Kaja and then DeFranco.
Yeah, that's true.
Raf and Novaria have lost so far, so.
Tanks might just be the way, especially since everybody has been quite accustomed to it. Now, in the meantime, the playoffs is to determine who is our representative. And in conjunction with the M Series 5th anniversary, you can vote for heroes now for November 4th to be awarded as the 10 greatest players in M Series history. Obviously, we would like to have a Malaysian representative be part of that legend. We have 3 nominees being Moon, Sasa, and as well as Chiku.
Ooh, that's quite the award right there. Very auspicious there. And I'm sure all of us want to show our Malaysian players some support here. We got some pretty notable names up there, so make sure you guys throw in your votes once the time comes.
I'll vote for Singaporeans.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay.
You can go.
Oh, wow. That sounds like fun. Besides that, we've got a minute left to actually really think about this, because I think so far, in terms of like player mentalities, right? SMG, I know that they don't really make drastic adjustments. It's very slight adjustments that kind of correct themselves. They had a good grip on what the biggest problem they had against RSG in their first time that they matched up in the regular season, which was the early game. I think they've got that on lock now in both of those games. Those earlies, neutral objective takes, even the laning phase, very well done.
I think it's actually very interesting when you bring up the concept of like adaptations, right? Because these are things that we've seen from the coaches of these teams. Coach Pabz, ever since the previous season with Lunatics, has been known that whether a draft works or not, he'll only change a few things that are needed and not really vary the draft all that much. Whereas on the opposite side, RSG, very confident team, very willing to experiment and kind of change things up. While they started off the same, they instantly shifted, going for Novaria, Faramis, and that didn't quite work out. So the question is Coach Pabz's philosophy the more consistent one?
Oh, I mean, it's very on brand for Team SMG, don't get me wrong here, but I think the major problem right now is the fact that Coach Pabz is actually gatekeeping dive compositions away from RSG. Notice, the Fanny is missing, the Lancelot's missing, the Yuzong. That does not change.
I think that because of the fact that they're gonna have to work on, they're gonna have to fix onto these three bans, at least for SMG side, that's not gonna stray anywhere. So if we want to see any form of changes, it's all in the hands of RSG MY. As such, nothing's gonna change. We are still gonna be seeing the three or six same bands, except for the fact that RSG MY, this time, they have decided to pick up a Martyrs and a Kaga on their first two picks.
I do like this here. Demon Kite has been put onto the Baxia 2 games in a row. That's of course because they were predicting the Raft to come out. But because it didn't in game 2, he did end up as a little bit of a fish out of water. So give him something that's more aggressive, something that can rack up those kills, and we know how scary his Martyrs can be. So I'm liking this already.
Yeah, I think, you know, if RSG is going to change anything, it's definitely going to be in that jungle, because that Baxia was not able to get that sort of pressure, especially since their laners weren't able to kind of give that secondary reinforcement. Now that they finally meet, did you know that this is the first time that they've actually met in the playoffs? Before this, not even once have they met. I think Stafa mentioned this earlier before.
This is the first time these two teams have encountered one another in the playoffs. Yes, obviously they have a rivalry in the regular season, but the fact that these two teams have been here for like 5-6 seasons now and they've never run into each other in the playoffs shows just how different their performance up until now has been.
Interesting adjustment for the side of Team SMG. Instead of their traditional picks, they've taken the Baxia, and as well as the Kufra, they didn't even touch the Terizla this time around. They didn't even pick up like an early export.
I actually really like this. I mean, the fact that RSG MY knows that, you know what, we picked up Terizla too early, and he actually gave them the counter of picking up the Xbox. So now they're going for the last pick for the first half. This gives them the immediate ban on Xbox, and they don't have to think so much about, yeah, Terizla gonna lose the lane.
Okay, with that being said, right, go over to the priority of Team SMG. Are they going to stick to the same exact bans that they did in game number 2, or is there going to be slight adjustments again? Kadita is going to say bye-bye. They know that Izanami is pretty efficient on it, but what else?
They banned the Kadita. That does make this very interesting. It leads me to believe that they want Sasa to play a more artillery style of marksman. We do know things like the Melissa, like the Ixia. Pretty popular, the Beatrix as well, if they want to keep things more flexible.
They had to highlight it. I had to highlight it. Obviously, Demon Kite is going to have everybody on his side. Even his girlfriend, man. Family, friends, they're giving him their energy.
I just love that family style portrait for Demon Kite. It just looks so like it almost looks like he's photoshopped into it. It's like so unnatural.
I think it's okay. I think it's a good photo at the end of the day, right? We look deeper in. Hopefully, we don't see it being stitched in between the seams. But RSG MY, they're going to be banning out the Benedetta.
Okay, so things are looking pretty good for the side of RSG MY, at least when it comes down to the bans. So Team SMG, they got, I mean, when we are looking at more of their back at their bans, they still are wanting to look at backlines kind of thing. Kadita still fits in that role pretty nicely. I wouldn't be too surprised if they decide to ban the Fasa even.
Stars brought us here.
They do ban the Novaria, so getting rid of that long-range artillery, quite interesting choice here. I actually don't really know what the plan is. Like, it could still very well be artillery. Well, the thing is, Ixia has been led through this time, which could be pretty scary in the hands of Lolil, since they already have the penalty zone to play around, and the dive potential from SMG, while there, might not be enough to stifle it. So we'll see whether or not they consider that, or just go for like the safe Beatrix, who so far has been 100% win rate on Lolil. Looks like it is the latter.
Yeah, they go for the Beatrix, something a little bit more reliable, because if you go for the Ixia, the main problem is that you're playing around that ult. But with Beatrix, you get two of those, essentially. Two great ways to pick off people, and especially when you have a Kaja on your side, it can happen pretty consistently. And guess what? Kaja doesn't have her ult. Don't worry, Tarizla can set it up for you. Two ults, two different setups for you to work with. Beautifully done for the side of RSG MY. Team SMG, I hope they pick Khalid. I'm not even joking about this. I think that a Khalid pick might actually be very beneficial because at least it goes toe-to-toe against the Tarizla pretty well. The Wan feels like a no-brainer here, but no, they're going to double down on the Lapu.
Very reminiscent of game 1, huh?
I'm not a big fan of this here. They do have a lot of heroes that could become bait for the Divine Judgment, so that is fairly effective. But I do feel like this is again a situation where they're very dependent on reacting. Oh my god.
Sorry, buddy, but Benedetta's banned out. Nobody's dashing to your heart this time round. Big feels bad. But here we go. Farsa, a very similar draft to game number 1 coming out from the side of RSG MY with Team SMG, a slight adjustments of their own, but generally instead of the Brody as well as the Ruff, they got the Kufra as well as the Wan instead.
Interesting. You would understand picking the Farsa because it did pretty okay into Lapu previously, but when there's a Kufra as well on the opposite side, that's quite gutsy there from Izanami, but knowing him, not surprising at all. RSGMY going to be varying things up, going back to what worked from their game 1 draft. We'll see whether it's enough, because right now SMG is still looking as bulky as they were in game number 2.
I mean, SMG's lineup, they seem like they really love to jump over the back line. And honestly, they have quite a bit of mobility. So at least in that, in that realm, Team SMG, whenever they go for these initiations, things are gonna look good. But we still gonna have to respect Kaja onto Storm, and we've seen that perform extremely well in game 1.
Yeah, let's see how this early game is going to go, because RSG MY, it's very much about getting a good early game to actually go toe-to-toe against Team SMG as we go into the Land of Dawn.
Right now, the score is 1-1 between Team SMG and RSG MY. We went through all the trouble of bringing a best of 5 for this series, but teams make it a best of 3 regardless. So we will see what happens. But one thing to note is that RSG MY, their level 4 spike is terrifying.
It really is. It's going to be difficult to manage, and I think especially if majority of the targets, yes, you're not going to have the damage to one-shot somebody with the Divine Judgment. Sure, hands up in the air, you got me there, sir, but the Decimate is what's going to make the difference. And if Demon Kite is able to get that lead like we've seen him do so many times during the regular season, this game is as good as done.
Honestly, when I really want to know, what really gears up for these teams. And I think, my opinion, is the crowd.
The crowd?
Look here. I come from Singapore, right? We don't have these drums, those massive cheerings and all that kind of stuff. And I think that this is a very good motivational boost to the players themselves. Because if I'm going to be playing up there, I would love this kind of crowd.
That is true. It gets your heart beating pretty quickly, and that adrenaline definitely can play a role. But now we hear the sound of the bell, and we're going right back into the Land of Dawn, where we can have a look at things. Yep, as expected, Impure Rage on Demon Kite. This man wants to go for those kills. Otherwise, things are pretty ordinary in terms of emblems. So that is a lot of adaptive attack on RCMY.
Oh yeah, they want that early game, and they want that early game badly. With the mid lane getting pushed out by both supports, Fast 2 on the top side of the map. Purple starts for both junglers. The only difference is that Storm was able to figure out that Saksa wasn't starting on his orange, so a little bit of an information advantage coming in from RSG MY, because now the proxies immediately come for the EXP.
You can see that they're gonna definitely give some information over to Lolil, knowing that Saksa will be rotating towards that side, and to see if he can balance out the minion wave in his favor here. But things are gonna be pretty passive before we hit that level 4 point. Once RSG gets that Decimate, Feathered Airstrike, Penalty Zone, the Divine Judgment as well, that's where they really want to fight. That's gonna be around the first turtle timing.
very ultimate heavy team from the side of RSG MY. We are just waiting for that kind of opportunity to eventually pop. And perhaps it is going to be happening in the next 30 seconds as the turtle is about to be popped up soon.
Yeah, and Storm, he's not going to have his flicker in time. And with that being said, him needing to get to level 4, even if he does, he's going to have to close the distance naturally using the lightning bombs and maybe even just hiding in bushes rather than forcing plays.
He did just get the rapid boots and he has quantum charge, so at the very least enough mobility to cut on top of someone if necessary. But there's going to be some focus towards the EXP lane right now. Smooth and Rippo both want to hit that level 4 before they full dive onto this fight.
Oh, Pico dives himself right onto Storm once again. They're really trying to force Storm out away as much as possible and perhaps to really deny the level 4 onto Storm. So now he's almost there, or rather he's there now. Miko is not necessarily there just yet, so they don't have the Tyrant's Reach as much as I wanted to. Miko completely whiffs that. As such, he's gonna have to make a quick little escape over to the left side. Izanami pops from the RWM. Storm is gonna be the first person to be taken down. Didn't even manage to unleash his Divine Judgment.
A very nice play here from Team SMG, securing the first turtle of the game in a team fight which RJMY should have had advantage on. Now, when you go against a team that has such a strong ultimate power spike like this, there's two options. You either play passive, give up the first turtle, or you disrupt them before they hit that level 4, with Team SMG picking the latter path, focusing especially hard onto Storm, dropping him as low as possible so the Divine Judgment wouldn't even become a factor.
And with that being said, Demon Kai, compared to Saksa, it's going to be one level difference here. Saksa being able to get the turtle, making the difference, but Smooth as well. Ooh. He's got a 2-level lead currently on Rippo.
What happened there? To the point that Rippo actually lost the lane to that point.
Well, he did get a kill, and that is first blood as well, so that's a pretty big bonus right there. Of course, Rippo is level 5 since he didn't get that last EXP minion when we saw him, but it's still a notable difference here that'll help Smooth a lot as we enter the mid game.
Speaking of which, a lot of members down on the bottom side of the map. Lowly Yells has just been chilling in lane, right? He hasn't been too proactive overall. He doesn't mind just taking his time to farm, but also he's very wary of Miko's position. Like, that's what RSGMY is consistently communicating to him.
Now, looking at things right now, a big focus towards that gold lane. Storm going to be in the area because they are anticipating some kind of movement. And I'm pretty sure Demon Kite should spot out Saksa here as well. But right now, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams want to progress as things go on. Because RCMY definitely has a team comp that wants to go for these ganks and kills and has a lot of tools to do so. But they always have to worry about where Saksa is going to be on the map.
In the meantime, on top side, Smooth with his level lead is definitely taking full advantage of it, knowing that he can just spam his ultimate against Rippo and not have to worry too much. First items starting to roll in for the carries of both sides, Demon Kite as well as Sasa. But now, back to just being passive. We might see a bit of a tempo breaker here down on bot side. I mean, Miko, he is not leaving this lane. He wants to get this kill, or at least help Sasa get this kill on the bottom side.
I don't think that RGM even have the kind of information just yet. So they still need to gather some of these information. They know where Smooth, Stormy, and Saksa is, so at least 3% has appeared in the map, but Rippo is just nowhere to be seen just yet. And RGMY was still wanting to play very defensive just because of that one manipulative disappearance.
It's a good amount of respect overall. A good turtle reset to make sure that Miko will be able to make it back in time to join the fight.
Oh, Storm is just going to be going in with the Divine Judgment as well as Penalty Zone and the Sunset. They actually used 2 ultimates just for the Buffset to ensure that he don't manage to land the Retribution onto the turtle. Unfortunately, it is all for naught as he still managed to take the turtle for himself. Rippo completely with his back against the wall was hoping he would be the runaway, but that's not going to be the case. Smooth puts himself and steps his foot down, making sure the Storm as well as Izanami don't get any further onto Storm.
Very nice very nice macro call coming in from the side of Team SMG. They reset the Lord. They knew that Saksa was eventually going to hit level 8 in time, and when they did that, and then when they reset it, they also called Miko over, not giving any information to RSG whatsoever about not only his positioning or where he was prior to that.
And being able to force out the ultimates onto Saksa and him surviving both Penalty Zone and Divine Judgment is huge. I wonder if there was some miscommunication there because they actually stacked that pretty heavily, which rendered a lot of it ineffective. Oh, that's unfortunate. Nice timing.
Really
Oh,
nice
man.
timing indeed. And they also get a good chunk of the Lolios down on the bottom side. Wait, Smooth.
Smooth completely decimated with his neck completely cut. That is going to allow RSG to, gonna get a little bit from that fight because they didn't even get a single kill so far until now.
Yeah, that does feel bad. If Smooth was able to steal the orange buff, at the very least you can argue that he's traded his life to slow down Demon Kite, but he didn't even do that. In fact, he fed it as a kill to the Martis, who until now had been 2 levels below Saksa, but now catching up thanks to a little bit of an influx there from Smooth.
I think they're going to do it again. I think they've noticed that Smooth is playing a little disrespectful, and now it's difficult to catch out Wan to begin with, but at the very least, Lapu Lapu, if you walk up a little too far, you might even get that flicker, and I think even getting the battle spell is worthwhile.
What I like right now is that Team SMG is playing towards Sasa's strengths overall. He wants to be left alone and farm pretty safely, and Miko is escorting him as well. This 1-1 is farming very quickly. Demon Hunter Sword already.
RGM traversing up north, and we are going to have Miko just jumping right in as well as a flicker turns rage. It's going to be landing onto quite a number of amounts of people. Izanami is going to be the first one to be taken down, and Demon Kite is trying to look for an opening. Saksa is just going to be completely disrespecting him and just pushing him away, hoping that he will be able to pop the final weakness point. Saksa, or rather Sasa, his HP is not looking to be very well, but Stormy goes in and managed to get a clip down onto Lolios. The rest of the members from the side of Team SMG just going to be hopping in like buddies and perhaps even be killer buddies. In this case, RGMY, 3 men taken down. Quick little flicker for Izanami. He's hoping he'll get a kill on Stormy, but that flicker actually did not make any kind of play.
Outplay coming in from Stormy. Really nicely done.
Team SMG are just showing off at this point. They found their momentum after a clean 2 victory in game 2 there. Got a little messed up on my words, but regardless, you understand the meaning. A 4K net worth lead for Team SMG. AI winning prediction definitely leaning towards them, as right now we're seeing quite a swing. 4-0 on Stormy as well.
Stormy, he's really feeling himself, right? They are playing warm, and you can definitely tell that the confidence is going to be extremely key for them. Because again, playmakers from the side of Team SMG is what's going to set them apart, because RSG have continuously just been throwing things at them without getting too much punishment. Now they need to respect their boundaries.
Stormy has so much more money from kills and assists overall. 1,000 gold earned just from that, thanks to 100% kill participation so far in the game, and that's gotta feel pretty good. Izanami even forced to get a roam boot himself to make sure that he can keep up in terms of EXP and remain relevant. But the one that scares me the most is the fact that Sasa has been farming undisturbed this entire game. He's already got his 3rd item, Windtalker, completed. Lalil only has the 1.
I mean, difference in item purchase. Finally, we get to see the prolific roar coming out from Lolios that evens up the scale in terms of stats, but just efficient, cost-efficient items.
Ooh, now the Demon Kite finds himself knocked into the wall and was hoping that he'll be able to run away still. And he even tried to go for the decimate, but that's going to be completely stopped by the bouncing ball. Smooth goes over the back lines, and he managed to land a stun plus his bravest warrior that clips onto Lolios, bringing him down. As such, that is going to be a Lord that will be credited over to the side of Team SMG, as RGMY cannot stop this.
Whoa! What is happening right now to Team SMG? I'm remembering back to Season 11. This is like their performance back then when they went undefeated in the regular season. I feel like Smooth came into the game thinking like, give me Lapu, I'm gonna make up for my mistakes in game 1, and boy are we seeing it.
Yep, he is feeling himself. He's warm as well. RSG just have to fend them off. Oh no!
Stormy locks down onto Demon Kite. It's Demon Kite was just wanting to go in to scout for the brush, but didn't really quite expect that, huh?
Yeah, he really wasn't expecting the Divine Judgment of all things onto from Stormy straight away. He's been holding on to that for a while, and because of this, they've already gotten a huge advantage. 5 members ready to fight Miko, looking to zone them away to get free inhibitors.
He really thought that he'd be safe with the Ashura Aura, but that's literally one of those freeze frame moments. Dash into the bush. In that moment, he knew he effed up. Just not a good situation to be in. He was not expecting 3 members of Team SMG. Suppression still all-powerful. Stormy being able to catch out something huge here as the Lord collides.
Looks like the Conjure Pick is starting to slowly bite RSG MY in the rear, and that's gonna be really painful. With 11 minutes into the game and all of the outer turrets destroyed, RSG MY have got themselves back against the wall. What exactly should they be looking out here in order to get themselves back to this game?
Well, I think, you know, the most ideal situation would be Storm finding a Divine Retribution on Sasa. But so far, Sasa has only been participating in the fights in the latter half of it, right? The times that we do see him actually show up, he's usually paired up with Saksa and as well as Miko to kind of cover the area, sometimes even Stormy, but they play two separate roles. I think as of right now, RSG MY, what they're most concerned about is whether Izanami actually gets the scale in time, because that Feather Airstrike as of right now isn't doing enough.
Yeah, it does seem like the Farsa may have been a bit too greedy this game. He handled Lapu previously, but now that there's a Kufra, he has to be mindful of his position so often. And that's really messing up the damage potential coming in from RSG MY. Not to mention, when you have a hero like Martis and you go full damage, you expect him to have more kills to remain relevant. And Demonkai doesn't have that.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, right? Because whenever you drop this kind of composition for RSG MY, it's really more on the snowballing element. But speaking of which, we're going to be jumping into the game as Team SMG is just going to be taking a fight right onto RSG MY as Repo open up the brush right in their purple buff, only to find 4 unsuspecting person just hiding in there.
Honestly, that's not too bad. Ripple having to flicker out of there a little unfortunate, but they got some major ultimates from the side of Team SMG. I think if RCMY want to look for an opportunity to actually fight, now might be the time.
Yeah, especially since they still have the Divine Judgment and they know that Stormy will not have his ultimate available as well. Problem is, they're not going to have a lot of vision on where Team SMG were right now. They had to regroup themselves for a quick moment, and that means that the map is still empty for them.
Oh, did they check that brush? I saw Wan getting oddly close to the river bush there where Storm is hiding, but again, aggressive positioning for the side of RCMY, but Team SMG takes safe paths, good protocols.
Yeah, they as well don't see where RSG are on the map, so I'm liking this respect. This is a team that seems to be weirdly aggressive coming into the playoffs, but now we're getting to see that classic Team SMG we know we can rely on. Let's see what will happen. Rippo got very close there to the bush. But we'll see. They're going to be having their eyes onto Lolil and Izanami right now, because you know that once those are gone, it's easy.
Rippo doesn't even have a flicker to get himself out of there, but he's still committed into that fight, despite being caught first as the penalty zone clips onto 3 and allows RSGMY to take 2 down at the cost of Izanami. They may have lost one of their playmakers of the team, but they can definitely still steal something towards their side with Lolil still intact.
So worth it for the side of RSGMY. They find Sasa, they also get Saksa. So now that the major damage dealer on top of the enemy jungler being down, this is a free objective.
Definitely not what you expect, actually. As Smooth now tries to take a fight onto Lolil, was hoping that he will be able to single him out. But unfortunately, that is his immortality that will be popped. Miko comes in to save the day with a Tyrant's Revenge, but unfortunately not quite enough. The main thing that Team SMG is trying to go for is to reset the Lord and just reset everything, allowing their Smooth to come back in, perhaps.
I gotta be honest, that's kind of worth actually.
That's very worth, right?
Smooth dying, get the Lord reset, Saksa respawns, RSG forced to back off. This was their Lord to take, and just by trading one body, they now even it up again for that neutral objective control.
Yep, and now it's the rinse and repeat, except it's a 4v5 for the next 10 seconds, if not a little bit more than that, because Smooth has to still walk from base to get to the turtle pit.
As Miko takes a jump down onto Rippo once again, and Izanami pops in from behind with the RWM. Sasa brings Rippo down. There's only one body from RSGMY that has been floored. SMG, they still have got the control of this game as the bottom slow push commences in.
This Lord is so important for both teams. It's tough to see that RSG have to back away because they didn't manage just one lane, and one build-up of the waves has costed them a free turtle. Well, I mean, sorry, a free Lord. But Rippo, I mean, he's really got to be thinking about how he needs to use this penalty zone, right? Like Sasa, the only time they've won fights is when Sasa dies out early.
And they were able to catch him out once, but after that, you could see that he's actually minding his position a little bit better now. He's got that Wind of Nature already, going to be setting up... Oh, he's even got the Malefic Roar, so his build basically complete at this stage. So this is going to be pretty scary for RSGMY. Previously, they were able to catch him out because I think that Miko definitely engaged a little bit too early, and then they spotted him in the bush. But I don't think they're going to let that happen again. And with the Luminous Lord pushing in, only inhibitors standing for RSGMY. We'll see whether SMG can mount a clean push in.
Let's find out as they start walking in. It's going to be a staggered push. It's not simultaneous. They are just playing off of the top and bottom waves colliding at the same time. But it looks like with nobody taking care of the top side, RSG is able to stagger the waves even more.
Now, of course, all of the ultimates as well as battle spell is available except for Repo. Repo's the only one that have gotten a bad call for this. So now it allows Tommy to actually just immediately jump right in and take him out. And that is going to be sad because the Lord is still alive. 50% less than 50% now. And that is going to be RSG MY that lost the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. And potentially the inhibitor turret in the middle lane as well. But at least they managed to clear that fast enough.
Oh, this is such clean execution from Team SMG. I am getting PTSD flashbacks to Season 8 again when they basically just don't allow for any resistance when they have control over the map like this. Another inhibitor will fall pretty easily. Now the question is, will they overstay their welcome? That's what cost them the games previously. They're still pushing.
Oh, Miko tries to go for a flicker forward, but unfortunately did not manage to clip on the low nails, and he managed to dash out right in time. Demon Kite really wants to get the decimate onto Miko, but the movement speed is a little bit too fast.
They're going to just back away here. They've gotten everything that they need. I was hoping that Team SMG might be looking to close out this match here, but now they've given up that opportunity. The game, even though they have a 6.6k lead, 6.4k lead against RSG in terms of gold, doesn't change the fact that the main carry, Loliels, he's got damage now. Everybody else is slowly scaling up as well, and it's going to be a much more difficult time for Team SMG to initiate on them like they did before.
It all comes down to whether or not Loliel can find the positioning necessary in the bulk of these fights, because right now Team SMG are pretty content with taking them quite chaotically due to how bulky they are overall and how much damage the carries have. 606 on Stormy, nearly 100% kill participation, even 18 minutes into the game.
As patiently as they wait, 10 more seconds until Lord actually spawns Immortality purchase from Sasa to keep him alive for this upcoming next fight. Now, in terms of battle spells, we do see that everybody on the side of RSG MY, except for Demon Kite, who will get his retribution in about 1 second, will have their battle spells available. Gold distribution-wise, Izanami catching up extremely fast now.
Yeah, actually, I'm surprised at how close these numbers are overall when you see the difference in their score. A lot of that coming down to just kills and assists, and even that is not all that much. Still a 6k net worth lead though for Team SMG, but a single fight could swing that, so they still have to be very much wary, especially about Sasa's positioning.
See how this plays out. Tri-Brush once again. RSG, they like holding the bottom quadrant of the map. Playing from Tri-Brush, double-checking River Brush, and then slowly pushing into enemy territory.
Let's see Sasa playing very far in the back, making sure that Miko is with him. RSG right now still looking for a better angle to re-engage. The map is basically dark for them, as SMG has done a very good job of making sure that they don't show. So I get the feeling they would be able to scout something if they were to use the sentry in the base. As of right now, they're going to take it slow. They know that Saxa's the only one on the Lord, so they got to make sure that the waves are controlled so SMG doesn't get an easy backdoor victory.
One of the other things that they know of is the fact that Beatrix all the way up the northern side via a very slow push. I mean, they're looking at an automatic lane priority thanks to all of the inhibitor taken down anyway. So Team SMG took the opportunity to take up some of these brushes, allowing them to get a very good positioning against RSG MY, and they fully commits into this. Izanami just going to be all the way in the back line, popping out with the RWM, but unfortunately with the feathered airstrike, but none of these members from the side of SMG managed to pop him off just yet. Stormy though, he did manage to dash on forward, and they did manage to bring one person down. All in all, Demon Kite, Loli and Storm taken down already, and putting Rippo next onto the chopping block. Then now Izanami is gonna be all alone to defend against a 5-man stack of a Team SMG, and even some of these creeps. No way he can defend this all by himself.
Another clean win for Team SMG, looking even more one-sided than their previous performance. They seem to have figured RSG MY out, and the players are feeling themselves smooth, finding a beautiful stun onto the back line. Stormy dashing in regardless of any threat. SMG right now 1 game away from potentially sending the top seed home.
Just warming up here. Team SMG have one more win to achieve. RSG on the other hand, man, I don't know. It feels like people are getting under their skin. It's not like they're tilted or anything. It just looks like a lot of their habits have been sniffed out.
This is absolutely tough to absorb, right? I mean, RSG is the one that had managed to beat SMG in a 2-1 fashion, and this time the roles has been turned around and completely flipped around. So I don't know about this. Is RSG, slightly tilted at this because this isn't the performance that they are looking for?
I think in terms of their overall performance, the way that they're not mis-executing. I think the calls have been good. Unfortunately, a lot of their bad habits are starting to show. Specifically, Loliel's getting caught out in that particular fashion. With that being said, let's look backstage and look at our MVP of game number 3. Oh! That's how he gets maximum comfort. A lumbar pillow from Secret Lab and a yoga mat. MVP going over to Stormy.
He was just able to get such a clean score lying down. There's a reason this was the king of KDA during his debut season, and he has never let go of that title. 9-0 and 7, 94% kill participation. He actually even got the clock. I will note, he got that clock of destiny as a third item.
Just for fun, he was just I needed more damage. No, I think Stormy, he's a phenomenal player, right? But I think his decision-making in terms of what ultimates that he wanted to steal, like early game, decided to go for the Martis Decimate. Later in the stages of the game, hey, he could have gone for the penalty zone if he wanted to, but no, he stuck to looking for Divine Judgments because that was going to give his team the best opportunity in these fights, starting off the game, pretty much forcing 4v5s.
And they can also technically go for like 1-for-1 trades, but maybe we can find out a little bit more in their upcoming mic check.
Yep, let's throw it over to their mic check for the side of Team SMG.
Nice one. I'm tanky, guys. I got. Hey, skill. Nice. Teresa. 1v1. Nice one. I can block enemy here. I can block. Sa'yo tayo isa. Eh, kaya dyan. Pull out. Nice. Pull out. I blurred.
Nice, we win a lot.
Go.
Nice. Dead.
Protect.
Labo.
Melon no flick.
Lord, guys. Wait. Careful. They will go. Nice, stole the enemy. I'm in the bay, I can see me. Repo. Oh, bay. Lord. Nice discipline. Nice. Oh, pull wrong. Nice one, mid. Out, mid. Mid or top, grips top. Watch your skills, guys. Go, Emir. Nice. Oh, pull out. Nice one. Out. Go. Nice one. Front sa.
Masman low.
Nice. Pull Stormy.
Time careful.
Nice. See me. Relax.
Where you want to go, Dipo?
Reset. Respect my bro.
Let's go.
Whew, what a game that was! Hopefully, RSG have learned their lesson. Get rid of that 1-1. Even Sasa is just like, free games with 1-1. And for the first time in a very long time, Miko, it feels like he's not just overly excited about this. He's really telling his team, let's calm down for a second.
And I guess that's why we get to see the same old disciplined gameplay of the Season 8 SMG when they became champions in a way that no other team could compete, just because of how clean their gameplay was overall. It does seem like RSG MY has to respect them a little bit, and not only that, kind of overcome their habits a little bit. I get the feeling SMG is predicting what they're going to do.
Oh, okay, so as the Singaporean here, I need to know what their habits are.
For RSG?
For RSG or Team SMG?
I mean, if we're talking about both, we can talk about both.
Let's start with RSG. I think they have very similar approaches. In all of these games, you can see a lot of the patterns with the way that they actually play out the Lord dance, especially on the bottom side of the map. They do something. Yeah, Tribush in particular. They know that they're coming in from that direction, and that's why you see that Team SMG, when they spread out, they control both sides of the mid brushes just to get extra confirmation. If we see somebody moving on that top side, they're looking to flank. If they know that they are coming from Pixel Brush side, they know that they've already taken control of Tri. So at least they're going with the process of elimination. They know the direction that they're coming from, which sets it up a little bit easier when they're looking for people like Izanami, sometimes even Loliels.
Not to mention, if you look at it from a more general perspective as well, RSG is a very aggressive team, and that's because a lot of their players have pretty strong egos overall. It has worked out very well in the past because their micro mechanics are very strong and it catches other teams off guard. But when you're prepared for it, it also means that their players are very fixed to a certain style. They want to be in front, they want to be in your face, they want to be doing damage. You saw in Game 1 how Rippo oftentimes started fights before his team was able to catch up, and that does cost them. Against slower teams, it's perfectly fine because they usually catch up in time, but SMG seems to have figured something out.
But speaking of ego, I think I had this chat with LaFell before. You know, the team that the team that has their EXP lane that wins equals to winning the game, because it's always like a head-to-head butt-head between the EXP laners. It's like, I'm gonna win you and my whole team's gonna win, kind of thing, right?
Yep. I think in this particular case, it really shows in this game, right? People who are able to get these early proxies, get early information, and that translates very, very well. So let's have a look at the item builds first before we go any further and start talking about adaptation, because in this particular game, that's what we got to see. The EXP laners really start to shine. Smooth getting some really good picks in the mid game. Towards the later stages, didn't really have that big of an effect, but chunking out the squishier targets like Farsa and as well as Beatrix, that's when Izanami, not only was he struggling in that lane, he was struggling in overall fights.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Farsa may have been a bit too greedy in this game. It worked out well pre-4, but it's not always going to work, and that is the genius behind Team SMG's variations in their draft here. We definitely did not have enough faith in Smooth when we saw that Lapu Lapu again. We actually felt a little bit disappointed. We thought that it wouldn't perform as well as before, but boy did he show us some huge stuns, some great damage into the backline, and that's all even without the Hunter Strike.
He didn't even bother completing it. He was like, I need to get tanky now. I don't have time for this. Bloodlust stacks at best. But not only that, I think that even when we're looking at the overall item builds, nothing really changes here. I do think that Stormy going for the Glowing Wand was kind of interesting, but at that point, right, you just need the raw damage. You've already switched out for your Winter Truncheon. You might as well get an item now to get the free damage.
Not to mention that, we highlighted this earlier, that Clock of Destiny on Stormy was a third item. He got it after the Enchanted Talisman and Lightning Truncheon, so he was already feeling himself pretty heavily midway through that game, and who can blame him with the type of score that he was able to get. I also really like the choice of emblems, especially on Sasa, to go for that tenacity, because you could see that he felt very comfortable of jumping in to get those weakness points, even when he was inside the Bennett's Rage Circle, because he knew that he would survive as long as his ultimate came out.
And I think time and time again, Martis wanting to get into that back line. Oh, getting that last hit, that penalty zone coming in from Terizla. All of it dodged with the crossbow of Tang.
It's really unfortunate. It's really tough for the Martis to even do anything with the massive amount of mobility that Team SMG has for themselves. And even in the later stages of the game, Martis can only work on bruising and perhaps just a little bit of crowd control. Other than that, his Decimate is not going to put so much on the table anymore.
And now, this is an interaction I'm actually not that clear on, but I think I did see one time during the game when he went in for the Decimate and it got blocked by the bouncing ball. So I actually didn't know that worked, which really explains why they prioritized the Kufra so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. It's a weird interaction because you don't think of Decimate as quote-unquote a leap, but it kind of goes, it kind of works like a homing missile, right? You see people like, oh no, the Decimate, he's already activated it. They flicker away and the Decimate just follows them all the way through.
Especially when the Decimate is on Miko himself.
Yes.
And the ball blocks it. That just feels like a cheat.
Yeah. Invulnerability to death. But let's look at the post-game stats. Did Smooth really pump out the damage? And honestly, he did, in comparison to like Rippo as well as Demon Kite, out-damaging both of them.
Yeah, that damage from Smooth is pretty notable when you consider that it is more than Izanami, who typically is able to dish out quite a lot on that Farsa. And Loleo, once again, doing a pretty good job with having the highest damage overall besides Stormy, which we don't need to consider. We know that he was hard carrying this game in terms of damage. But There were a lot of points where I feel like RSG could have respected SMG's engage a little bit better. I don't know whether or not the draft was overly greedy or they fell into habits a bit too hard, but something really needs to change now.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both, right? I don't think that the moves coming out from RSG and MY is wrong. I think it's particularly difficult to execute when your main targets are so elusive. Wanwan has a natural build Purify inside of her. She's able to dash around the crossbow of Tang, especially when it's ready to proc, you can start baiting some big abilities.
I think speaking of that, right, it talks a lot more about the natural role of the EXP laders, since Smooth can actually go to the backline pretty easily as compared to Ripple going over the backline to really find any form of value.
Well, let's look at the highlights here and watch it all over again. Because again, whenever we see the engagements go through, Smooth is looking to dive as quickly as possible, but notice how quickly Demon Kite is actually getting chunked down. So that's the thing, target priority. Communication was so key for the side of Team SMG, where they're looking for the right targets. It doesn't necessarily have to be Loliels all the time.
And I honestly love that. Honestly, a lot of the advantage that SMG got was because of such good target priority right from the start of the game. Before level 4, they target Storm to make sure RSG doesn't get the big team fight they were looking for. Then during the Turtle fight, they target Demon Kite, ignoring everything else to make sure they get a good EXP start on Saksa. After that, whether it's Izanami or Lolil, whoever is more vulnerable just instantly gets focused down regardless of where they are in the fight. And that really messes up how RSG wants to position.
It really does here. It's Stormy was just playing such a hot game. They just punished every move coming in from RSG MY. And even when they do get the initial, like RSG MY, they knew all they got to do is just take out Sasa. He's the majority damage dealer. Stormy, he has to play off of his abilities, and if there is enough space created, Izanami should have no problem with these feather airstrikes. But time and time again, it gets cancelled. Time and time again, Lolios is forced to use his flicker very defensively, and Stormy chases them down, which is, again, kind of crazy to think that the Valentina can get away with this much.
I think the other thing is that Storm also always have to go for very reactionary Divine Judgment. It's not that he initiates the fight, go for the judgment, and just catch someone, everyone focus on him. In this instance, there's a lot of these catches that is more of defense, like I gotta save someone, someone. So I catch him, no one deals any damage to him, and then yeah, he's just gonna be let go freely afterwards.
Yeah.
And what's even worse is the fact that RSG has a lineup that's really not good at peeling. It's kind of all in with the penalty zone and the Divine Judgment. After that, if you're jumped on by SMG, there's no way to get out. You just have to scramble and hope you survive. So being forced in a defensive reactionary position right from the get-go is really debilitating.
It is. And more importantly, I think it's about, the question comes down to, do they have control over the tempo of the game? And yes, you can initiate, but I think more so that Team SMG have tempered RSG more often than not to kind of maintain that control, getting Divine Judgments early, like we said before, target prioritization during certain moments, key moments in the middle of the game, in the middle of taking neutral objectives or even building up to that. I think that for the side of RSG, they might need to kind of rethink that the way they approach the draft, more so approaching the game.
Well, hopefully they will be able to come up with that. As for now, we're going to have a look at the power distribution between the men of the hour. We talked about how important the EXP lane is. Here they are, Rippo and Smooth. Rippo having a larger hero pool and average KDA, and Smooth having higher DPM and damage taken.
So in terms of execution, it seems that Smooth is able to pump out and chunk out more people compared to Rippo, who naturally has a higher, bigger pool, has been playing with RSG, which is very momentum-based. That's why he has the higher average KDA.
If I'm not wrong, Rippo actually has been playing with RSG for the second season now, am I right?
This would be a second season with RSG.
With Lolil and all. But okay, so as an EXP laner myself, I absolutely just waiting for the point in time where Rippo rips off the Yuzhong or the Khalid. I'm just waiting for that right now, right?
Well,
SG, Khalid, come on. Diablo,
True.
Rippo, yeah, I gotta see that.
Same organization, you know, sister teams. I can see it coming, but so far, I think that, you know, RSG just feel a little too comfortable. Based on the way they've been playing these past 3 games, they just feel too comfortable. And I think finally now that Team SMG is on match point, on this elimination match best of 5, RSG need to really shake things up. And I think maybe Khalid might just be the answer to it, but they first need to figure out how to deal with this 1-1, and I think just ban it out.
Yeah, it's hopefully a wake-up call here because it's been proven that comfort isn't quite working anymore. Even in our last game, right? The 1-1 and the Beatrix, those are two heroes that have 100% win rate on their respective players. And now Lolil's 10-game win rate has been destroyed. Just like that. And now looking at the Lord Terminator overall, wow, I'm surprised Saksa's that far up.
Yeah, he's pretty far up. What I'm surprised by, the top 4 are from the top 4 teams that we have here at the playoffs. And then there's Max at 22, who's just like, hey, boys, I'm still here. Even though Team Secret got relegated, I'm still making an impact.
He's here in spirit.
He's here in spirit, truly.
Okay.
But so far, I think that, yeah, they need to be able to kind of control this momentum. They need to be able to kind of temper the tempo.
Now what's gonna... Oh, we get Turtle Mania as well.
I'm surprised that Chibi isn't sitting on top. Demon Kai's sitting equally with him.
Yeah, Demon Kai is the one above when it comes down to Turtle, but when it comes down to Lord, they kind of drop all the way down. So it does say something about how they want to play, right? But unfortunately, so far in the past few games, RSG has been, giving away all of these turtles to SMG time and time again. So it kind of feels as though they're actually off tangent to how they would usually play.
I suppose, maybe to a certain degree, because the first turtle definitely high contestation for it, and when in game number 3, maybe it's a little bit difficult to do so, but in game 1 and 2, that's definitely true. I think that why they have more turtles over the Lord is basically the fact that the team has been smashing the regular season. Like, first Lord, all right, it's done. It's not like we're waiting for the second, third, fourth, fifth Lord, like Team SMG, who's had some extremely long games.
Oh, yesterday's game, right? All the way under 30 minutes plus? Okay, gotcha.
It's a good thing you weren't here for the, how long was it, 40+ minute game?
We don't talk about that one. We don't talk about that one. Right now, it's elimination.
Squeeze that? Squeeze that because I totally don't know what you are talking about, so please. No, just kidding.
All good, all good. But for now, so far, it does seem like the philosophy of Coach Pabz to just switch things up slightly in the draft to adjust to what RSG throws at them has been working so far as compared to more drastic changes. So we'll find out what happens. We're going into the draft phase for game number 4, where it is do or die for RSG MY.
It's match point for Team SMG. Let's get right into it. As again, we're seeing a Valentina ban coming out for the side of RSG MY. It means one of these Enchanter supports, or Edith, is going to get let through.
Interesting. So RSG up until now has been consistently banning Matilda, Edith, and Angela. The fact that they switched up to Valentina now means that something goes through, and it is that Edith. They're trying to bait SMG into it. Will they snap up the bait and go for the Edith that has finally been let through for the first time?
Yeah, but Edith have got a 100% win rate in playoffs so far. So at least if we're talking about statistics, technically speaking, it's gonna be kind of good for SMG.
SMG fans looking at the stats and being like, free win confirmed.
We'll see. After all, Lolil, 11 games, 100% win rate on Beatrix, and he lost last game. So win rate not a factor right now as we see RSG MY lock in Dibaxia and the Lilia. Ooh, interesting.
So early on. What a, okay, an interesting dynamic, an interesting approach coming in from RSG MY. Instead of directly answering to the Edith, all that he's looking to do is to make sure that they have a good amount of peel. They know for a fact that Team SMG, and especially Miko, likes playing this Edith. So I want to see Team SMG, a good response here is to actually flex the pick. Flex the pick with your EXP laner and really make them question whether suppression is going to be put into play.
One thing I realize is that MPL MY doesn't really put a lot of emphasis onto the flex Frederick, huh?
We used to. We used to. I don't know what to tell you, man. We've moved on.
So you guys just forgot about Frederick.
No, it's not that we didn't forget Frederick. We just know that there are some pretty good picks out there that we would like to abuse. Baxia being one of them. And let's also not forget about the Martis, which is definitely more towards the Malaysian style than the Frederick overall. I think that Team SMG making some interesting choices here, right? Martis, they also get the 1-1 as early as possible. They're like, Sasa's been crushing it on 1-1. Let's do it again.
So what's going to be the choice here right now? I will note, Kaja is still open. And now there's no Valentina to steal the Divine Judgment away. So if Storm grabs it right now, it would be great response to the Martis and even the Edith to a certain extent.
Hot take, I think that having a oh crap, I forgot the guy's name. The Wrecking Ball.
The Wrecking Ball. Phobius
would actually look pretty good in this game.
Phobius doesn't exist anymore.
No, it did appear in MPL SG.
Really?
Yeah, that's because you guys are weird.
No, look, come on. We still have the EXP slot currently available for RSG MY. And right now we're looking at a Martis and a 1-1, both of which does trigger onto the Phobius quite a lot and quite a bit.
True.
And even for Edith.
I think that if this Phobius is going to get set up, it has to be the last pick for the side of RSG MY. That's guaranteed, right? I'm seeing the Trizla getting banned out. I like that for the side of RSG. I think that they should also get rid of the Xborg and really pinch down on the EXP, forcing Team SMG to pick up the Edith and then look for another support or lock in the Paquito early on. Because right now, this Ixia needs a set tank or somebody to lock somebody down to get the full barrage off cleanly.
Yeah, this is actually not an easy situation for Ixia, because 1-1's basically the easiest marksman to get out of that full barrage with, and it's not like Martis is gonna stay in one place for very long either, so it's kind of interesting that they would go for it so early on, especially banning out the Trizla themselves. So maybe they're still looking for something that'll provide some AoE. Hey, you never know, maybe we see Stone. Hey, we could bring out the Arlet again for Stone.
Actually, that's a pretty good shout there. I like that. Okay. Arlet Rome coming in from Stoem.
It's his signature.
He's played it twice in the regular season already. Wouldn't put it past him to play it a third time here in the playoffs. Really good Lilia cosplay here because, again, Lilia going to be brought out by the side of the RSG MY. Trizla, as well as the Benedetta being banned out, Team SMG smartly banned out that Kaja and also getting rid of the signature Minotaur as well.
This is looking very much like an Arlet game. Let's see it. And they're going to leave it for last if they do decide to go for that. So if SMG is feeling particularly tricky, they could even steal it away. But for now, we'll keep things open. In terms of picks, they're still going to be looking for that EXP laner, because right now, neither side has really confirmed on that.
Actually, Kufra doesn't seem that bad for the side of RSG MY. Kufra's not bad, Franco's not bad. Arlet, there's a couple of arguments that could be made. Oh, Grok, okay. So it looks to me that RSG MY are like, you know what? Here are your options of supports to roams to pick up. It could be actually thrown into the EXP lane, so I'm not going to put it past it. It could be flexed in for Rippo as well, but I'm just going to assume it's on Storm for now. Not a bad pick overall.
He does play one of the best Groks in MPL MY. He's already reset buffs in ways I didn't even know was possible. So if you want something to slow down Saksa, could be a pretty good way to do it, as now Team SMG will be looking to finish off their composition. Options like the Paquito still going to be wide open, not too bad overall. Novaria, if you want to keep the waves open and take advantage of Ixia standing still. What's it going to be?
The Lapu pick and Novaria.
Okay. Alright, I can respect it. I love the way that RSG MY has drafted here. They've really taken into consideration all the options. They knew that even if Franco gets picked as the support roam, RSG MY is just going to put the Grok in that roam position to match him. So really nicely done from the side of RSG MY. We see the Lapu once again. He's going to try and jump into that backline, hopefully stop that Ixia from getting off a clean full barrage, and they're going to have the Novaria to figure out her position.
Now, will they flex this? The Phobius, you still think it?
They can actually do it here, right now. It's not a bad matchup against Lapu, to be fair.
Not bad, yeah. Otherwise, like, still things like Esme are open too. Oh, really?
Okay. But why?
Baxia is pretty scary overall. Really high mobility around the map. Gets XP pretty fast. I think they might be looking for an invade, potentially.
Potentially. We'll see.
Lilia?
I mean, the problem with Lilia is that she's not the best at invading because her cooldowns for those Shadow Balls does take a little bit of time. It's like a very limited resource to work with. And without the Enchanted Talisman, you definitely feel like that you have to hit every single Shadow Ball. You cannot miss a single one.
It's gonna be tough if you don't go for that, and especially since we're talking about the update. I mean, back then, at least the Black Shoes allows you to kind of get all the stacks back, but not anymore. And because of that, generally I just don't like Lilia. But of course, Lilia is still a very strong mage, still rotates fast, and that is what I want to look out from RSG MY. Just go for fast games and pretty much take control of the early game.
All right, match point for the side of Team SMG with a composition designed to play early, look for that backline and play off of information. RSG MY fighting for tournament lives here in this elimination best of 5. The score currently 2-1. Will it end 2-2, or is RSG MY going home?
Will Team SMG be able to upset the regular season results and send home our top seed? Looking at things, we got 3 Impure Rages once again on the side of RSG, going very aggro. Miko getting poked out heavily already, but this does prove it's not going to be an invade.
Yep. Miko is not going to hit level 2 at all. He's far behind now, and I think at some point we have to keep in mind that he quickly purchased the roam boots just to make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind in terms of EXP.
Part 2 didn't really quite work out for Team SMG that early, as now we are looking at all the Shadow Balls just hitting on the Stormy. Look at that!
That's scary right there. Literally one auto attack would have killed Stormy there. He still forced a recall, but it's still better than giving a free first blood at this stage, as Demon Kite going to hit level 4 very quickly, and now Miko.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, exactly what I was expecting from Pabz, but forced a flicker coming from the side of Miko.
Yeah, they're really punishing Miko here every step of the way. And honestly, nicely done coming in from Izanami, right? He is not missing too many of those Shadow Balls. He's really maximizing the damage so far.
Especially comboed with Impure Rage, you can see that even a tankier hero like the Edith going to be bursted down so quickly. And this is definitely causing an effect right now, as I'm pretty sure Demon Kite is going to be ahead on EXP as compared to Saksa, and that is indeed the case. The rotations around the river definitely in control of RSG MY.
But SMG, they still are trying to work on something here. Miko's still at level 3, and of course, let's not forget about the fact that Grok can block waves, so he will be able to reach level 4 definitely a lot earlier than Smooth, provided that if the turtle fight is going to be extended for a tad bit longer. Storm as well as Izanami put themselves forward, allowing Demon Kite to kind of pull the turtle towards their side, and that is going to give them a pretty easy turtle take.
Yep, nothing they can do about this, Miko. He's got to get on out of there. If he gets caught out in the open... Oh, wait!
Oh, wait! They did manage to steal the orange buff away from right on the Saksa's nose. That's gonna hurt.
Oh, they have so much pressure! Smooth, unable to kind of keep up with the rotations from Ripple on the bottom side. With mid, so much control going to RSG. They are playing for their strong side. They're putting as much pressure as they can so that they forget about their gold lane on the top side, where you see Lolios actually winning out in EXP and winning out of the trades against Sasa.
What is this?
This is already a recipe for success.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they manipulated the draft to do this. They purposefully let the Edith through because they know Miko will want it, and then they draft a lineup that perfectly counters it by going for as much early damage as possible so that he can't hit level 4.
Oh, so that's pretty much the recipe for the early stages of the game, but they're still gonna have to look out for the potentials of what an Edith can bring in onto the table. I mean, I absolutely love this because at least for me, I haven't really quite seen RSG MY being able to take the early game with such great dominance, such control, and it's very telling how it's going to move onto the second, third turtle.
Yep, it's just going to be continuous punishment, right? And I think this just might look like game number 1, assuming that Team SMG actually finds a way to kind of like keep up with the level lead that Demon Kite is about to generate for himself. Because we know, once Demon Kite has created that 2-level lead, even 3-level lead, the game is basically done for your jungler.
Yeah, there's never been a truer fact overall. We do have a nice little 1-1 cosplayer on the stage right there. Hopefully they'll give the energy needed for Sasa right now, because Ixia does a deceptive amount of damage in the laning phase, and you can tell that he's really on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting, I'm not gonna lie. And especially once you have your passive, your third proc from your passive, you get health back, which is great. So it's like, oh no, I took a terrible trade, farm off of the wave. Hey, I've already got 25% of my health back.
Oh, we're back in it right there. Sound the bells as we return to the land of Dawn. As you can see, a 1k net worth lead already, 3 minutes in. And Miko still not hitting level 4 even after the first turtle. So he's getting messed up real bad.
He's getting hurt real badly. But now the real question, Loliel's, he wants to maintain his lead in the lane. And Sasa, it's difficult for him to trade effectively against him.
It's tricky. But at the very least, he is keeping up right now. EXP a little bit behind because of the turtles, but it's still okay. But Demon Kite, the level 7 on this Baxia, and the extra movement speed from Stone as well, that's just so much.
As a full barrage is going to be unleashed by Loliel. He's clearing out the waves just so quickly. Demon Kite Izanami joins into the fray with a quick little proxy, hoping that they will be able to encase Miko right underneath the first tier turret. But they still manage to get a punish down on the Demon Kite. This one, Team SMG, they're just outplaying RSG just for that fight. And they're trying to find for more opportunities. Smooth could have ended Izanami there, but a little bit of a... I don't know, joystick problem on that?
He did
No. He wanted to predict with the black shoes coming in from Izanami. But even if he did, he needed to force out the black shoes anyways. Going to try and hit the black shoes, he's already going to have more than enough health to actually power through it. So, again, a bit too early to try and predict something like that from Smooth.
No, I think that's basically the best play he could have gone for there. Because if he went for where Izanami was standing, he knows that black shoes is going to come out. And he's not going to get the kill anyway. So why not try to go for the prediction? It just didn't quite work out in that sense, but it's the best thing he could have done.
Round 2, here we go.
As we do have Storm gonna be caught from behind. Smooth gets himself the first kill, but on the turtle side, Demon Kite gets himself one. Izanami popped the black shoes and hoping that he'll be able to get himself away from all of that. One person down on both sides, but RSG MY takes a turtle.
Nicely done. RSG MY are just prioritizing punishing Saksa. Stormy does not have consistent DPS. Sasa is not going to be part of that fight. If Miko uses that primal wrap, they can still walk away from it, and Smooth's damage is mainly burst. So once he's used that ultimate in the back line, it's fine. Izanami, hopefully he doesn't get hit again.
Man, if Miko landed his Earth Shatter, Izanami would have died to the Star Shatter there. That actually feels bad because the Black Shoes was not available. So keeping him alive here will allow him to maintain that mid lane priority. And as long as RSG MY remains in control of the map, it's very hard for Team SMG to do too much.
You're gonna keep in mind that both the Purify as well as the Flicker from the side of RSG MY are all unavailable. So if RSG MY were to start a fight here, they may actually find themselves in a very difficult spot if anything goes wrong. As such, Miko goes on forward and onwards and is trying to get himself right out of the firelight. He did manage to get himself a pretty decent damage in onto RSG MY, but RSG MY immediately got himself backwards.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Team SMG just peeling back. Oh, he's on it!
There we go. Oh, Shadow lands. And that is going to be a simple kill in for Miko. No more of that push Miko away kind of game anymore. Miko's back.
Miko's back, and I think, you know, they're doing a really good job here. It's a little awkward for Stoner specifically because he's not a set tank anymore, and he's playing on this Rafa, so he needs to make sure that he finds the right opportunities to catch multiple people in the Holy Baptism, if not just use it defensively.
Not to mention that you're kind of dedicating him heavily to making sure that Demon Kite rotates around the map very fast, which means that he's not actually around babysitting the gold or EXP lane to try and get lane priority on the sides of the map, which if Demon Kite ends up getting shut down at any point, that could bite them in the butt.
See Halberd purchase coming in from Rippo. He's like, nope, not going to take the Dominance Ice. I know Smooth is going to build into the Bloodlust stacks, and I need some kind of anti-heal. This is going to just have to do.
So Astral Echo just going to be popping right on top of RSG MY. They do have idea, and of course they do have a vision, but they can't find any ways to actually break through the cracks of what RSG MY have showed themselves. Demon Kite immediately makes his way all the way up top. The Earth Shatter unfortunately did not connect. The Shadow Ball didn't connect as well, but that has more or less been enough for Miko to get himself backwards, allowing Saksa to just come in and cut in between of RSG MY, making sure that they run back, only for them to buy enough time for Smooth to come into the action, forcing the Black Shoes to pop from the side of Izanami, forcing the Purify as well. Saksa in return gets himself the kill. Loliel popped a full barrage just to try to go for a little bit more disengage.
This full barrage setup, it's difficult to set up, especially with staggered ultimates in it as well as people not being in the right position for it, right? They want to be able to lock down people like Sasa. They want to be able to punish Saksa as well, but as long as he holds on to the mortar coils, you just can't let it rip.
Yeah, they gotta be very respectful overall. Looking at the itemization, the goal lane actually keeping very even. Rippo forced the flicker very early on. This is full damage, by the way. That is, he did get the Blade of Heptases and see Halberd, so he's gonna be pretty squishy.
Good damage so far. as now they're finally able to unlock Lolios from the top side of the map. Team SMG down by bottom side. Smooth should be able to find a turret of his own, but in the meantime, they're continuing to press the advantage here.
So at least the Lapu Lapu has finally been unlocked, and I think that Team SMG can definitely find more advantages in their upcoming team fight, knowing that the Lapu can be in there for any reason whatsoever.
Yep, right now, they're just gonna remain a little bit passive. I gotta say, Team SMG has been doing an amazing job so far of basically managing their cooldowns against RSG MY. It would be very easy to fold and fall to the early aggression coming out of this team. But the fact that they're keeping themselves at only a 1k net worth difference means that they're actually still perfectly fine to scale to late.
Let's see whether they're able to find this, because Sasa's in a lot of trouble here.
My eyes is still on him, waiting for the point in time when he soared through into the skies. But RSGMY didn't really quite manage to just catch him. I guess that is going to be one of the problems for RSGMY's composition, is that they don't have a very good way to really keep 1-1 rooted to the ground. They can force him to use his skill 2 once, but other than that, what else can happen?
Holy Baptism did end up missing on Miko there, so that's a pretty notable ultimate. Not going to be available again for this next Lord fight. The one thing they do have is that Sasa is not going to be joining this here. He's actually still farming up top lane, trying to get the tier 1.
Yeah, I think they need to start forcing something right now, because Sasa, he's going to get a pretty decent push. He's got the wave working with him. So if RSGMY drag this out any longer, Sasa is just going to keep accumulating more and more gold.
So it's all about timing now, and they're gonna have to bring this lock down as much as possible. Smooth takes himself right in the middle lane. Lolios pops out with a full barrage. Sasa comes in right in the nick of time in order to get himself a kill down on the Izanami. Storm taken down by Miko. More and more players on the side of RSGMY is just lining up for the chopping block. But now Team SMG understood that they gonna have to go straight in for the Lord. As the rest of the members from Team SMG, they tidies themselves up onto the Z-Brush and pushes the rest of RSGMY away.
Ooh, they're still going.
He's not letting this game end just yet. Or rather, he wants the game to end as he went straight in to bring Lolio down. That's a cycle that we want to see.
Nicely played. I mean, Smooth is doing big work here for the side of Team SMG. Like, everybody else doesn't want to force it anymore. Even for Miko, he's waiting for people to be out of position before he looks for that punish. Smooth, on the other hand, he is just gunning for this backline.
Ooh, this is scary for RSGMY. This is a comp that they should be pretty notably ahead in right now at the mid-game stage. But SMG has been doing such a good job of disrupting the way they want to play. Again, kind of buying into the fact that they figured out the habits of their opponents, and they're really letting it go hard.
So they push on forward. They're trying to protect the mid-tier 1, but the side lanes are slowly starting to collapse in. And Team SMG, let's look at the distribution, because again, Smooth forced to use the Bravest Fighter on the top side. 4 members of RSG are there. Now they look for mid.
Looking at the itemization, look like Rippo gonna be forced to build some defensive itemization at this point. Some defenses here, Radiant Armor onto Saksa to make sure that he can stay alive overall. The gold laner is still keeping up the track, but Sasa is definitely getting a lot more space now that the map has been unlocked. A level up on Lolil.
And Izanami clearing out the waves at the top side as soon as possible. They did manage to save one of the turrets at the top side. And in fact, the Lord has only managed to give Team SMG 2 turrets in total. But for now, we're just going to be moving all straight to RSGMY, managing to capitalize on Smooth's positioning, bringing him down.
Not much of a lead here for the side of Team SMG. Like, even though that the kill score is in their favor and a majority of the map, but if we really look at it, it's 4 to 3 turrets, it's one Lord to 3 turtles for the side of RSG. Even so, RSG actually not in a bad position. They skill very well into this game. It's just they haven't been able to find that one singular fight.
Oh, you never know when it may be. This Astral Echo, though, definitely making life very difficult for them, because they do want to play off of information, and if they're not able to ambush Team SMG, it does make their job pretty difficult.
I believe that when it comes down to information, the best way that they can even get much of that is really through Demon Card, isn't it not? And then rely on Repo onto initiations. I would believe that that's probably going to be the case. as now RGMY, they are, kind of weaving in and out, and they're not really too committal until now. Lolius from the back, immediate with the full barrage, flickers on forward, managing to clip onto Sasa, brings him down, and the next one, Saksa, and it's a double kill just going to be credited over to RGMY. This is a point in time where they would want to find themselves and mount a comeback against our Team SMG.
They're pushing the momentum. They're going quick. They're going to take as many turrets as they possibly can. They haven't been able to catch Sasa up until this point. And now, with 2 turrets down and knowing that the Lord's about to spawn in 13 seconds, they're going to start doing some housekeeping.
Yeah, that was a pretty massive mistake from Team SMG there. I do like that they were using resources onto Stone, but once the Purify came out, I think it was time to back off because that gives so much time to RSG MY to come and provide backup and find the angle necessary to really dismantle Team SMG, because the Leo has reached the point in time now where you cannot afford to stand in that full barrage for very long.
With the Lord now taken down in the hands of Demon Kite. Smooth was hoping that he will be able to jump over the backlines and try to disrupt the peace that RSG MY has got for themselves. Smooth immediately flickers himself backwards. Miko pops to the Earth Shatter, allowing them to disengage.
Yeah, they have to stay far back now. RSG now having a clean lead over them. This is going to be very, very scary. Item power spikes are coming in very soon for RSG MY. And with this Luminous Lord, they're guaranteed at least 1 inhibitor here, especially when they have full barrage online.
Yeah, this lineup from RSG MY is all about zone control. If you're stuck in the full barrage with the Lilia bombs coming at you, as well as the healing from Storm, they will win every single time. And they're going to look to set that up with the Lord.
There's the Lord raises his trident and crashes down onto the inhibitor turret in the middle lane. The bottom lane has got a slow push ongoing as well. The Lord is still pretty much A-okay, but they will let him set foot into the opponent's base first. And RGMY is still keeping things in check. The Black Shoes is activated by Izanami, allowing him to just get everything back again. But the top lane and the bottom lane is still impending a push.
Yep. So much respect from RSGMY right now. I like this. This is not the typical aggressive behavior we're used to seeing from them.
Ooh, Lolios with the full barrage clips on down onto Saksa and Smooth. But Smooth is going to be the one to be taken down for now. Inhibitor turret in the bottom lane taken down, and RGMY focuses their lead on over to the top side as well. Saksa couldn't even open up the base enough for them. They want to create a little bit more zoning positioning for Sasa, but how is he supposed to get a crossbow of Tang out? How is he even supposed to pop every single one of these weakness points? He gotta have to go forward. As such, punished by the hands of Repo himself. The rest of Team SMG wants to put themselves even further in order to defend against this. Miko uses his immortality, and unfortunately he was risking his life in order to bring Demon Kite down. Stormy and Saksa, they're still in here. They can still try to do this without anyone else. Smooth pops right in, Bravest Warriors, but it is not going to do anything as he immediately gets popped right out. Saksa using his life to try to defend, but that is not going to work as RGMY defeats SMG for now as they go into a 4-game series. No, sorry, 5-game series.
Woo! Match point for both RSG and SMG. We bring it back to a best of 1. One team is going to be going home real soon here, but well done from RSG, withstanding the overall pressure from Team SMG.
What a series we have been treated to for the playoffs here in Season 12. Neither team willing to just go home like that, putting it all on the line, showing their full force to bear. I am so excited right now. Game 5. It's just all on the line now. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Again, great adaptations from both sides. They had a really good idea of what they wanted and they continue to adapt. This is why best of 5s are particularly brutal, especially when you have a signature style to play and people have been analyzing it throughout the regular season and even the playoffs.
But this is so brutal. These games are literally, finals worthy, grand finals or semi-finals worthy, but this is just, semi-finals of the lower brackets? This is very difficult even for me to swallow, that one of these teams gotta go home.
Yep, we're already in that top 4 stage, you know what I'm saying?
The competition this season has been so insane. But this has already blown all my expectations out of the water here. I think it's time for us to see who the MVP of Game 4 is.
Oh, who could that be? Let's jump over backstage and have a look with Team RSG. It goes over to Loliel's once more. Stare into the camera. Don't you blink. We know for a fact that he doesn't blink when he's playing the game.
Into the abyss.
When you gaze into the abyss looks back.
Are we having a staring contest here?
So SMG is the abyss, huh? You gaze into the abyss gazes back.
Yep. One of these guys is eventually going to blink, and this could go on forever. But let's have a look at our MVP screen because Loliel's played it well. He played the lane well. He timed his full barrage even better.
That Ixia, man, coming out of nowhere really catches you off guard. And while his KDA hasn't been as clean as we've seen from Sasa, the job that he was needed to fulfill has been executed perfectly. Full damage, once he gets that turret, that fourth item, the full barrage just becomes so painful that literally no member of SMG can afford to stand in it. And because of the way that they want to fight into this, their team comp this time, not a lot of peel overall, means that they are going to be eating a lot of hits to the face.
I do think that this item build is kind of interesting though. Most people go for the Corrosive Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, and then they start thinking about other things. But in the meantime, we're going to throw it first over to the voice comms, see what the mic check for RSG is going to sound like.
And box up. Nice. Nice one.
Yeah, I'm dead.
I got.
It's okay.
Martis.
Target. Careful. I did pre-hit. No flicker.
Nice one. I know mana.
Can kill.
Yeah.
Oh, target smooth.
See behind. Behind.
He died.
Nice one. Stop. Make it stop.
LTI ultimate.
I'm on the way.
Edit.
Edit. One. See me. Dead.
Nice one. Can we follow bot guys?
Yeah.
LT.
They dying.
Go.
One low. Dying. Saksa.
Nice.
Imo. I still have nature.
We can.
Edit.
Heal.
I'm still alive.
Okay, tahu.
Ube.
Tahu.
As the series continues to progress and from the voice comms, you can definitely see that in terms of like the momentum, they're not pushing it super hard. They're a lot more tempered, a lot more controlled, and then once the job is done, that's when you let loose.
The realization has finally sunk in. This is not your typical pub stomp game anymore. We are in the top 4 of MPL MY, and perhaps the most competitive top 4 we have seen for a long time. And I love that. And we're seeing the adaptations. Now, all eyes on deck right here. Who's it gonna be? Best of 1.
It always have to come down to this, huh?
It does. Where are you leaning more towards? Team SMG or RSG, based on everything you've seen so far, or maybe towards, Singaporean biases?
Yeah, okay. So based on everything that I've seen so far, I think that I'm gonna have to lean over to RSG, solely because of the fact that they have been playing so well, and of course we have RSG and SG as well.
I mean, you also have SMG and SG as well.
I see.
All right, we see how it's like. What about you, Stafa? What are you thinking for both RSG and SMG? I know it's a little bit tough to actually decide on this, but based on what we've seen so far, we have a little bit of a taste of the different variations.
I mean, historically, I've had a bit of a bias towards Team SMG recently because I do feel like their gameplay is very fun, especially when you have players like Smooth and Stormy. But even here, it's so difficult to tell. I like the way that they vary their drafts, yet this time it felt like they fell into a trap, very obviously set. I'm still gonna root for them just because I feel like RSG goes forward, they run into Homebois again, then, something's gonna happen, but hey, you never know.
That's true. I think I am leaning a little bit more towards RSG overall. I think their style is definitely becoming a lot more clean, and I think it's one of those things where they've realized that this could be it, right? This could be the moment that we actually fall and drop out early on, especially since they're looking to make it to at least the grand finals here. I think that this is where RSG is going to have that edge. Team SMG, on the other hand, it's really coming down to that battle of EXP. XP laners, right? Like Rippo, on this Grok, we didn't see as much impact as we wanted to see. They didn't get that momentum, that sweeping momentum that we're used to know RSG for.
I was really expecting a lot more of that playmaking coming in from Rippo, whereby whenever he just sees the opportunity, boom, just go straight in with a wall charge. But I don't think that we've managed to capture any one of those happening. I think that he deals a lot of damage, but it's more of a, it feels like more of a reactionary wall charge at times, or escape mechanism.
No, I definitely agree with you there. It was used more as of a peel tool rather than like, hey, yo Ixia, check this out. Something like that.
Yeah, we did see him use it to follow up after initiation, so I feel like the wild charge this game was actually used more as an extra stun rather than the way to start the fight. Obviously, part of that is because they wanted to keep their draft flexible and confused up until the very end, but I think it worked out in a very interesting way because until now we've been highlighting how important it is to win that EXP lane, and on paper, Grok will not win that lane against Lapu Lapu, but they actually created a lineup in a way that they actually don't need the EXP lane to win. They put all eggs into the jungle basket by hyper farming on the Baxia with the Rafaela, disrupting the roam, and fully controlling the river.
I think it was a good plan because, again, a lot of the times that when we see Team SMG, they play for Sasa, and the two big perpetrators are going to be the jungle and as well as the support. If you can punish both of them while maintaining control over that mid lane, I think you've got a winning recipe.
I think that the other thing that really got burned in my mind is the very fact that Rafaela as well as the Lilia has been putting so much control in the middle lane, effectively just burning out what SMG was trying to do for their fast 2. And I think that from that point on, they have such a great control in the middle lane and anywhere within the rivers that really just gave the Baxia even more of a control in the opponent's jungle to play according to what a Baxia is supposed to do and what he's good at.
Well, I mean, let's look at the post-game stats here, right? Let's start off with the item builds because I think, you know, especially in the earlier stages of the game, Demon Kai in particular, what I liked him doing was going for it like, hey, I do have the immortality, but I actually got the Winter Treasure first, just to make sure I don't give Saksa any chance of going for those resets, or at the very least, cutting off Wanwan's supply of chaining her crossbow of tanks.
Yeah, they were definitely playing to try and slow down the peel against Team SMG and make sure that they wouldn't get the snowball kills that they were looking for, because that really spiraled the game out of RSG's hands previously, and it did seem to work out very well. The early game from Team SMG, while they were able to find some good counter engages at times, just did not look as coordinated as they wanted it to be.
Yeah, and not to mention that Sasa, as much as he wanted to get out of that full barrage, it's not as easy, especially when you're on the latter half of it. You have the attack speed, and yes, you can attack the air to get those free dashes, but as soon as you get hit by one form of CC, and in this case, even getting touched by the Star Helix, you're in a lot of trouble. You will lose at least 60% of your HP.
And all of that while Izanami is just slowing you down repeatedly. Now, I don't know, Smooth really had Izanami's number this game, just hunting down the Lilia every single time. He's the reason for those 3 deaths, and yet it still wasn't enough because Lilia, all he really needs to do is wait, get some items, get that Ice Cream Swan, then slow people down for the real DPSs in the backline. While with Smooth, you saw in that late game, he respawns, he jumps back in, full barrage, dead again.
Yep, just peeling. Let's look at the post-game, let's look at a focus on RSG and Y's build, because I do think that it is rather interesting that in this particular case, Rippo decided, you know what, I don't need the extra movement speed coming in from Hunter Strike. I am going to go for Blade of Heptases. I'm going to make it particularly difficult for Lapu to actually play the lane because he does take Master Assassin as well.
I mean, technically speaking, when it comes down to a 1v1 between Grok and Lapu still need his core items. He still absolutely need that Bloodlust Axe. So at least in that few 3 minutes of the game, they have Grok definitely still have control of the entire fight. So at least when it comes down to the Blade of the Heptases, I think that is quite a simple choice for him to make, and just be like, you know, if it's going to go for sustain, I'm going for burst. And we're just going to tally each other out, or I deal so much damage to the 1-1 and do something about it.
All right, let's throw it over and look at specifically Team SMG side. Anything out of the ordinary here? Because when we're looking at Sasa, you can definitely tell that going for those steel leggings here did slow him down, having incomplete items, including missing out on his Malefic Roar, which I think probably would have changed the game for him.
Yeah, it might have been a bit greedy to go for the Malefic Roar as late as he decided to go for. I think he thought the game would last a bit longer, even if they were on the losing end, but then the momentum from RSG MY became a bit too too strong once Lolil was able to get his 4th item first. So Team SMG may not have as much experience dealing with an Ixia, especially in a comp where you have to put so much attention onto Demon Kite in the first place. So their minds were definitely torn in different directions, and it just wasn't quite enough. Even though they did end up building 3 Radiant Armors against Izanami, the threat came from a different angle.
Let's look at the post-game stats, because that different angle coming in from Lolil. He was dealing so much damage in that game, but out-damaging him is going to be Izanami. He's been peeling very, very nicely, and despite Stormy actually pumping out majority of the damage for the side of Team SMG and having an overall higher damage dealt, they just couldn't close it out. And that's the thing about the Novaria. She's good at chunking people out, good for finding information, not very good at closing out kills.
That's actually insane just how much damage the Stormy has dealt so far. It's pretty fair to say that he's got a great amount of accuracy onto the Star Shatters, even though we are looking at Izanami constantly being in battles and constantly just popping off every single one of the Shadow Balls. I think that if only they managed to kind of bring a chemistry between Saksa as well as Stormy, I think that would have been great, because Stormy bruises the opponents for you, and then Saksa just ends it off for them. That would be great, but I don't think that is going to particularly work in the early game, because they didn't manage to find those decimate points.
Yeah, it's very difficult to try and execute on that, because in the first place, even if Stormy does a lot of damage, just look at the total heals in comparison between the two teams. 60,000 extra health healed up by just Storm as well as Lolil with the Demon Hunter sword. So even if Stormy is able to drop them low, the problem with Novaria is that it's very burst based, and a lot of damage happens outside of team fights, which Storm can just top off before they go back in.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see one of the highlights where we see Storm like, oh no, somebody lost 60% of their health, heals them back up to full like it was nothing. And then it just rinses and repeats time and time again, which is something that they might want to consider, right? I'm surprised that RSG MY in the first place decided, you know what, we're going to go for Rafaela. We see Stormy, he's going to be playing on that Novaria. We actually have some form of counterplay.
It's pretty annoying, right? I mean, we're looking at the initial heal coming in from Rafaela, plus the Hodo, plus the boot. I think that is like 3 or 4 counts of healing, and I think that, yeah, that pretty much covers every single one of the damage that Stormy has put out.
Not to mention the Flask of the Oasis, by nature, really counteracts heroes like Martis. You think, they're gonna be low enough to decimate soon. All of a sudden, all the shield comes out. Especially on heroes like Demon Kite, that just makes it so much harder to take him down. So it did end up being a little bit greedy of SMG. They felt comfortable with a more aggressive lineup, but because they weren't able to survive long enough for Stormy to dish out the damage, well, it just ended up in RSG's favor.
Well, let's look at the highlights here, right? To kind of begin the way that they're taking over these fights, because again, we were expecting neutral objectives to be very highly contested, and don't get me wrong, it was, but we weren't expecting things like Lolil's being able to win out in this lane this heavily against Sasa, and the fact that Smooth has been catching Izanami, forcing him to use his black shoes and putting him in awkward spots.
You can see how early game the full barrage is very easy to avoid. So I think Team SMG kind of got into a trend here, a rhythm of thinking we don't have to worry about Lolil. Let's focus on the rest of the team first, and then we can leave it to Smooth or Stormy later on. And that worked up until a certain point. They were doing a good job of responding to RSG's aggression. But once the team fights began, there's so much utility on the side of RSG. The full barrage, the wild charge, all the constant healing, and then the damage just became too much and too quick for SMG to delay the game any longer.
I think that if they were able to kind of, I don't know. It's tough, because the way that I would imagine it is just trying to attrition it against RSG. But with someone on this Rafaela, that's basically a non-option as well. So I think the only other time is to potentially just look for a traditional flank.
It's tricky, but it's possible, right? But I think what we're seeing from this series is that the draft is really important. It's been very important this whole meta, but when you have two teams that are so evenly matched and want to play fairly similar styles around that early game timing, the heroes they have access to really change how they're able to interact.
Yeah, the dynamics of the game overall, honestly. What about you, Abshai? What are your thoughts about this?
Honestly, when it comes down to both RSG and SMG, all I can see is that, yes, the draft definitely ultimately dictates how a game eventually is played. We are still looking at quite a lot of that mid lane control, and of course a lot more of river dominance plus the turtle. So none of these teams so far has shown any points in time whereby they want to play over to the late stages of the game. No, we do not need a turtle. We're just gonna use our macro and farm out everything. Every single one, both of these teams, they just want turtle. They want objectives. They want to take part in all of these fights. They don't want to go to late game as compared to what I thought SMG would want to do. Because as compared to yesterday's games, it seems like, yeah, they're just playing late game. They can't end the game. They are playing all the way until fourth Lord. I thought that was going to be their MO. I thought that's going to be the game plan, but doesn't seem like it at all.
I think it's overall the adjustments as well. You know, picking up on habits, and more so the smooth is saving some of these situations, forcing Izanami into awkward spots. Definitely kind of like extended, to a certain degree, extended the timing of the overall game. But coming to the final one, final adjustments need to be made. And so far, it's just been going back and forth, constantly between the both of these two teams. Quick predictions on who's going to take the series.
Oh, that's so difficult.
If they continue to ban out of Valentina.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, man, that makes a lot of sense. But I'm biased anyway, so SMG.
All right, with that being said, we're going to throw it over to our side reporters, Poji and Sanja. Please, what are you guys up to?
Hello again, MPL MY. My name is Sanjna, and with me we have Poji.
Hello Dewan Sri Putra. Jadi hari ni kita ada dua cosplayer special untuk kita berkenalan lah sikit. Jadi abang dan kakak boleh tak kenalkan diri sikit dan hero apa hari ni?
Hello, my name is Izzy. Hari ni saya cosplay sebagai Xavier daripada karakter Mobile Legends. Dan skin untuk hari ni adalah daripada skin Beyond the Clouds.
Nice.
Pada fun fact sih, saya tak ada Xavier dalam Mobile Legends.
Alamak.
Tak apa, minat tu ada bang.
Yeah.
Jadi
what about you?
Hai, nama saya Shawnee. Saya cosplay sebagai Kadita. Classic skin. Ini classic Kadita.
Yeah, original is always better, you know.
Yes.
So nak tanya juga, korang main MLBB tak sebarang cantik-cantik macam ni?
Of course, I dah main MLBB banyak-banyak tahun dah.
Saya pun main juga MLBB. Start dekat Epic sampai sekarang.
Okey, jadi untuk korang berdua lah, kalau boleh lah saya nak tanya sikit lah kan, selain daripada cosplay untuk dua hero ni, ada plan tak macam nak jadi cosplay hero lain ke, macam nak jadi Natalia ke, Johnson ke, hero-hero yang susah?
Okay, untuk saya punya cosplay, iaitu projek cosplay yang seterusnya, saya pilih Saber, klasik.
Nice.
Okay, bagi saya nak cosplay hero yang I suka. Actually, Kadita is my favorite hero. So my next cosplay will still be Kadita, but skin Hydromancer.
So meaning in ML also you play Kadita. She's your main hero.
Yes.
And Xavier for you. No Xavier in the game, alah kesian. Okay, Poji you pula. Kalau you boleh jadi cosplayer, you akan pakai siapa?
Kalau boleh lah, I nak keluar daripada zone selesa. I nak jadi Rafaela.
Pula dah. Korang rasa dia macam mana? Boleh tak Rafaela?
Boleh, mesti cantik.
Kan? Sebab kalau kata I pilih Estes, itu common, lelaki jadi lelaki. I nak jadi different. Sometimes we have to be different untuk macam lagi menonjol.
That's the way.
Kalau you pula?
Kalau I rasa Farsa. Sebab rasa Farsa macam ratu. Do you think I'll be a good Farsa? Yes. Yeah? Promise?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. I'll be Farsa.
Okay, jadi untuk korang berdua lah sebenarnya, macam mana perasaan bila dah datang dekat dalam event MPL Playoff kali ni, ramai sangat cosplayer yang datang kan dengan penerimaan, orang ambil gambar, rasa enjoy dan hype tak sebenarnya event macam ni?
Oh, yes. Very semangat. It feels very epic. Sebab boleh nampak banyak orang yang interested in MLBB and so many people putting in so much effort to make cosplays to represent our favorite heroes.
Yeah.
Dan bagi saya memang rasa sangat happy lah sebab penerimaan orang lain terhadap dunia cosplay dan komuniti ni memang sangat menerima dengan seadanya.
Yeah, that's true.
Tapi ada setengah orang confuse yang kata saya, dia kata, abang ni Fedrin kan? So saya pun, ya, betul.
Actually, yeah, it looks like Frederick now that you mention it. A bit, yeah. Dengan cape dia semua kan.
Betul.
Okay. Ya?
Teruskan.
Tak, sebenarnya, I curious. I nak tahu kalau cosplayer kita ni actually sokong team SMG dengan RSG ke tak. So actually, are you guys fans of one of these teams?
Yes, me. RSG.
Oh, yeah, we got some
Repo,
RSG fans in the house. Repo. What about you, Kadita?
Same. RSG.
Nampak tak? Diorang semua pilih RSG sebab ada Sanjna. Tapi saya tak kisah. Sebab walaupun cosplayer tak pilih SMG, satu Malaysia tahu jiwa saya, darah saya. Dekat rumah saya gantung semua poster Sasa tau. SMG okey tak?
RSG percaya ke tak? Tak kan? We know better. Okay, tapi before that, let's give a round of showmanship for Kadita and Xavier here. Boleh buat catwalk sikit ke? Nak show off sikit ke? The stage is yours. Whoa! Give it up for Kadita! Wow, memang macam goddess
Dia macam berenang-renang tanpa air. Kenapa tak ada air?
Sebab kita kat land sekarang
Salah, sebab kau dah kalah.
Alright, Xavier, your turn. Show us what you got. Oh! Hype. Macam mana? Pasta? Pasta korang? Yes, they like it.
Nampak semua memang seronok dan puas. Tapi sebenarnya kalau kata korang yang berada dekat rumah plan nak datang, sebenarnya dekat event hari ini ramai lagi cosplayer yang ada dan datang kan. Memang sangat-sangat seronok. Jadi untuk korang yang ada berada dekat rumah, teruskan menyokong dan cheer lagi sekali Dewan Sri Putra. Are you ready?
Thank you so much, Anna, as well as Poji. This final battle between RSG and Team SMG will continue in a little bit here. But now back at the caster's desk, boys, I know your predictions are looking real good here, both on their own sides. I think personally, for me, this just might be an upset coming in from Team SMG. I think so far, if we're going based on trend, if we're going purely based on trend, whoever adapts in the upcoming game wins the matchup. And I think that Team SMG might shake things up with a red side switch.
Ooh, I was actually kind of wondering whether they might switch sides as well. I feel like that would be a very good way of like changing up the way they approach the draft as well as the game overall. And well, if you're able to catch your opponent off guard first, then that will be the key to victory here.
So far, RSG has been playing on the red side for 4 times, right?
4 times,
And
4 games straight.
4 games straight, and most of it was their choice?
Yes. Yep. Each time that they lost the game, they're like, okay, we're going back to red side, boys. We're not touching blue for now. But now with priority going over to Team SMG as they have recently lost that 4th match. Coming into the 5th, if they jump onto red side, I think the bans are going to be relatively the same, but that does open up a lot more options. And I don't know whether RSG have prepared for blue side.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, as well as whether or not their first 3 bans are going to change a lot more when they're on different sides of the draft as well. Previously, literally only 1 ban has changed this entire series, even in Game 5, and that was the switch up of letting Edith through in exchange for the ban on Valentina. Will they do the same if they're on different sides of the draft?
Let's find out. Let's find out, man, because these traps being set up in the draft has created such big advantages, especially for red side.
But here's the thing, though. They already had managed to set up a trap with SMG picking up the Edith, right? So they technically know what and how to actually set those traps. And if you do know how to set it, you should know how to disarm it as well. So even if they are on the spot of getting a B1 blind into a Edith, I'm pretty sure that they have some kind of answers to that.
Possibly. It could be a different order of picks here, but I don't know. The way that RSG has been attacking Team SMG has been honestly, really, really well done, right? Attacking not only the jungle, but at the same time punishing Nico for early on into the game to create the initial snowball that RSG is known to do. I think for Team SMG's side, some considerations that need to be made is whether or not they can actually force priority from EXP so they don't have to actually go for that fast 2 if RSG try to set up for the draft trap in the second phase.
Yeah, I do think that the Lolil, once again, staring into my soul, I literally cannot pull up my thoughts with this man looking at me right now. But I do feel that the EXP lane matchup continues to be quite an important factor because earlier, RSG was able to decide we don't need to win our EXP lane as long as we do things right. This time, I think it's time to let the EXP lane settle a little bit more because up until now, Smooth's hero has been picked in phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like Smooth...
Amazing.
I feel... Oh, we got the side-by-side. Smooth technically has been shafted to a certain degree in these matchups. He's the most quote-unquote expandable in these cases because he's got a very large hero pool of which RSG have been targeting it to close it out. Oh,
God,
man,
that's gonna hurt.
The
That's
single
dedication.
tier.
That single drop.
The man is devoted. He will not blink. He will not lose.
This man stares death in the face and it is afraid. As we enter into the draft phase for game number 5 of our first series of playoffs, day 3.
All right, it looks like Team SMG didn't go for the switch up here. It is the exact same bans all over again. Let's see the adjustments with the first pick. Do they still go for the Edith? Does RSG MY still go for the phase 2 draft trap?
We'll have to see here. What's going to be important to set up is that first pick. Oh, all right. We see something different already. That's going to be the Lilia stolen away by Stormy right off the bat.
Show it to me. Give me that Kaja. Give me that Franco. Give me that Cho. Something hot and singular lockdown for Stoem.
So now the ball is tossed over to the court, to RSG MY's court again. With the possibility of having an Edith on their side.
Okay, they go for the Edith, they go for the Boxia. Now keep in mind that Ripple does play the Edith in the EXP lane, so it is technically being used as a flex for now. We'll see what the response from the side of Team SMG is going to be though.
Now that the Edith has been shown, I feel like, does SMG need to respect that Rafaela? Like, considering how much it enabled Demon Kite in game number 1, is it worth grabbing as soon as possible? I don't know, this is actually a really tricky spot for me.
Or does Team SMG take a page out of RSG's book and be like, if you're going to try and fast 2 again, we'll punish that mid lane Edith once more if they go for the Rafa themselves? No, comfort pick coming in from Miko early on, revealing the Kufra and locking in the Fredrin.
Finally, the Fredrin is being brought here. And not to forget, it's also going to be a potential flex coming in for Team SMG. RGMY finishes up with a Khadija pick onto their side.
Well played.
Now that is going to be a great amount of burst that we would want to see, but not quite on the catch potential just yet.
Yeah. Oh, and they get the ban on the Wan as well because they didn't pick the Wan early on. Really well played coming in from RSG MY in terms of the draft so far. Ixia gets banned out for the side of Team SMG. Hopefully they're not getting nervous about this.
Well, Brody's going to be a hot commodity, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, and Bruno also is still open. The Beatrix, though, I feel like gold lane is definitely still a pretty comfortable place for both of these players, but I am liking the variation already. We've definitely given some attention over to Coach Pao, but I do think we have to give Coach Kadaga some props as well. His drafts have been very interesting in the sense that he's very willing to just switch things up entirely.
Yeah, and with the help of Coach Rain, Analyst Rain as well, they're working very well with each other in tandem, right? Really taking into consideration all the options because they could have banned out the Claude once more, or even the Brody, or even the Irithel for the side of RSG, but instead they banned out the EXP laner Xbor just to ensure some freedom for Rippo.
Yeah, a lot of respect is being given right now. We've gone into game 5. These teams have had a lot of opportunity to learn everything they can about one another. And this is the game where they have to let all of that knowledge come into play. The Irithel ban on SMG will be the final hero removed from the pool.
Team SMG, they could have gone for like a Grok ban at this stage of the game to deny double flexes from the side of RSG, but they're more worried about Loliel's. I don't know. Gold lane, Gold lane, as much as I would believe that no matter how 50-50 it is, it's a little bit more favor for RSG MY side. There's a lot of pick-off on their side, and more so they have the Kadita, which is known to be blowing up gold laners since the beginning of time.
That air horn, though, definitely catching the attention of the crowd right there. Hopefully it's not going to affect the players all too much. They got to be able to deal with these kind of interruptions as now we go into the second phase of picks. And RSG MY will lock in that Bruno again. The last time we saw Lalil play on this, it was heavily punished by SMG.
Now it all rests on the team SMG, where they're gonna have to go for one last pick, at least for the EXP, if they want to go for that, right? EXP blind, how would RSG MY plays? So at least if Team SMG wants to go for some other marksmen, in this case we have Claude, we have Brody that's currently available.
I just realized,
yeah,
Benedetta's not banned.
Yep, Benedetta is not banned.
Could it be?
I think this might just have to be the game that he has to pull it out because there's no choice. You kind of don't have a choice. You get, even if you decide to go to lock in for Paquito, it's not going to do as much in comparison to the Grok in these stages of the game, and more importantly so, it allows the counter pick to actually go through. More so, I think the Benedetta overall is going to be the regular comfort pick. No, to Rizla instead. They've got the setup, they've got the lockdown, they have ways to get into the back line. Wow, this game is heavily reliant on both the mid lane and gold laner, and I think Sasa has a particularly difficult job.
Yep, Claude obviously matches up badly into the Bruno, but when RSG picked Bruno, I believe in game 2? Yeah, game 2, they banned out the Claude against it to avoid Sasa getting free farm on the other side of the map. So as long as Team SMG can scale for that late game, it could be very scary, but with the Nerves to Blazing duet, it really does not feel nearly as good as it used to.
So the flex pick coming in from the Edith now, do we have an answer if whether there's more towards Rome or EXP?
Honestly, I think either or, it doesn't really matter, right? Unfortunately, there is no support that's really going to make such a big difference unless they want to kind of convert their comp into something more pick-off based, but knowing RSG MY, they've tried the pick-off before, it's just not worth it right now. Let's just focus on these team fights and let Izanami do his work.
We do have Pancake and Super Red in the crowd asking whether this is going to be a PH versus PH Grand Finals. We got Filipino imports galore in this series already, and it is reaching quite the climax here. Game 5. Who is going to get sent home in 4th place after putting their blood, sweat, and tears on the line?
All right, boys. Quick question. Which team? You now see the drafts. Final predictions right here, right now. Staffa, go!
I want SMG to win this. I think they have what it takes.
What about you, Abstract?
I'm still sticking to RSG MY. I'm still looking at their picks and I'm like, yeah, that's probably what I will pick.
Honestly, I think it's 50-50, man. I think both drafts have their own strong points, but it's time to get in for the final match of this best-of-5 elimination round. The elimination game of a lifetime. Team SMG versus RSG MY.
One game between going home and a ticket potentially to M5. The stakes have never been higher for both these teams, and we can see that reflected in the emblems overall, much less aggressive on both sides for Game 5.
I want to remind everyone, based on the fact that we are looking at a flip in the middle lane, where we are looking at a Lilian on the team SMG as well as an Edith on the side of RSG MY. It was completely flipped in the previous game, and they actually managed to make sure that the Edith is not able to do much. But in the meantime,
my God.
Smooth actually managed to find a kill down on the Izanami, shutting down the fast 2 that we would love to see.
Oh my God, he is such a genius of the EXP lane. Smooth focusing all of his firepower onto Izanami, who disrespected him. He knows that he's not going to lose in this 2v2. He knows that Repo is particularly weak at level 1. The Justice plays just don't do enough.
Oh, Miko. Shadow connects down on the Miko, as well as the Breath of the Ocean that manages to clip onto Miko as well. Demonkite really wants to continue this. Demonkite, he wants to go for this final hit onto Miko. Does he have the flicker? He doesn't have the flicker! And such the up Shadow as well as the Shadow Balls. ends up getting a kill down on the Miko.
Misplay coming in from Miko, flickering but not picking up the Cyclone Eye. Demon Kite cuts off his extraction point and then gets locked away with the help of Storm to ensure that he has no means of escape. With that being said, that's a 1-to-1 in terms of kill score. A slight lead for the side of RSG. We now come to a point where level 4s are being reached by RSG MY first.
Despite that first kill, Izanami is still able to hit that level 4 thanks to some maneuvering in exchange for Rippo's level 4, putting more priority onto the rough waves over Bravest Fighter.
The turtle almost down. Saksa takes the turtle away. Izanami completely melted down by the hands of Saksa. And thus, RSG MY finding themselves in a really tough spot.
Yeah, tough spot indeed. And more importantly so, the call was a little awkward there for the side of RSG MY. It felt like they could potentially contest, but it looks like Izanami had a potential opportunity to get somebody, to get a pick.
Yeah, I think they put a bit too much pressure onto Izanami because they sacrificed Rippo's level 4 to make sure that he would have it for the turtle fight. But because of that, there's no Lapu Lapu to set up the fight. It's all dependent on whether or not Izanami can find a kill. And if he doesn't, then RSGMY have invested extra resources into someone just for them to die for the second time.
And down the middle lane, Izanagi just really wanted to go for a kill down the zombie, but unfortunately that didn't really quite work out for them. He doesn't have the petrify, so at least that's not going to be possible.
Look, Izanami here, he's not that anime character from Blue Lock right now. He's Izanami. He is looking for these picks, and he's going to need some items to do so. So until we see a genius one, I don't think he has enough damage to one-shot people just yet without some help.
But he does have that help. With heroes like Baxia, like the Edith around, it would be more than enough to get easy pickoffs. But because Izanami has been put pretty behind right from the get-go, one level down on Stormy, that really messes up RSGMY's early game plans, especially since it cost Rippo some of his own lane EXP as well.
So the influence from the outside, and especially for the people who benefit off the most, Smoothen as well as Saksa, I think it's going to be very helpful, right? This early game falls into the hands of Team SMG pretty quick, especially if they're playing towards the EXP side, which is their natural strong side.
And because of all this attention being dragged to this side of the map as well, Sasa, who should be a pretty easy kill for Lolil if he gets even one additional person in his lane, is getting to just farm for free, basically.
Deal. Both with Purify as well. Hunter Sword already purchased by Sasa, but this turtle dance is...
Oh! Flicker coming in. Oh, Shadow as well. 3-man lock coming in for the side of Team SMG as Miko did manage to land a very good Tyrant's Revenge. But unfortunately, the fight is still going to be gravitating towards the side of RSGMY a little bit more as the rest of the members from Team SMG, they are just going to be holding on to their dear life. Izanami wasn't able to hold on for long enough, leaving both teams with only 2 members originally from 4.
50-50, and Rippo's ult is going to be coming out back up pretty soon here. If they drag this out a little bit longer, they might have it.
Waiting for the perfect time for the Bravest Warriors, but there we go, immediately jumping around to the Stormy, and he wants to clip him away. Almost there, but Miko comes in to save the day, but Rippo immediately flickers forward with a 2-man lockdown stun on the Saksa as well as Miko. Smooth tries to come into the action, but that is going to be Q time for RSGMY to disengage.
Oh, they secure the turtle at the very least, but they lose Stormy out, but they get the flicker out of Rippo. He's 3 kills into this game. His mid lane is now getting attacked straight away. Nobody to follow up on this just yet, but man, good recovery from RSGMY.
Sasa coming in to provide a little bit of assist damage right now, but I gotta say, my butt cheeks are so clenched this game. These two teams very tight right now, and we can see that Team SMG isn't allowing RSG to get too much of an early lead either, even though they have a lineup that supporting.
Really nice movements from the side of RSGMY. They spot out Sasa by Purple Buff side, and immediately what they do is to cut him off, cut access as quickly as possible from Tribrush so he can't get in lane fast enough before Loliels chunks out that first tier 1.
Trading structures like this going to be very valuable for RSGMY. Having a comp that has Baxia and Kadita, you want to have more vision and control over the map, and that's going to be step 1 to doing it. Not to mention giving Lolil some extra gold right now, 500 gold ahead of Sasa. The more he can extend that space, the better RSG's chances will be come mid-game.
This is the power spike for Loliels. I just saw him purchase the Berserker's Fury, and now they're going to go for the lane swap, right? They're going to start chunking down structures, and RSG, they need to develop a very, very big lead off of this power spike from Loliels.
Already a Berserker's Fury. Now that is gonna be tough on the side of Team SMG. As now Storm finds himself inside one of these spots, we're hoping that he will be able to find an opportunity. But in the end of the day, that is going to be the opportunity that we're going to be looking for. Unfortunately, Miko is just going to be jumping onto Storm. He did manage to abandon the Firelight, but he got clipped by the ultimate on the side of Saxa. With 2 men down for the side of Team SMG, RSG only 1.
Great setup from Izanami. Stormy didn't even have time to actually use the Purify into the Black Shoes to save his life. Trading out 2 for 1. Now RSG have a very clear lead, and this should be a free turtle for them too.
Yeah, that team fight was just a little bit too split there. I do like the idea of Smooth to aim for Lolil, but because they're not able to get any casualties with that, it's a huge swing towards RSG MY on top of an additional turtle. They've been having difficulty getting that lead here in the early game, but they finally got it.
1700, 1800 lead slowly climbing over to the side of RSG MY. They are definitely going to be getting all of these outer turrets down as soon as possible, which eventually help them get through and get themselves a snowball. What's left is going to be the middle lane to utterly take control of all of these jungle creeps.
And with that being said, Demoncat actually having an EXP lead onto Saxa. Quite a swing compared to beforehand, winning out a majority of the River POIs. I think as of yet, right, it's not time for Team SMG to go just yet. They need Sasa to get that golden staff, and once he has the golden staff, he might actually have an opportunity or actually have a chance to jump into that backline and really start duking it out against Loliels.
He actually just got it a moment ago.
Yep, well, speaking of which.
It was completed a moment ago, so yes, they have that opportunity now. I think what's important for Team SMG is that they don't layer their ultimates too much. Right now, they're splitting up Miko and Smooth setup to see if they can catch out separate members of RSG MY. But I think it might be better to space it out and try and slow down the fight, focusing one target at a time.
Saksa jumped right in. Unfortunately, the taunt did not connect, but at least penalties
there
are
we
dead.
go.
Saksa brings the Lolil down. The next one in line is gonna be Storm, and that is 2 easy kill over the side of Team SMG, and the Lord popping out in 30 seconds.
Nicely coordinated from the side of Team SMG. As Stefan mentioned earlier, they layered it very well. Got the Purify out of Lolios, and then you see the engagement coming in from Smooth.
Caster Curse actually correct for once. Hey, look at that. Everything happens once after all. We got game 5. So anyway, the Lord can be up in another 5 seconds. RCMY still has the slight lead, but Team SMG going to catch up a fair bit there with the kill onto Lolil. And they do have to worry a little bit. Sasa on this quad is definitely going to start getting things moving around the map.
Yeah, in the meantime though, do see, keep in mind of the battle spells. Smooth does have his flicker, which means he can catch Loliels if he is caught lacking here. Ooh, Winds of Nature purchase from Loliels. Okay, some form of counterplay at least.
He's ready. He's more or less ready for the penalties, so they eventually lock down to him. In the meantime, still play, but unfortunately, that doesn't seem like that is going to amount to anything, as the loss dance is still going to be continuing. They managed to spot out where Miko is, and unfortunately, that is not going to be doing anything at all. Miko almost went down without even using Tyrant's Rage. He managed to run himself right back, but the main thing we got to look at is going to be Lolil. He got down and knocked out, so that is going to be one of the main core damage delivered from the side of RSG MY. They're going to have to bow out.
Yeah, they just have to back away from this. They can actually just start rushing the Lord. Izanami used all of his resources to actually get the initial cancel, so now they have to play away from this Lord. There's no point contesting it from this point onwards.
Yeah, looks like that's the choice they will make right there. RCMY gonna be forced to cut their losses there in a beautiful fight from Team SMG. Unfortunately, while it is good on paper to go for Miko and try to pick off anyone you can, Smooth has his eyes set on Lolil every single time. And even the Wind of Nature, not enough to make sure that he's able to survive that engagement. We're seeing a bit of a repeat of game 2 here. The short range of Bruno really putting him into the line of fire of SMG.
Let's see. Needs to get into auto attack range, but unfortunately, Smooth as well as Saksa are making it particularly difficult for him, layering their CCs, making sure that Lolios is going to get heavily punished. His Winds of Nature should be coming back relatively soon, but he's got Purify at the same time. So let's see how they manage this aggression and how much gold is going to swing in Team SMG's favor.
I mean, one thing for sure is that the Ocean Oddity, the ultimate coming in from the side is Izanami has already been popped, so bursting down Team SMG is out of the question, at least for now. The Lord is taken care of, but that also means that they lost 3 of their outer turrets, left with 3 of their inner turrets. They're gonna have, sorry, 2 of their inner turrets to take care of. The main thing is Team SMG, they would want to find an opportunity, and breaking down this ballista is actually gonna be pretty tough. But we look on down to the purple buff side. Zaksa is just trying to bring on a fight, and he wants to bait something out, but RGMY, they're not taking it.
Yeah, they're really not taking it. Demon Knight doesn't mind giving up the buff here. He's been power farming while Team SMG were taking the Lord earlier, so both should be hitting level 14 relatively soon here.
I kind of feel like RSG... Oh! Izanami messed that up!
So no more Petrify, nothing that they have got for themselves at all. The main thing is, and of course, again, it's the most important thing is, RGMY, they are safe in their own home.
And Smooth, he ends up whiffing the penalty zone, trying to punish Izanami, having used all of his resources. But the worst part is that he used his Flicker. Now, Flicker has a much longer cooldown compared to the Petrify, so Izanami will have the full combo back up before Smooth does.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a mistake there. Both sides getting a little bit overly desperate to see if they can break the stalemate somehow. Looking at the itemization, we do see the Wind of Nature on Sasa as well. So again, going for more defensive play. Stormy, much more defensive position. Ice Queen's wand, glowing wand to slow down RSG-MY, which actually did a very good job earlier of making sure the conceal play would not connect. Team SMG, 3k net worth lead, very good right now because RSG-MY has a lineup that does ideally want to be even at least, but the game is not out of their hands just yet.
At this point, both junglers are looking for any kind of EXP or gold to actually take off the map to rush to level 15 because this is going to be one of the most important lords of this game to really break this stalemate. Current score 8-6. Not going to see an engagement just yet, but RSG just poking around, seeing what is going to bite the bait.
There's still 3 seconds left on the clock until the Lord comes out. They don't have any vision. Completely darkness in the upper half of the region. RGMY don't have any idea what's going on, but they were trying to scout things out. Now they're going to have to open up every single brush over to the side of the northern area. That's going to be tough, but I guess maybe they have a small little idea where SMG is.
I have to note, Sasa just finished his Trinity build as well. Corrosion Scythe finished, so now he has the Trinity along with Wind of Nature. So Loleo also has that Malefic Roar, so that does help in damage, but here they come.
Sasa has already exposed himself in the bottom lane, and such RGMY is trying to go for something over here. As Miko's going to be jumping over the back lines together with Miko. Loleo, he managed to escape. The main thing is he's going to be alive, but in the front lines, Rippo, he managed to push everyone apart. And Stormy is going to be the first one dead. The Appraisal's Drive clips onto Rippo, but that is not going to do anything at all. RGMY managed to deter Team SMG, and perhaps this Lord could be theirs together with a bonus in the upper turret.
A great time to fight for the side of RSGMY. They had a top wave building up so quickly, and not only that, layering their abilities to force the Black Shoes and Purify early from Stormy. Now Lolios doesn't have to worry too much about the initial peel, but at the very least, if he gets caught in that penalty zone.
Storm with a flicker onwards, abandons his Phylax, and he's gonna have to get himself some more damage onto our opponent's side. Sasa did manage to go for the Blazing Duet, but it doesn't seem like that managed to do anything at all. Top lane barracks is going to go down, so the turret is not looking good at all. But Sasa, he's gonna have to get himself out of there, but Demon Knight brings it right down. Smooth from behind. He still hasn't got his immortality. He managed to bring Repo down as such. The Lord will march down from the bottom side, so from the top side. But the main thing is, we've got an inhibitor turret down.
Man, the timing of the Rage Blaze, timing out back into Justice Blades could not be better for Rippo. This man, 6-1-1 right now, able to pick up the most important kill to turn things around for RSG. With Lord on their side, here we go, blow him up!
That is unfortunate. Well, at least they managed to burn away the Black Shoes.
Ooh, the fates have changed so quickly here for RSG-MY. Looking at the itemization, Sasa actually full on items right now, but Claw definitely does a lot less damage as compared to before, whereas Lolil, even 0 and 3, is keeping up in terms of itemization. But his damage, not really even that important. Rippo right now being the star of the show, understanding that a lot of Team SMG's damage is front-loaded onto their mid and gold lane, and if they're able to get rid of Stormy, a lot of the battlefield becomes theirs to control.
I gotta love how RSG focus and of course they forced the fight on the Lord's pit. I don't think that their main purpose was to actually take the Lord, but really to let the top lane, heavy lane to just really work its way in. Even though they might not win the Lord, but they know for sure if they drag out the fight, inhibit turrets theirs.
Ooh. Dancing around. Storm's getting chunked out, but it's not gonna matter here. For now, I think, you know, back to the stalemate all over again. RSG for the next upcoming objective, the Lord objective, it's basically pretty okay for them. They can actually leverage the fact that the missing inhibitor from Team SMG's top lane is really going to start hurting them, and they are going to have to send members there to clean it up.
Yeah, this macro play gonna be very crucial at this stage. We are 17 minutes into the game. Izanami is still, unfortunately, 2 items away from completing his build overall, but still pretty scary. So far, he's been able to finally find some targets now that Team SMG is letting down their guard.
How long can they let their guard down for? I feel like RSG are just making sure that they are controlling quadrants of the map as 5. They're not trying to split up too far apart. And even Rippo, he's playing a dangerous game being there, but he's got backup in Tribrush closer towards their jungle. And as they get pushed out, that's when RSG gives up the space.
Either team is really trying to force out a handicap for themselves. They really just want to either force someone to work on the Purify or Flicker, anything that would help them take the next Lord fight in a better sense. But unfortunately, both sides, they don't have information and they don't have that opportunity to just open up these brushes safely.
Looking at the gold distribution overall, very even coming in from Saxa and Demon Kite, but notably Demon Kite has been able to farm up a lot more of the jungle thanks to his mobility on the Baxia, as well as Team SMG being forced into more defensive positioning due to the aggression of RSG. The next Lord though, this is going to be a crucial one, down to 50% HP, both teams in position to contest.
Oh, opposite sides of the lanes, the waves are building up. Team SMG has that bottom wave working for them. RSG has the top wave, but at the very least, Team SMG can actually respond.
It is a short wave after all, short lane after all, while the long lane for RSG, and they don't necessarily have someone that can really respond to that fast enough. They don't have that kind of mobility, so in the end, this is actually working really good for SMG, but it all probably boils down to Storm, as he actually went onwards, plus the Earth Shatter. As such, rest of the members for the side of SMG is going to be crumpling down on the Lolios. It's going to be taken down. So right now, RSG finding themselves in a really bad spot with both Reaper and Lolio taken down. Miko clutches down on the Storm, and perhaps even more. Stormy with the Shadow Ball.
This could be
down.
Oh
the
no!
Taken down. 4-man for RSG taken down. Bottom lane is pushing in.
They're going to take another inhibitor here. Izanami, he doesn't have enough wave.
Turret Red connects, suppressing himself down with the Winter Truncheon. Was hoping that he will be able to stay alive a little longer, but that is not gonna work it out at all.
Team SMG have done it.
The first seed of MPL MY Season 12 has been eliminated in 4th place as RSG is not able to claim the victory, and Team SMG moves on. Their tickets to M5 remaining alive.
Oh my god, one hell of a game, 3-2. GG, well played to Team SMG as they continue their journey here in the playoffs, but it didn't come at a cost. That was an exhausting series, putting everything on the line.
A full 5-game series, and the final game itself is so close, with both of these teams finding their own conditions, trying to get the long lane to push in. But unfortunately, it is SMG that managed to find themselves the win after such a beautiful play, splitting it all apart, finding a kill on the low lane.
Oh, truly a beautiful game, a beautiful series between both of these competitors. I think it's time to throw it over to Rose to have a final word with our boys.
RSG MY's journey dalam MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 ends here. Top 4. Tapi, Ripo, final words atas pentas.
Thank you semua yang dah support kita orang. Terus sokong tim yang akan bertanding. Semoga tim yang mewakili M5 akan buat yang terbaik.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Ripo. And with that, we will be giving RSG MY their final bow in 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, RSG MY. I hope to see you guys musim depan. And now, securing the final slot in the top 3. Give it up for Team SMG! Come on, guys. Wow. One more time. Sekali lagi, korang akan contend for the grand finals and possibly mewakili Malaysia ke M5. Okay, guys, ke depan sikit, depan sikit. Okay, Miko, you know what? Come here. Miko. Huh? No, don't cry! No, dia cakap dia nak nangis. Dia kesian. Allah, Miko, don't cry. Oh, see, they love you! Alright, Miko, top 3, one step closer. What do you have to say? Ano masasabi mo?
Speechless. I'm just so happy because I'm tired and happy. And then thank you for the RSG. Thank you.
You're tired, but later you will be going to the lower bracket finals where you will be meeting the team that will lose in the match after this. Do you still have the energy and mentality for that?
Yes. I just eat and then reset.
Eat and then reset. Alright. Maggi goreng double.
Maggi goreng.
Maggi goreng. Alright, guys. Sebelum apa, siapa ka MVP korang?
Sasa.
Sasa, your MVP, Sasa? Storm? Hoy!
Coach lang.
Hoy! Miko, tak behave. Alright, guys. MVP kita untuk match ni ialah Smooth. Okay, Smooth. Now you're the MVP of this best of 5. Nanti you akan main dengan pasukan yang, akan kalah. So, you rasa match selepas ni, dorang ada dua-dua EXP laner yang, let's say, hebat dekat Malaysia. Kan? Dorang ada Gorgeous dan juga dorang ada Sepat. You nak jumpa siapa dekat lower bracket final?
Kalau dekat lower, Gorgeous. Tapi kalau dapat pergi final, Sepat.
Wow! Kenapa nak jumpa Sepat?
Sebab Sepat ni dia beria juga dekat saya season lepas.
Wow! Alright. Okay, Stormy, come here. Stormy, Valentina yang sangat-sangat hebat. Alright, I'm gonna give you the opportunity to say the last words before I send you guys off.
For SMG fans and RSG fans, thanks for coming and see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Alright, guys. First match, tapi kita dah main 5 games penuh. Selepas ni kita akan ada match lagi. Tapi sebelum tu, let's show it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam game 3/2 ini. So casters, silakan.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Team SMG, for a wonderful best of 5. Condolences and our hearts go out to RSG. But the MPL MY curse continues. First place in the regular season, you'll never make it to where you want to be.
That's a curse here?
Yeah.
Yep.
First place never seems to be able to get to the grand finals and close it out, or they don't even make it to the grand finals.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, for many seasons in a row, second place has become champion.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna see whether that trend is gonna continue in MPL SG.
We'll find out. But honestly, Smooth has played a strong 2 games. We doubted his Lampu. He brings it back. We know that his X-Borg is strong, but when he finally gets his hands on a standard EXP laner like Terizla, he was ready to pounce.
the fact that in 3 games he only died 4 times as the front line for Team SMG is insane. He's able to adapt to the situation. He plays aggressively, but also where his team needs him with that penetration emblem as well. Smooth has been a very consistent EXP laner for a very long time, and it's good to see he has not lost it.
Yep, he has not lost it. Consistent and smooth, the way he likes it. With that being said, let's throw it over to the mic check for both of these incredible teams.
On Lilia, yeah. Nice one. Nice one.
18.
But press button.
No!
Focus.
Nice.
Back to jungle, back to jungle.
Hey, Sammy strong.
Can.
No skill.
Go. This.
Nice one. I stand ako pra. Guys, save me! Pratrain. Dying.
Kiting. I'm low.
Purify. Nice, this.
Are you good, sir?
Yeah.
Can meet. We have blurred after.
I thought Bruno, Ken. Bruno target. Bruno target. Nice.
Mama.
Tapos sakir po lang.
Kill.
Nice po.
Kalau dying. I can back pa. Wait. Saksa! Saksa!
After out. Ini out.
Wait.
Ito to Bruno. I-purify sini. Nice one. Careful. Focus. Go.
Can end bot. Nice. Go.
Kill.
Nice.
Let's go.
Woo! Right at the final moments of that game, you can definitely see that Miko is coming to his true self. I mean, it literally says on his hand, inhale/santai, which is to relax. And finally he's like, okay, the game's done. I don't need to follow it anymore.
No more santai. Honestly, the end of that mic check, that scream of joy and also of anguish, because the man definitely feels bad for his teammate on the opposite side as well. But what a well-deserved victory here from Team SMG.
Truly a well-deserved victory. The final sequence of that match already looking incredibly good. Stormy was playing a strong game here, but let's not forget about Saksa, right? Because he is the one looking for these interjecting opportunities to start locking down and punishing Loliels as well as Izanami.
We were worried about the Bruno pickup in Game 2. Didn't perform well because SMG just looked for him in every single fight because they know he's going to be up front. And that was no different in this game, but you can't really blame him as well. He needs to be there to do the damage because with a Kadita on your side, there's so much burst coming in that the continuous damage has to come from the Bruno.
You have to instigate a fight. The only way to make Team SMG bite on to commit it all in is if you show Bruno. So again, it really just boils down. Can Loliel slide tackle out of the way before the penalty zone connects? Does he have his Purify in time?
So it's really going to be tough. I mean, ultimately, when we are looking down at the emblems and some items, is there anything that, you know, kind of different?
I think it's pretty normal.
It is pretty normal.
What
overall.
we do note is that Stormy prefers going for the lethal ignition over the impure rage, so more damage potential overall here, which is quite interesting.
I mean, I can respect it a lot because in a lot of these builds, getting a Genius Wand in these particular cases to start chunking down that front line early, building up Gloom so it gets to that max stack Gloom where every single time you drop a Shadow Ball, if it connects onto somebody, it not only hurts, but it also gives you a quick cooldown refresh on the Shadow Balls to keep on spamming it. So I can understand why the Lethal Ignition is put into place, but I also think that going for something like a Brute Force Breastplate, that was a smart choice.
That is a very smart choice indeed. Gives you some mobility, some defenses. Definitely what they would be looking for on Team SMG here. Whereas if we look at the itemization on the side of RSG MY, it is pretty default. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Tanky builds on Rippo and Demon Kite to make sure that they can frontline. I do feel like Storm definitely wasn't quite able to perform as much as he would like to here. And Izanami really could not show off his potential this game. He got messed up so hard, so early.
Yeah, so hard, so early. And I think, you know, a lot of the decisions about the way he goes about these all-ins definitely a bit hot-headed there. He was definitely feeling the pressure, looking for a way to actually make up for the early mistakes. And that really costed them the good majority of the mid-game too.
I think when you become First Blood in a 1v2 lane on Game 5 of a series where you could go home, that really gets to you mentally. And you saw how much he messed up during the turtle fight too as a result of it.
Yeah, it's never ending, but still, the sequence did take at least the whole game. Took 19 minutes and 22 seconds. Had he just calmed down for a little bit, had he just taken the time to really, you know, process who he can actually force out a battle spell, or at the very least look for a potential pick, he just needed to calm down in these 19 minutes.
Technically speaking, if we are looking for Izanami constantly popping with a Petrify and constantly just clipping onto either Sasa or Stormy, that would have been the greatest scenario, since we are looking at Petrify having a way lower cooldown than all of these, right? So unfortunately, I don't think that he managed to force anyone to use any of these battle spells. So in fact, instead of wanting to expend their battle spells, they themselves spend one, and they lack a lot of these potential for a catch.
I mean, I think a lot of it just comes down to just underperforming in this particular game. Like, even for Stormy, right? He's just preemptively using the black shoes, and Izanami completely whips the Petrify into Rough Waves combo, and Stormy didn't even have to use his Purify. So it's one of those things where both of these mid laners are adapting to each other, figuring out as many habits as possible.
It just seemed like they weren't able to maintain their momentum all the way through 5 games. It's a very tiring process to play a full series like this, and RSG has been ending games very fast throughout this season, so perhaps they just didn't have the preparation for it.
Yep, just well done, Team SMG. We look at the goal graph here, and you can see exactly where it all starts to go right for them, as well as kind of go wrong in certain areas, because RSG, they put up one hell of a fight, pulling that gold lead between the 14th to 15th minute and almost turning it and breaking even. It's just that a simple mistake, and as well as that Lord dance towards the end of the game, like towards the 19th, towards the 18th minute, between those two times, that's where it got really brutal for RSG.
Yeah, they had needed to respect that timing, because as we saw, that's where Sasa already got his max build. Malefic Roar plus the Trinity, he does a lot of damage. Even in Blazing Duet isn't what it used to be. On top of that, they stacked up really heavily for Miko as well as Smooth, so it was just a perfect catastrophe for SMG to take advantage of.
The one time RSG got a little sloppy in terms of their fundamentals, that's when they got punished so heavily. But man, Smooth, what a genius here. He's positioning himself so far up. He knows that the level 1 for both Izanami on this Kadita as well as Ripple on a Lapu Lapu doesn't stand a chance against a level 1 to Rizla.
Yeah, when Kadita dies twice before getting a single kill, it's already a big problem here. But you can see that SMG, we're still getting somewhat greedy, right? Splitting a lot of their resources to try and take these fights as fast as possible. Once that didn't work, the quick adjustment. Spend all of it to make sure that the most important members of RSG MY are taken out. After that, the game becomes very simple. Lalil, unfortunately, being on the receiving end of this.
Continuously being on the receiving end of it. I mean, Ripple had a good outplay here, but really the sets have just not been that great for RSG MY. They were waiting for that one big set to turn these fights around. They can't just depend on these big outplays at the end of the day. And the final one here, that caught Loliels.
Yeah. I mean, right now, only after seeing the highlights, I've been looking a lot more on the Smooth and really beelining on my vision onto him. And only then I realized, damn, this guy has been finding all those amazing shots and those amazing timing. And it's kind of difficult to even get away from all of that. I don't think that Lolio have a lot of answers to all of these.
I mean, the most that he has is Winds of Nature and that Purify. If his slide tackle isn't up and one of those two resources are down, that's just way too much CC to deal with.
The fact that he had those resources and still couldn't escape from Team SMG is props to how well they were able to keep him down. And because of that, we see in our brackets that RSG MY will end their journey here. The top seed of the regular season, not winning a single series in the playoffs.
It just keeps on happening here in MPL MY, but well done to Team SMG as they make it to the lower bracket finals. One best of 5 away to make it into the grand finals, which we will be having tomorrow. But first up, it's the upper bracket finals between the Homebois against SRG. And I'm pretty sure both Homebois and SRG are still feeling pretty good about themselves from their wins yesterday.
It was very unexpected results, taking down the teams that were seeded into the upper bracket semis to start with. So I think they have a lot of bloodthirst to bring to the land of Dawn here. And I think we're going to have a very good time in the next series as well. I did not expect to start the day with a Game 5. Now I'm just wondering how many more we're going to get.
Oh, there's so many more to be had, and all this is thanks to you guys at home wanting those best of fives to happen in the upper brackets. Like we didn't have enough work to do, but still, these games have been great. I can appreciate the level of quality that we're actually pushing out of these players, and starting off with these best of fives is really going to start testing their stamina, especially since we are preparing for not only wildcards but also M5 towards the end of the year.
Speaking of stamina, I think I remember something along the lines of Homebois have never won a best of 5 series thing.
That is also true.
Yes.
They've never won a best of 5. Why? They don't make it that far. And because of these new changes, this is one of the first best of 5s that they're actually going to be part of, and that's going to be some exciting stuff. I mean, the last time we saw them last year having an exhausting game before they got eliminated. This time around, they're coming in fresh and they have that extra life.
And you have to note, Homebois lost 2 best of 5s on Game 5 last season in a row. To get eliminated, literally from upper bracket finals to lower bracket finals to out, and both on Game 5. So they were really exhausted after all of that. So I think they have a bone to pick with the system.
Technically speaking, if we were to say that means the stamina is actually not too bad.
It's not bad,
right?
actually.
It's just that they can't close it.
I mean, I don't know. It could be a repeat of history here because if Homebois, I mean, if we're thinking about losing 2 best of 5s, that could be it right here. They lose the SRG, they drop down, they fight on Team SMG, and they lose that as well. We got a lot of problems.
Let's not cast a curse to start it off, but with the end of the series here, that's going to be the end of Abstract's time on the desk today as well. Like, what are your thoughts here, coming in from SG to MY?
Wow.
How is it?
How is it? I mean, there is so much to take in. Casting on this, that's great. The environment is great, and I feel the hype coming in from the audience. I'm someone who needs to suppress my hype, alright? And with them drumming away, I can't control.
I don't know how you guys get hyped at MPL SG with Nana picks going on in the mid. You know, maybe that's just me. I gotta slip that one in there real quick. I've been waiting all day to do it. But no, it's been great having you on board here at the caster's desk. Do you have any final words about MPL MY? Anything you want to promote? Now's a good time.
Well, I think that I just want to thank everyone for having me. Thank you so much for being great colleagues. Thank you so much to Moonthing Games for having me on this desk. And thank you so much to this one. Thank you so much to this one.
Yep, Mr. Potato, Garnier Man, Nescafe, Hotlink, Osim Youth Throne. Yep. I got it all covered for you.
Exactly, thank you. So, sponsors, you know, hit me up.
Hit me up. With that being said, thank you so much, Abstract. Guys, for you guys at home, scan the QR code down below and let us know. Do you agree with the system? Do you not agree with the system? Can we do anything better here at the English broadcast or even the BM side? All you got to do is scan that QR code and give your feedback to us, because MPL is listening to everything you guys are saying and trying to implement them for the upcoming seasons. We only want to go up from here.
We've been on a steady rise the past few seasons, so let's not stop that climb. Scan the QR code and tell us what you're feeling, what you think you could improve on, and we'll make sure to take all of your opinions into consideration. But now, it's time to highlight what's going to be coming up next. And it's amazing to think that we've only had 1 series today.
Hey man, these are best of 5s. What can I tell you? It's going to be Homebois up against SRG. Now, you may not be on the desk, but at least you can give your opinions now.
I'm watching. I mean, I will be watching, but SRG, I mean, honestly, I want to see SRG take this game, honestly.
Why?
Because here's the thing, from all the time that I've watched, I never thought that SRG was, you know, like great or like super good. And
really? And you're going to deny Homebois the chance to go to the grand finals for the very first... Think about this. If Homebois win, this will be the first time they make it to the grand finals.
Yeah.
The highest they've achieved is 3rd place.
Yeah, I know what I said.
That's kind of messed up, man.
No, I have Homebois in Singapore.
Oh, you're right. He does have Homebois in Singapore. Dang it.
He's already got his bases covered.
Darn it. You came prepared. Man came in prepared. But thank you so much, Abstract, for being on the desk. It's been an awesome time here.
I did hear that the playoffs are coming pretty soon, right, for SG?
Yes, the playoffs are coming pretty soon for MPL SG. Hopefully they might have a Malaysian caster up there. But that being said, Stafa, any thoughts on this upcoming game?
I'm just here to have a good time. I don't have any brain cells left to think about it.
Good times indeed. Day 2 of playoffs have been nothing but exciting. So, keep in mind, Homebois versus SRG, the match you do not want to miss. A best of 5 to remember. We'll see you guys right after this break.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. every fragment of my soul. The calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there? You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Sukan tarian kepersada dunia. Masa untuk membuktikannya. Menari mengikut irama. Mengejar emas demi negara. Battleground Malaysia. Road to Gold. Mulai 29 September. 10 malam di saluran berikut dan Astro Go.
You have been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1,500. Dapat extra potensial lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning Esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Sukan tarian kepersada dunia. Masa untuk membuktikannya. Menari mengikut irama. Mengejar emas demi negara. Battleground Malaysia. Road to Go. Mulai 29 September. 10 malam di saluran berikut dan Astro Go.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1005. Dapat extra potensial lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan, orang kata, komplitkan task dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning Esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there? You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Sukan tarian ke persada dunia. Masa untuk membuktikannya. Menari mengikut irama. Mengejar emas demi negara. Battleground Malaysia, Road to Go. Mulai 29 September, 10 malam di saluran berikut dan Astro Go.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Montong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia playoffs, and this is day number 3, and we are finally here after weeks of games, and we are here at the best of the best, the upper bracket finals. It is gonna be between Homebois as well as Selangor Red Giants. My name is ICB12. Joining me to two handsome gentlemen is gonna be Husky as well as Gideon, and today we have a very special guest on the call with us all the way from MPL MENA. We have Yasso. Yasso, how are you feeling today? Yasso?
I think he's feeling good in the meantime until we get that back up. This match is going to be huge. And I mean, we got a full crowd. Like, I'm looking around. The temperature in the arena itself is electrifying, but also increased by like 10 degrees. It is hot.
I just want to say, I'm struggling with my hearing because the crowd behind me, the Flame Boys, we happen to have the Flame Boys behind us, and they are pumped up.
Agreed, I agree here. And of course, we are going to be introducing our guest right now here. Sorry for that miscommunication here, but at the same time, let us welcome our guest all the way from MPL MENA. Yasso, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really great. I'm feeling honored to meet you guys, and I'm looking forward to today's matches. I think there is a lot of stories to go.
Agreed. It is, after all, the upper brackets, the best of the best here. The undefeated all playoffs is going to be going head-to-head with a best-of-5 series. And the stakes are pretty high because if you think about it here, the winner of this series pretty much guarantees a ticket to the M5 wildcard. Not necessarily to M5, but it is one step towards that direction.
Yeah, it's an exciting time to be alive here, especially in the arena of MPL MY. We would love to have you here one day, Yasu, but I'm curious to know, what are the big differences between MENA and MPL MY as of right now? I know MENA has been a younger region overall, but I don't know, in your opinion, what are the big differences?
Yeah, before we get into that here, Yasso, keep that in mind. Before that, I would like to shout out to our amazing sponsors here. You can grind on and confirm love with Nescafe because Nescafe is the best drink there to keep you energized throughout the entire event. And of course, Yasso, I know you are very pumped up for this. Let us know, what's the difference here between MENA as well as Malaysia?
Well, I would totally agree. MPL Malaysia have worked so far, and we have just had now having sports season. So yeah, it's a young season, but yet a promising one. We will have a 5 also at the wild card in Malaysia in the future. So I someday maybe.
Well, that is very insightful here. I hope we are going to be able to grow as big as well, right? Like MENA, obviously, is one step there. But at the same time, we are all here to learn and enjoy the beautiful game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So, now, all things considered here, now when it comes to the upper bracket finals here, boys, I have to ask this. Who do you think is going to come out on top of this series?
I just have one thing to say. This is basically the match between the favorites and the underdog. SRG has a chance to make history in MPL MY.
Yep, I agree. And of course, for these guys watching at home, if you guys want to have more action and more prizes here, you can purchase the weekly diamond pass as well as enjoy diamond rebates up to 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the first day of purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days. The Layla saving box will also be there for you guys to save some more diamonds when you log in, and you can also get item rewards up to 280 diamonds throughout the entire season here. Yeah, so I know you love diamonds here. Let us know, what are the favorite heroes that you like when it comes to the, I would say, MENA region here? Like, what is the priority heroes is coming in from there?
Well, I thought you were going to my direction, but also MENA is my direction. Well, in MENA, I think that the most controlling heroes are Brethren. We are talking also about Mortis, Valentina, Angela also exists, also Matilda. So I think that the MENA region is not that much different, and it doesn't have that much difference in terms of meta compared to MPL Malaysia. So I think today I'm gonna see a lot of similar picks, and I'm so excited to show what's new that MPL Malaysia will show.
You know, I like that you brought up these heroes as well, because surprise, surprise, those are heroes that are very, very popular during the regular season. However, things got a little bit different, especially coming from the earlier games today here. What are your thoughts on this, Husky?
I mean, I was able to talk to Yasu prior to this, right? And I think the comparison is that after this hospital meta, the new patch, I think MPL MENA instantly picked up on a lot of the enchanted supports, Matilda, Rafaela, Angela, maybe some sort of Estes, if I remember correctly. But for Malaysia, we are not too keen on that just yet.
Agreed. But before we get into some needy videos here, ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys are very excited to see this upcoming match. Guess what? Here's a little bit of teaser on what's going to be happening with Selangor Red Giants as well as Homebois. Here's a video for you guys.
Habis pindah dapat, tapi tamparan tak dapat super raid. Sayang Red Giant, Cikukai berjatuh tumbangkan Irakoda sudah pun berakhir. Sudah mau dikecewakan dan berjaya untuk ditendang keluar oleh Sangkar Kasih Merah. 2 berbalas kosong pasukan Homebois. Mereka telah pun berjaya singkirkan pasukan tim Hak untuk hari ini. Cepat, cepat, cepat! Tumpukan berbisa itu, Selangor Red Giant berjaya untuk menendang SMC turun ke bawah.
Experience? I think experience overrated. Toda, 4-time M series, lose to us. This is now the age of the new team. Everyone is looking for their first MPL trophy. Zon, are you ready to face the new blade?
Korang boleh nampak yang minion ni tak sama macam minion dulu. Ini Megam punya minion tau. Homeboys dah ready untuk angkat piala season ni.
Sebenarnya kita orang Nova ni ada sebab juga. Last season kan kita kalah sendiri dengan Nova tu. Masa tu pun kau juga yang Roma Syam. So aku rasa lah kan, Nova ni yang counter kau sebenarnya. Kalau kau rasa kau tak boleh lawan Nova, tak apa, kau tukar je Barbosa masuk, okey?
Rodak saya dah bantai. SMG pun saya dah bantai. So untuk Homebois, confirm 100% win rate lagi. So, be ready ya Homebois.
Kita ada secret weapon kita. Walaupun korang dah tahu macam mana kita orang main, tapi korang tak dapat nak patahkan. Sebab kita orang keluarkan sikit demi sikit rasa kita orang. So korang yang mana nak analyse kita orang punya gameplay, analyse elok-elok.
Untuk Gorgeous, hari tu dah taunting. Kita orang pun dah taunting balik. So untuk Gorgeous, be careful. Focus on your gameplay. So jumpa dekat Land of the Dawn. Sebenarnya kita tahu Homebois ni champion slayer lah sebab diorang bantai tim Hak yang pernah champion dulu. RSG pun diorang bantai juga yang pernah champion dulu. Tapi jangan lupa kami Judo The Giant pun champion slayer juga. Kita akan tengok siapa the best champion slayer.
The best of the best scattered here, throwing shades, throwing words at each other. But of course, action speaks louder than words, and I'm extremely excited to see how this upcoming match is coming in here. But the taunts here seems a little bit serious here. Gideon, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, it's definitely going to be serious. These are teams who are known as champion slayers. They both knocked up big competitors to get to this point, and honestly, the stories are writing themselves. They finally needed the upper brackets for a chance to qualify to the grand finals.
Yeah, this feels like the most unlikeliest of match made in heaven, right? Both teams sent the top 2 of the regular seasons to the lower bracket, which caused RSG and MY to just get knocked out by Team SMG. SRG beat the 4-time M Series attendees, and don't worry, they have the rookie of the season 11 playing up against Sepat, which is a seasoned veteran later on.
Agreed, you know, seeing that Toda is finally lose their streak here after representing Malaysia for so very long, and they even brought in Supernova as a clutch pinch server for the team to actually win the series, which is kind of exciting. But of course, all things considered here, Yaso, what are your thoughts of the video?
Well, I think it's really exciting to see that both teams now want to show us a lot. How can I say that? I believe that they met already in the regular season, and Team Homebois won against Team
SRG.
With what? RSG. Sorry, yeah, RSG. So I think that Team RSG already share bad blood with Team Homebois from the regular season, and now they need to show us a lot in terms of being in the finals of the upper bracket. So I believe that this match will have the 3rd place and the 4th place in the regular season playing to get their spot, be in the maybe the champion or even the runner-up, or play against Team SMG, right? Am I correct?
Agreed. Whoever loses this series pretty much goes down into the lower brackets. I agree. I like that you actually brought this up, yeah. So 3rd and 4th place. That's the thing about Season 12, right? Expect the unexpected. Anything can happen. And guess what? Who would have thought that the 3rd and 4th are currently in the upper bracket finals, man?
I'll tell you the most unexpected thing. Team Secret got 7 points in the regular season. That was a great improvement from Season 11.
Agreed here. But of course, all things considered here, without further ado, I want to see how things are going to be looking like here, because we are going to be throwing on stage with Rose to give you guys the next.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita akan main upper bracket final match. So guys, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. Tapi untuk semua orang yang tak tahu, upper bracket match ni, okay, diorang akan main best of 5. Dan yang menang akan terus tunggu dekat Grand Finals esok. Manakala pasukan yang kalah akan turun dekat lower bracket dan akan menentang pasukan SMG yang baru habis menang game pertama. So with that, let us invite Homebois ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Melangkah masuk ke arena dengan penuh bangga, membawa gelaran sang pewaris legenda, mengejar trofi sulung untuk mewakili negara. Akankah Homebois mengukir sejarah pertama ke Grand Final? Satukan hati, satukan jiwa, Playboys, bersoraklah untuk pasukan kebanggaan anda. Gergasi merah MPL Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants. Selepas berjaya melangkau rekod mereka di musim yang ke-11, Selangor Red Giants kini selangkah ke Grand Finals. Kemasukan Supernova jelas memberi satu peningkatan buat mereka. Adakah SRG mampu untuk menjatuhkan tahap keyakinan Homebois? Let the Nova explode! Sekarang marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, upper bracket final match yang akan jadi sangat-sangat sengit. Will it be a full best of 5 series ataupun kita akan end dengan 3-0? Only time will tell and only the teams will know. So with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Boy, oh boy, it is the upper bracket finals here. Are we gonna see a full 5 game? But so far, to start things off in today, we did get a full 5 game at the start of day number 3 here. But now, all things considered here, one of these teams is gonna be advancing in towards the first step into the grand finals here. Thoughts on this? Who do you think it is gonna be?
Oh boy, man. Yeah, you're putting me on a spot. My heart is with SRG, truly. But statistics and history has shown that Homebois have a very good chance of securing their grand final slot.
Gideon?
I don't know. I feel like it's a little too early for SRG. They need a little bit of time. They've already got a taste of it international with the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. I think that Homebois need an opportunity to actually make it to at least qualify for wildcards at a bare minimum.
Yep, agreed. What do you think about this? Yeah, so who do you think is going to have the one edge here? Who are you hoping to be coming out on top this series?
Well, look, I would agree totally with you that the story the underdogs is more exciting. Like for me personally, I believe that the story of the underdogs is more exciting for anyone to watch. So I want to see the underdog win today. But what I'm most excited to see is Chaipi. Actually, I want to see that player that got 2 MVPs in 2 weeks, and also he was the ace of the game that gathered, or like the game that both teams met. I think that I'm most excited to see Chaipi play today.
You know, Chibi has been very, very popping off here. His retribution has been topping, like getting very, very on point, which is kind of surprising because he was a little bit shaky during regular seasons here, but during the playoffs, it seems like whenever playoffs happens, there has been this additional buffs here when it comes to him. What are your thoughts that makes him stand out as a jungler compared to the rest here, Gideon?
If you could just, Husky, if you could just move your chair just a wee bit so that you can see the Flame Boys in that crowd.
Okay.
It's hard to not land a retribution when you got that type of support.
Agreed. But without further ado here, let us introduce the rosters of Homebois up on screen here. Starting things off, we have Chibi, Zorn, Rizal, Warlord, and Serpat going to be starting things off in the upper brackets.
Chibi, highest average neutral objective secure rate as a jungler in the entire league. Zorn, I would say, undisputed best roamers we had so far. Very, very opportunistic, very unique hero pools, and the fact that they unlocked Chibi in the jungle assassin role, especially the Hellcat, who has a 100% win rate, makes Homebois so much deadlier.
I think not only that, the fact that Rizal is a goal laner being the glue, the rock for the team, a stable goal laner.
Yeah, he makes them so strong here, and they seem very, very solid. However, the contenders to actually stop them in this track, to prevent them a chance to make it to the grand finals here, is going to be Selangor Red Giants, starting things off with Super Zak, Super Red, Super Gojas, Supernova, and Super Sekis.
I mean, this team, Youngblood, Supernova, came in as the last resort, the trump card, and went 4-0 yesterday in the playoffs. Super Gojas improved, now has that temper rage to discipline the XP lane, which is something that they desperately need against an experienced player like Serpat.
I mean, when we talk about things like that in their overall team fight, and of course, Supernova has made that impact. That goes without question. It's not like there aren't holes in their gameplay. We saw their match against Team SMG, right? There are times when you get into that late game and you got to get a little creative with it. I feel like SRG kind of overthinks certain situations.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, all things considered, they still took a dub against SMG with Supernova as a pinch server. So I am extremely excited to see can they maintain that momentum they've garnered against SMG to bring in towards the grand finals. However, now, this is going to be the headlines for this match, and that is going to be the beginning of a new era. Both teams in the upper brackets finals have never won an MPL MY title.
I think this is just crazy, right? When you say teams in general, yes, they have not won an MPL title, but then you look at the accolades of some of these players. You look at people like Zorn, who has been around for the longest of times. This guy's literally the oldest dog we have in the league, and yet he hasn't been able to win a trophy, or at least with a team like Homebois. This could be their moment.
It could be their moment, but it could also be a repeat of history. Homebois, last season, 3rd place. What happened? They played a best of 5, they dropped the game. They played another best of 5, and they got eliminated. This was the exact spot of which it began, and I'm hoping that they're changing history this time round.
Yep, they are looking to try and qualify themselves, right? They did bow out on 3rd place in the previous season. However, all things considered, both the teams have never won an MPL. But for Zorn, this is going to be his 2nd one. He has been yearning for it since Season 3, but that is going to be a complete story here. But before we get into the nitty-gritty here, like, I want to talk about the minds and brains of these two teams, because when it comes to the draft, they have brought out very, very unique drafts here. And to set things off, especially coming from SRG, Coach Arcadia has done a fantastic job alongside with analyst Ozora Vecchi that brings in so much value in bringing up this draft, which is kind of surprising because out of nowhere, they decided to make a player swap of a Supernova yesterday to take the W against SMG. What are your thoughts on them?
I mean, I want to hear what Yasu thinks about this, right? Because I want to hear how the coaching staff in MPL MENA kind of get their team through. Yasu, what are your thoughts when it comes to coaching and guiding a team when you're up against a matchup in MPL MENA?
Look, you said earlier that 100%, I agree with you 100% on that. MPL is all about writing history, and today both these teams didn't get the MPL, so they want to write their own history. They want to leave their their stamp on the MPL Malaysia, sorry, not MENA. compared to MPL Mina, you talked about the coaches. I believe that the coaches in MPL Mina are now much more better. They are also getting, how can I say that? We are getting the help from the professionals. We are getting the help from the Philippine region, from the Indonesian region to evolve. To evolve to get the level to play against the international team.
Agreed. And as of now, when it comes to the topic for today, we're talking, you brought up Chibi just now as well. It is going to be the Malaysian Retribution Showdown. And so far, the biggest highlight has been Sekis ever since SRG's debut in the previous season. Now, a veteran like Chibi has been very, very consistent here. And what do you think that actually stands up right here, Husky?
I think that's the funniest thing. The funniest thing is that we have two junglers with completely opposite characteristics. We have one on the side of Homebois, Chibi, highest average neutral objective secure rate against one of the lowest neutral objective secure rate, which is Super Skies. Yesterday, his own team secured neutral objectives more than he did with the Retribution, and that is a point of concern when you're up against a team like Homebois, who are very solid when it comes to contesting these objectives.
Of course. Now, let's get a little bit more insights here, Yaso. This is going to be a comparison of the regional players' top 3 of roamers. We have Zorn, JP, and Keyboy. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, for me, I think that these 3 players are so great, and their statistics speak from them. They don't know, like, they don't need a lot of people to say who is the best. They are top 3. They really deserve to be there. And for me personally, I don't know if this is something okay to say, but I see that the best gameplay, that the first rotation gameplay that I've ever seen in Mobile Legends so far goes to to Team Echo Philippines. I think that Echo Philippines plays a game that's totally different, and that a lot of teams in MENA especially want to uprise and go to this level.
Ooh, that one's a tough one, because the way that Echo plays generally is very, I wouldn't say it's cool, calm, and calculated. More so, there's some level of instinct no matter what team that they play against. It's not a protocol, it's a feeling that nobody else has. They see angles that nobody else can pull through, and that's what gives Echo their signature style.
You know, and when it comes to JP as well, like you talk about Echo, we've talked about Onyx ID as well, because Onyx ID was the one that kind of beat Echo this year, man. If you think about it, we know Philippines has been supreme for a very, very long time, but I'm pretty sure, Yaso, you have got a lot to talk about because you guys have played against them before.
Well, look, you said something about Onyx ID, and yes, Echo Philippines can bleed. We can say they did lose, and Onyx did win the last MSC. So you said that also MENA has played against Team Echo. Yeah, we played against Team Echo, and we played against a lot of good teams in the M4. But unfortunately, we didn't manage to get any points in the M4 series. But when we reached the MSC, we managed to do something better. And going forward, I believe that MENA will uprise and go for higher spots and finish in better places.
Okay, hopefully that will be coming soon, but as of now, all things considered here, this coming match is about to happen here. We are going to be jumping into the drafts here of the upper bracket finals, a best of 5. Game 1 with Homebois on the blue side and Selangor Red Giants on the red side. Priority picks, guys.
Rule of thumb against Homebois, ban the Hellcurt.
Ban the Hellcurt, especially if you're thinking about the Fredrin. I think a lot of professional teams have come to the conclusion that if you turn off the lights against Fredrin, it's going to be really difficult for him to coordinate with the rest of his team to not only sit on top of the lore, but to get a very accurate retribution.
Yep, and when it comes to setting up those plays here, I feel like it is going to be a difference in terms of approach on how they play this, right? We have talked about the hospital meta. So far, hospital meta, we've seen a couple of games, looks a little bit iffy here. But what about your thoughts here, Yaso, from MPL MENA, which I think is happening right now? I believe you were casting the regular seasons yesterday here. What are your thoughts on the hospital meta?
Well, actually, I was casting the MPL MENA 3 hours ago, so I came fresh. The MPL MENA, the only thing that I didn't see quite a lot, and you guys spoke about it, Hellcurt. I didn't see Hellcurt a lot in MPL MENA, and I also like the term hospital meta. I will actually take that. I will steal that from you guys, and I will use it in MPL MENA. I know that the supports are getting more attention now because of the next update, and because they now have the healing effect so much more stronger by using the item or like the magical items. So the hospital meta is also working and it's effective in MPL MENA. But what about the draft now? What can you tell me about Hellcurt especially? I'm really eager to know what is so special about Helker that makes him a meta for MPL Malaysia.
Well, just like in real life, if you're blind, you don't get to do a lot of things effectively. And Helker completely makes you blind, and it also, you know, goes well with heroes that want vision, right? Your artillery, Farsa, your Novaria. But if you put Novaria on the same team as Helker, suddenly the enemy can't see, but you can find out where they are. But when we go into Enchanted supports, the good thing, or at least the unique thing about Homebois, is that they do not care about Enchanted supports. They stick to tank supports.
Well, agreed. And as of now, seeing how the drafts is happening right now, we do see the Terizla and as well as Yujong, two very, very major setups for the XP laners. Gideon, I know you have a lot to say. You're a big fan of Terizla, but seems like today Terizla has been winning games. Thoughts on this?
So far, I mean, the thing is, Terizla has been winning games because he's doing the job. He is catching the gold laner time and time again, and it looks like both SRG as well as Homebois are positioning themselves to dive into that backline to cut the gold laner off.
And this could also set it up for a potential Alice pick. We know Supernova, not Alice, Angela pick. We know Supernova plays Enchanted support. He showed us the Matilda yesterday. The Angela is still up on the table. It could be an option, but Homebois, they are ready to do with this, right? You have a Lancelot and an Irithel to get away from this Black Dragon that wants to dive you.
Yep, agreed. And now seeing that Lancelot is going to be picked up as well as the Irithel for Homebois, they are going to be trusting on towards Chibi's Lancelot play. So I guess from the side of Super Sekis here, is he going to try and mirror this by bringing in the Fredrin or Martis, which is, I think, very, very popular as well from the MENA region. I believe so, Yasso.
Yeah, I'm surprised that these picks might not even get picked in the first phase. And yeah, they didn't get picked. I see that the Claude is picked by I can see that the Claude is picked by Team SRG. And also there is something that really, I don't know how it didn't get picked, because as you can see, I just came from MENA. I didn't see a lot of the games here in Malaysia. But why didn't Angela get picked earlier on? Because I believe that Angela can both work with Irithel and also she can work really good with the Claude. I think it gives them more sustain and it makes them much more stronger. Why didn't Angela get picked earlier on?
Honestly, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I think this is one of those, like, you know, warm-up games where you're looking for the comforts more than you are looking to counter-draft your opponents. Because I agree with you, Angela definitely should have been picked here by either Homebois or SRG. A little bit more on SRG's side when they have priority, especially since they have to not only protect their gold laner, but dive for the enemy gold laner. A great enabler being that Yutong. I'm also surprised that Super Red decided, I want Claude instead of Wanwan.
He played 5 games with Claude the entire season. He hasn't lost a single game on this hero. He's the only one who made it work after the nerf. So it's his comfort pick, it's a signature pick, just give him.
Hey, Claude wins games, man. And speaking of Claude here, I like that they are going to be prioritizing this because they've chosen to ban the Kaja, which is pretty much a great way to actually stop the backlines. If you want to get a little bit aggressive here, it is going to be aggression. So I assume they are going to be leaning and banning onto the Franco pickup. But what about this Hanzo pickup coming from Homebois? It seems like they are somewhat traumatized during regular season plays where they actually brought in the Hanzo from Selangor Red Giants and came up on top with it.
I think this Hanzo pick, I don't know what it tells me though. I'm assuming that mid laner might be an artillery, right? Warlord, there's still the Farsa up on the table. We saw how SRG, they banned out the Novaria, and that is why you don't see a first phase Novaria on the side of Homebois.
I think yes, you want to kind of dig out the pocket picks, and it's clear that Homebois want to target specifically the jungle picks from the side of SRG. If you take away the Hanzo at the very least, at least Sicilion starts to become an option. Gord becomes another good option as well. Now that the Akai is gone as well, that means diving into the backline may not necessarily be as difficult as it first seems, but more importantly, there's not a lot of disengage tools for the side of SRG. They're banning out suppression heroes.
Yeah, I like that you actually brought up the Gord as well, because it seems like Hanzo is a great way to actually cut the back lines in this particular setup, and it feels like they might be setting up for Warlord to bring up the Gord. If you think about it here, during week 5 of the regular season, Homebois was one of the very few teams that actually brought in the Gord first, so they might be hinting in that direction. But speaking of Angela, yeah, so you got what you want. Angela now picking from Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, I believe like we can say hello or like welcome for the hospital meta. I think that Team SRG right now have a lot of combos to do. They have the Angela Claude, also the Angela with the Yuzong, and we still didn't see the jungler, which is really, I don't know, it didn't get so much attention from Team Homebois. I thought that we will see something else than Hanzo, but I believe that Team SRG, of course, they have someone who plays Hanzo, and he was pretty annoying at some point. So that's why Hanzo is in the bans. But Akai, for me, is so reasonable. I thought I will see Brethren earlier on, or maybe even Martis, and still both of them will work perfectly in Team SRG's draft.
Well, seems to be Homebois, they will double down on this composition. They are bringing in the core here, knowing that there's no one to deal with the back lines. However, Yasuo, you brought out a good point. Focusing on the junglers, Sekis has been known for his Ling here. Angel Ling was very popular during the first weeks of the regular season on MPL MY. But the question here is, are they going to bring it up? Because they don't really have a very strong frontliner to soak damage.
I mean, think of it this way. Homebois have kind of set up some precedences here. You want to play Ling? I got the Kufra already. You want to play a tank? I already got Gord. So it already feels like Homebois are one step ahead in the draft so far. So unless we are expecting, you know, Super Skies to somehow get away with maybe a Hayabusa, I don't see it happening right now. The Angela is good, but this is really going to test how good the Angela can soak damage for his team with the hard guard.
I mean, I like the fact that, you know, I sort of expected Angela and it went through, but you see the last two picks of Homebois, right? Like Gideon said, they cover so much ground that there are only two options in the worst case scenario, Brethren or Martis, and Super Sekis in this case has no choice but to stick with the Martis thanks to the Gord and the Kufra's presence in this game.
Now, all things considered here, Yasuo, before we head into his game here, what are your thoughts on this draft between both these teams?
Well, for me, I'm so excited to see what the coaches like thoughts on this, and also like how do they see that the strategy will work. But I lean a little bit towards the side of Team SRG because I believe that their draft is full of combos. They are full of damage and also damage take heroes. So
yes. And of course, when we talk about all this here, thank you so much, Yasuo, for your insight. We will see you on the post-game side here. But for now, this is pretty much the drafts here, coming from Homebois as well as Selangor Red Giants. I'm extremely excited to see how they pull off in the upper bracket finals. Here we go.
I mean, this is it, man. Upper bracket finals, both teams here to make history. One best of 5 to find our first grand finalist, and wild cards at least secured for them. But we're looking at the underdogs against the hometown favorites. We're looking at the best junglers against a jungler that has been struggling for eons. Super Sekis has a lot to prove today.
He really does. And I think, you know, the Martis is definitely going to fit his style a little bit more to try and create an early lead, especially once you hit level 4, right? Because we're expecting that Selangor Red Giants aren't going to care about that very first turtle.
Oh,
if they
wait.
The
new Irithel!
It's the new skin!
That's so cool!
He's got the bike and air, she's got the bike and everything. Oh,
what?
Man.
Irithel can do a drive-by?
What? I've never seen that before. That's so cool. Wow. Like, this is first time ever we've seen like an animal turn into a bike.
I'm drawing this, man. I'm drawing.
I'm definitely going for this as well.
I don't know if the hitbox is smaller as well. It feels so much slimmer than before.
He's faster with sprint because he's a bike. Yeah. He blows smoke in your face when he sprints.
Agreed. But all things considered here, now we're seeing that Homebois is going to be prioritizing a little bit more on the playing the safe side, right? But just look at Selangor Red Giants. They are starting to emphasize on getting early control before the turtle pit and hoping to get a punish down bottom here. But it feels like Sapat, him being under level now, are they going to even get a kill here, Selangor Red Giants?
I mean, Sapat still has his flicker, right? Unless he really makes a significant mistake, or at least a commitment from Super Go just to use that Petrify, which I don't think he will, being so close underneath that turret. It's better just to take these trades, wait out this turtle, maybe just back to power farming.
Yeah, seeing this turtle is about to spawn as well. They are going to try and get up those level 4s. Ryzel is getting left uncontested right now, but they are shifting their focus to try and set up this gank. But as of yet, based on how the rotations are coming in, Homebois, they don't really want to get early engagements just because they need a Warlord to have those level 4s for now. But SRG, they're doing some serious damage onto his support here, and they are about to hit their level 4 first for this turtle contest. And seeing how now turtle control into his Homeboi's favor, they might look for a limited engagement. But bottom side, what? Coaches? He gets a kill on Sapat out of nowhere.
Just Petrify, kills Sapat, gets first blood, gets level 4, uses the Black Dragon to just zone Homebois away. But we've seen Homebois. This is one of the few rare times they don't get control of a neutral objective. But Zoran, he's going to try to do some distraction. Knocks on the Super Zac. Chibi shows up into the fight. Remember, no one Petrified from Super Gold Dash. Chibi has a chance to steal the turtle away. And it's Warlord again. Super Skies, you cannot keep letting mid laners steal your neutral objectives. And now your team is going to die. Super Skies ends up being the one that falls.
A huge mistake coming in for the side of SRG here. A really, really big mistake as well. I mean, Super Zac, he hit his level 4 on time. He's stealing the right ult. He is zoning and taking damage from Zoran on purpose to give his jungler all the space in the world, and yet he still whiffs it, miscalculating the damage from the Mystic Gush.
Yeah, at the same time as well, Warlock was in a position to actually stop the back line. Supernova was kind of distracted in that fight, was hoping to get a hard cut early to try and keep him alive, but Sekis was so busy getting out of that fight and he actually got punished for it. Very, very nice stuff coming from Homebois. However, now, seeing the SRG, they are losing in this turtle trade here. They have to find a way to get a pick-off, because if they don't set up to try and snowball against Ryzel very, very soon, this Irritel is going to get free raids and dive towards the back lines, because as of now, Ryzel is already one level ahead of Super Red.
Gonna eat the Mystic projectile, has to use the Purify. Ryzel, he's gonna do the drive-by, rim down Super Red, uses the hard guard to keep himself alive. Super Sky shows up, gets the decimation, no reset though, penalties over Super Zack, the stolen one.
No, what?
Oh my god, Warlord is a sniper to find that kill. An even trade for both teams.
Oh man, Super Skies, my guy. He's got to calm down. He's playing really, really nervous. He walks back into the Mystic Projectile when he knew what the trajectory was already looking like. And with that being said, because of that death, now Chibi is going to really supercharge himself. He was 2 levels ahead when Super Skies died the first time and then respawned. Now, I think Chibi is really going to start taking advantage of the lanes.
Yeah, I agree. Skies here, he feels the need to actually prove himself to try and set up a precedent for his team, because as of now, he needs to find a way to snowball, and that's the beauty about picking up this early game, right? But as of now, because he's died twice and he's eagerly trying to punish Ryzel and make a play here, this is going to set them back so far back for this next turtle contest, and they need to time this hard gun really well with Super Gojas in order to set precedence for the team.
Turtle on the side of Homebois, Super Gojas, who used the Black Dragon form very early on. But the turtle gets reset, right? Homeboy just pull all of it. They're like, you use your big ultimate, we just want to take the turtle.
Oh no, this is not good. They're waiting out the Black Dragon coming from Homebois, and they know perfectly well. And once Gold just doesn't have the Elder form, they are going to try and make an attempt. And good call coming from Selangor Giants to actually back off for now and give control to Homebois.
Now GB has a very clear lead against Super Skies, right? He's clearly level 8. He can definitely take this turtle, and that's going to accelerate him to a 2-level lead. So Super Skies, he's got to go back to power farming as soon as he can.
Yeah, and seeing how they are going to be trying to play catch-up here, Sekix, he is going to be the frontliner for a team, right? They need to time it with Supernova in order to start a fight, and as of now, they don't really have that hard engager compared to what Homebois is. Look at this, Zor is just so confident in front lines. He knows if he catch someone, Warlord is going to be able to get the follow-up through, whereas SRG, they don't really have the best way to counter-engage because they rely on Super Sekis' mechanical prowess to dodge those spells in order to set a way for the fight.
It feels bad, right? His team handed him the first turtle on a silver platter. He spilled the food, and because of that, just one moment, now Zorn finds the engage on the middle lane, and it's him again. What can you do in that situation?
What a catch. What a catch coming from Homebois, and it's not over yet. You can see they are going to counter-engage.
There it is, stolen. Penalty zone with a flicker. They get terrifying the sub, but will drop and leave some sort of trade back.
That is scary. That is so scary. But a little bit of a small redemption coming from Selangor Giants, but they have to capitalize on Homebois making those small little mistakes. And as of yet, Homebois, they're just so confident, making sure that Ryzel doesn't get contested at all in all these fights.
Yeah, that's the real name of the game. It's about confidence here. And right now, SRG are kind of lacking in it. And so far, if you're in Homebois' position, right, especially from Chibi, he's going with a really safe tank slot build. He's not going to try and rush War Axe the power farm to eventually get the Thunderbelt and then finally get the Guardian's Helm. He's going for the Guardian's Helm now. He knows that he can actually start generating a lead for his team, and the fact that they've already developed at least a 3.8 going to turn into a 4K off of this next turtle, I think that Selangor Red Giants really need to focus down on one problem at a time. First, they need to take out Warlord. They need to scout out Zorn, take out Warlord, and then look to fight.
Agreed, and Super Sekis, he actually just got his Radiant Armor to kind of deal with this damage burst coming from Warlord, and hopefully he's going to be able to cut the backlines, trying to stop his Mystic Gush, and maybe set a present for his team. But as of now, the biggest problem is going to be whether or not can they counter-engage, because as of now, Super Zack, he's got the stolen penalty zone.
Since he's again walking up, they see this happening, but remember, this Martis is 3 levels behind a Lancelot. So this retro fight will not be easy. They might not even get anything in return. Super Zack forced to dash away. Serpat is a brick wall. Zorn again finding the lead, but this time they're gonna bait out the hard guard and the Black Dragon form. SRG need to do something with the stolen penalty zone. Zorn's gonna be the target. They gotta run him now. Something needs to come out of this, but Zorn is not making it easy. Decimation from Super Skies to find a kill. GB drop low thanks to Gojaz as Ryzo starts to drive in. Grab up that energy to find a kill. Super Skies on the other hand finds Serpat isolated, but Ryzo will be the one that guns down Super Gojaz. At the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1.
This is so smart coming in from Selangor Giants. They found out that Zorn would get a little overextended, but what was smart was that Super Red showed himself intentionally in the middle lane and freeze the lane to build up his stacks. And Homebois was so afraid that he might come in for the Blaze duet. That's why they didn't commit to the fight and lost Zorn in their progress.
Well, I mean, fair enough. And more importantly, I do think that at least from Super Gojaz, he's not kiting backwards towards his team. He thinks he can kind of get away with it. Ryzel, on the other hand, when he knows that Super Gojaz doesn't actually have his Petrify, he's not much of a threat as long as he has his Purify available. So really, Ryzel can take his sweet time with this. He's winning out on the lane. He's a level ahead of Super Red. He's got that gold lead. And now with 2 completed items of Maha's Claw as well as the Berserker's Fury, honestly, it's going to be pretty hard to get on top of him, or better yet, outdamage him.
Zorn misses the lead. Super Skies will get rid of it with the Ashura's Aura, and now Black Dragon in. Super Skies, can you get this floor right now? No, TV secures it. Super Red to the back with the Blazing Duet, but the damage is not enough. And now Serpat misses the penalty zone.
What?
But SRG on the other end found 2 kills onto Warlord and Zorn. Serpat is going to be the third, knocked out by the Furious Dive, double kill for Super Skies. SRG with 3 kills.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here coming in from Selangor Red Giants. Super Red just zoning up Ryzel for the as the dying fight, but Chibi! What? He just got deleted!
Petrify, man. Petrify, Ashura's Aura, the cancellation.
Man, he just wanted to dash out of there. Ryzel will have to use his Winds of Nature super early on there. He gets a good chunk, but at the end of the day, this is starting to look really, really promising for SRG. Homebois and SRG are really great at punishing their opponents. However, in terms of consistency of the plays, it's honestly left to be questioned at times.
Yeah, and seeing how when it comes to questions as well, because it feels like Zorn has been engaging in a place where the rest of Homebois can't exactly follow up. It's because of how the Lord Pit design is happening here. But as of now, he's going to try to make an attempt.
Finds the slam, Gojaz, laser to Oblivion. Warlord goes down. Super Red has assistance. Super Zack is going to get the trade. Super Skies needs to run away. The Lord is still a concern, which will be quickly dealt with. So SRG, they get to keep the top tier 2 intact, but seeing that Serpat once more! Penalty goes to the back! And they found Super Red! The Claude is dead, but they get the Petrify, the Terrify on the Zorn. Super Skies is coming for you, baby! Ryzo, where you gonna drive? All the way 6 feet under. SRG has killed off 4 members of Homebois to hold on to the game.
Oh, this is what I'm talking about. Like, every single time Zorn makes a play, the rest of the teams can't exactly follow up through because of how they were zoned off. Super Red in charge of marking Ryzel, whereas Gojaz is just cutting off the back lines, in particular Warlord as well. So it's just so awkward in all these engagements.
Yeah, it is a little bit awkward, but if you look at the items so far, in terms of completed items, 2 completed full items coming in from Chibi. Can we also talk about the fact that he's level 15, 11 minutes into the game compared to his opponent, Super Skies, 3 levels down? That is just, what an insane rate of farm.
Yeah, it's crazy that Skies was able to trade off so many kills off that fight, right? Like, he shouldn't be able to get away with it, but of course he timed his decimation really well, and Homebois was just heavily very punished in that regard. However, it's all about resetting right now, because even though it's a 1.4k lead in favor of Homebois, it is still very, very 50-50s. It's all about choosing your fights at the location that you want to win, and in this case, Selangor Red Giants has been able to capitalize on Homebois' over-aggression multiple times now.
Chibi just got to end this battle, right? So if you want damage, Chibi is going to start dishing out that damage. He's already reached that critical mass in terms of experience. Now he's going to start getting those floor items to really hit the backline, to start shredding Super Skies in these fights.
Well, Super Red just purchased his Winds of Nature, so now he has a much better chance against Ryzel. He will be able to out-movement speed him, especially since Ryzel took the Purify instead of the traditional sprint. In a lot of these cases, right, we're hoping to see who actually gets the Heart Guard. As Yasu mentioned earlier, a lot of it just depends on what combo is going to be the most efficient. As much as Gojaz is 3, 2, and 4, will he guarantee this kill onto Ryzel? We don't know.
A lot of pressure onto the Martin. Super Red shows himself and loses the majority of his health. Might be out of his fight though. but it's a space that they cannot afford to give up.
They have to fight this though. They have to really fight this. Lord is down to his very HP.
Good cancel from Super Sky with a sure aura. Now, hard guard on Super Red. He receives assistance. Sabat hits the backline. Super Sky needs to go. They're looking for Chibi. Chibi able to dash away with a puncture. Rise out, dealing enough damage to keep the rest of SRG away. Sabat getting terrified. Wants the kill. Looks for Super Zag. Finds the execution on him.
Oh! What?
Fuse him at the end. Keeping him alive. Chibi wants Super Skies. Can't find a kill. And now he's isolated. Goja's on his tail. Super Ray wants to chase for him. Homebois, they need backup for the jungler right now. Chibi still goes down despite the efforts of Homebois.
Hold up. How are they thinking so fast? Because Selangor Red Giants, the confidence on Skies to bait Homebois' aggression. Like, think about this. Level 13 against level 15. Why would you challenge in the Lord Pit? But he used the Lord Storm to try and stop the aggro of Homebois and bait out so much reactions. And then now, look at this. They're trying to punish this again.
Gojas, he's going to be gunned down, lasered by Warlord by Super Red. He's going to happily take the trade toward SRG.
Man, Super Red is one hell of a goal laner. You gotta give it to him. This is not an easy matchup. He was already struggling in lane a little bit. Have a little bit of support coming in from this Angela's hard card, and all of a sudden, now he's got all the confidence in the world to shred everybody from the side of Homebois. Now keep in mind, Homebois, yes, they are very combo-oriented. They really need that Mystic Gush to actually get some good effect on the major tanks from the side of Selangor Red Giants. So as soon as Warlord loses that Mystic Gush, it's go time for the side of SRG.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having those Claude on Selangor Red Giants, right? You can choose your fights into the back lines. Once the Mystic Gush is up, we can use for a flank, and you have Super Go just kind of wrapping around from the sides to kind of intercept whoever who tries to provide this assistance on Warlord. So right now, with this Lord pushing in, they need Warlord to step it up and to actually defend against this, because now Zorn is going to try and make a play, but it's a little bit too hard here.
Chibi is going to hit the back line to look for Super Red. Doesn't find it, but it's enough to push SRG back.
Boy, seeing how this is happening here, Homebois, they managed to defend against this. Great plays coming in from Warlord to actually zone out, but like I said as well, Chibi is trying to make things work against Super Red, because as of now, Super Red is the playmaker to zone off either Ryzel or Warlord, and Homebois need to figure a way to punish this Claude, and so far, it's been very, very difficult to do so.
Well, I mean, it's not that it's extremely difficult to do. Chibi clearly has more than enough damage. The problem is that you gotta force somehow Supernova to use that hard card. And there's only two ways of doing it. Either you threaten the marksman so much that he has to use it, or you just straight away look for this Angela, which Supernova is not even gonna let him do. Look, he's on the opposite side of the map.
Wow, Goja just straight out use the Black Dragon just so SRG can get the bot tier 2. They can start backing off. Homebois know that there's a big ultimate down, but they cannot find any fights.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult as well. It seems like Selangor Red Giants, they are going to shift their tempo of playstyle in this team fights because of the fact that Super Zack now has a stolen Mystic Gush in his favor. So I guess it's all about choosing those zone fights and split out capabilities in order to set up against Homebois, because Homebois, they're adapting to deal with Super Red's flanks. But at the same time, I don't think they realize that if they are clumped up together, Super Zack is going to just completely blast it off the smithereens. Wait a minute, am I seeing this right? Double Endless Battle up on Chibi?
I don't
Oh, no, okay.
that, yeah,
Nah, it's alright.
there we go. That's been corrected already. It was supposed to be Endless Battle as well as that Thunder Belt. So now that he's already completed his immortality, he has a little bit more confidence to go in, but it doesn't really change the problem, right? Super Red, he's caught.
Whoa! Hold on again! Wow, Supernova is a savior in this game. They get Super Red out, but the rest of SRG, they're gonna commit to the fight. And Ryzer just finds a free kill. Look at where Chibi is. He's hitting the top inhibitor, and that structure is gone just as the Lord comes up.
What a clutch. What a clutch indeed coming from Supernova. However, Homebois, they find an opportunity out of nowhere where they least expected. They hit so hard, and that's the specialty of what Homebois does, right? Zorn finding the right moments at the right time, but at the same time, it wasn't Zorn, it was Warlord's show. Usually we kind of expect Zorn doing this in plays, but as a guard, setting up a play like that, that's got to be very, very difficult to pull off.
I mean, he's been doing it the entire regular season. I expect nothing less at this point, and especially at this stage of the playoffs, right? They don't want to repeat history all over again. They'll do anything to avoid that, but the mistakes being made by both SRG and as well as Homebois are truly costing them, right? Every single time they've made a mistake, it's just a huge swing of punishment coming in from their opponents. Earlier, it was the Homebois, now it's SRG, and this is going to flip-flop back and forth until one team decides to be a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, speaking of consistent right now, Homebois, they are going to be the ones that actually push against Selangor Giants, and as of now, they've got so many immortalities up on Homebois, and I feel like Selangor Giants, they have to choose their fights very, very carefully, because can they match those immortalities? I do see one on the skies, but the rest of the teams, they have to be very, very careful on how they engage this, because if they don't blow out these immortalities, things are going to go south for them.
It's going to be a siege. Lord coming from top. Bottom and mid inhibitor will be under threat very soon. Chibi, again, he's just very confident, having the space to dash around. They know that SRG got to deal with this Lord. Super Skies wants a decimation, but Zorn too far away. Lord will be taken care of, but SRG will lose this mid inhibitor. Sky is thinking about an engage. Super Gorgeous also is contemplating, but just can't find any engage.
Oh, this is scary. They understand they cannot jump the trigger right now. It is all about resetting and buying time towards the later stage of the game. We're 18 minutes of the game here. We're slowly heading into the late stage of the game. And this is where the positioning of Warlord is going to be very, very crucial in setting up the plays for Homebois right now.
But under threat, push back, gotta flicker out of this. So SRG, they get something out of that.
That is that's a small window for Selangor Giants to actually, push out a little bit here, knowing that Mystic Gush is down. That is going to give them a little bit more room to farm up some items. In this case, Super Red, he doesn't have his immortalities, but he is going to be farming his power potions in order to deal more damage. But is that going to be enough to deal with Chibi, though?
I think that's more than enough to deal with Chibi. But to be fair, as of right now, I would think that the biggest whiff is the fact that Supa had to use his flicker, right? He's not going to have it for the upcoming fight, and especially since board is coming out relatively soon. Any sort of punishment, to be honest, is going to be pretty devastating.
Yeah.
He's got the Purify out of Super Red.
Nice.
Now again, here's the backline. Super Red gets the system for the hard guard. Warlord with the Mystic Gush doesn't do enough damage. Supa loses immortality. Super Skies is gonna decimate Chibi. Forces out the immortality. And then with the Trumpkin, Chibi Thorn rolls damage. Not enough, but they do get Super Zag. Zorn revives the immortality. But watch out, that's the big boss. Super Red!
What?
To kill off Super Red! The best rover we have in the league! Have just won, Homebois, a big fight!
Oh, what a turnaround. Loses vision of him for half a second, dies for it. And now this could be a potential end push. They're at least going to get one inhibitor off of this. Super Skies and Supernova should be more than enough to hold off the tidal wave coming, but Ryzel is going to get some free hits for now. Question is whether or not they want to keep on pushing this agenda. Zach's coming back up in 14 seconds, Gojess in 13. They have one more wave to deal with, and a bottom in him.
He might be over.
They're just going to run for it. They are just going to run for game number 1. And the Homebois started off on absolute fire.
Oh, the precision, the decisions coming in from Homebois. What a turn of events coming from Zorn as well as Warlord here. Super Red tried their best to set up their fight. It looked good in their favor, but Warlord's positioning to allow Zorn to counterplay that last moment to punish Super Red. What communications coming in from Homebois.
I don't think that required communication. Zorn just saw the opportunity, he saw his abilities coming back up, and he's like, you know what? I'm about to save this game right here, right now.
What a guy. Zorn just giving the man up to Zorn here. Zorn just setting up the plays. This is why he's one of the best playmakers in MPL Malaysia. And I'm extremely excited to see how things will go because it is all about adapting. But what a way to start the upper brackets game 1 here. Who would have thought it would have been this close?
I personally, not me. I was looking for Homebois to just roll over game 1 and perhaps just give us a quick 3-0, but apparently SRG, they definitely did their homework.
Yep, they definitely did their homework, and better yet, I would say this really looked like that warm-up game. Both teams seemed a little cold and GB was warm, but man, it's tough.
Agreed. But of course, let's see who the MVP is coming from Homebois. Seems like the MVP is going to be none other than Chibi himself to completely zone the back lines. The landslide completely just opening up opportunities to split off the fight against Super Sekis. And not gonna lie, even though Super Sekis, he tried his best, he was always 2 levels behind Chibi, which made Selangor Giants suffer a lot here. But all things considered here, Chibi we've got the MVP for now, and Yaso, I know you are a big fan of Chibi, and he's got the MVP for this game.
Well, for me, I believe personally that Chippy deserves the MVP. Team Homebois focus on the objectives, and no matter how much Team SRG wins the early game and wins the kills and the team fights in the early game, as long as they don't get the advantage, as long as they don't go for the turrets and turtles and stuff like that, of course, Team Homebois will get the points. So I believe that it's a well-deserved MVP for Chippy.
Yeah, and when it comes to Chibi as well, you know, his damage has been very, very well. But at the same time here, let's take a look at what Homebois' communication looked like, because that seemed very, very close, and it is going to be very, very intense. But let's see what they have to say.
Jangan hanya datang dan tinggalkan lara.
Okey, di mana Warlord? Bukan Warlord, War dekat Lord.
War di Lord.
War di Lord.
Bukan Warlord.
Mati ni. Aku kuat. Mati. Mati tak?
Mati.
Nice. Kalau tengok
break baik guys.
Tak nak.
Nak lah. Nak lah.
Bagi stack. Boleh. Kasih tahu dek. Nice. Trizla.
No flicker good.
Nice.
Aman.
Kami. Go. Trizla. -3 guys, -3.
Nice one.
Nice. Tower. I go ulti. Nice.
Boleh tengok gua.
Jom.
Aman.
Lo. Defend. Minta.
Go fahim.
Got no flick. Come on, Red. Ayati. I got good.
Nice.
Apa?
No dash.
Nice one.
I have ulti.
Yeah.
I have ulti.
Guys, kita boleh guys. Nanti guys. Hujung guys. Semua hujung. Dah. Lo. Tengok CP, cok. Nice CP. Bisa baik tak? Hujung. Aku san. Nice hujung mati. Nice cok. Kau deh. Nice guys. Kau deh guys. Nice. Coba mereka kat dawe. Kalian mundur orangnya habis sulit kawar guys. Kasih bi. Bisa tor enggak? Hitor. Alhamdulillah. 1-0. Nice.
Yo, I did not expect that at all. Like, Zord, you know, like I was expecting some serious intense here. He was about to die. Down at last moment, gets the Eye of Cyclone, 1 HP, conceals his way in the bush, ignores Warlord, flanks the backlines, catches a double kill and turn the tide. Yo, that guy's thinking outside of the box. Like, zero communication. You know what? I trust my team. I'm just gonna do it.
I mean, there's a good chance he gets his second trophy at this point, right? 9 seasons apart. This is why he's one of the most experienced players, one of the most confident roamers, and the only person who has earned the right to infinitely recall taunt his opponents in game.
The kings of recall, bro. Yeah, so we had a little bit comparison here. We had Keyboy as well in the stats early on. Zorn proving himself with that beautiful play. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, look, I personally would say that he earned another fan. He earned a fan from Mina. He earned me. Zorn really played very well, and he was in perfect positionings, and he participated in a lot of important team fights. So for Zorn, he really, like, if there was someone who deserves the MVP also, it will be for me, Zorn.
Yeah, it was a debate between both Chibi as well as Zorn, right? Because Chibi was just the guy that dictated the early stages of the game, you know. Zorn just came in and like made a very small turn of events, and even that early game, he was making a little bit small mistakes, but eventually it all comes down to trusting your teammates and then kind of back each other up. Now, all considering how the thing went here, did you expect Game 1 to look as close as it gets?
Well, honestly, considering the number of sloppy mistakes that we did see from both of those teams in the early to mid stages of the game, yes, it was going to eventually come to this point, right? We are already at 11 minutes. We're seeing that GB is already level 15. He should be able to close this game out no problem, and then the mistake occurs and it drags out even longer. This is to be expected. This was the warm-up game, as I mentioned before.
Yeah, and when it comes to warm-ups as well, because it feels like the hospital meta coming from Selangor Red Giants didn't exactly hit the mark, because we've talked about how good it is during this entire phase, but somehow Homebois made it work. What made it so special here?
I think, well, for Homebois, this is a very cookie cutter draft for them, right? They've done this plenty of times. We have a Terizla, we have a Kufra, we pick the Gore. There's nothing that the enemy can do to us. But to be fair to SRG, throughout the entire chaos, 11 deaths in total, Supernova died none. He didn't die a single time.
Wow, that is insane, right? Like, he is the Angela. How can he die, right? He's pretty much inside someone's body here. And now, I want to ask Yasuo about this here, because Veena does play a lot of this Angela. What are your thoughts on this? What went wrong for Selangor Giants?
Well, look, as I said before we even go to the MVP, I believe that Mobile Legends generally is not about who gets the most kills. It's about who plays the best strategy, and because it's a strategy game. So SRG team in the early stage, they did really good. They got a lot of the kills, but didn't get advantage of it. Yeah, they have the Angela, they have good combos, they have, for me, perfect draft actually. But the ones who were focusing, if you rewinded the match once again, you will see that Homebois, every single time they get a kill or they get something important in the map, they keep going forward, they keep getting more and more and dig into the map for the side towards the side of Team SRG. So it's a strategy game, and in this strategy game, Team Homebois deserves to.
Agreed. You know, when it comes to your strategy as well, I like to, but it comes to execution, right? So when it comes to execution and how they convert the strategy here, Chibi going for a little bit more damage build here. It seems like Chibi is up to something. Why do you think that Chibi decided to go for a damage build here, Analyst Gideon?
This is if you think this is a damage build, it's not even remotely close. It's got damage, his base damages are high, but initially, instead of the Windtalker, he did have a Thunderbelt, and I think, you know, that's the traditional tank slot build that we've been seeing time and time again. Every single time somebody picks up the Lancelot, because it's consistent, it's reliable, and you only pick up that Windtalker when you're looking to close out the game, and you need some structural damage.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here, because now when it comes to this trade-offs, in the early stage of the game, Chibi was going for a defensive build and then swapped out damage item and compared to the Sekis. Is that the reason why, like, he was able to cut the backlines and also break towers? And I like that when it comes to that angle, it gives a little bit more variety in the game. I wish that during this test, they kind of show those timings on what they sell, did they change the items, etc. But good catch there, Gideon, in bringing up the Thunderbelt early on. But when it comes to Selangor Giants here, it feels like there is just no one that is in the front lines. I feel like relying on Yu Jong and Mortis being the sole defenders to actually soak up damage and open up the map in the front lines, they can't really kite as much just because of the mobility. It seems like once they pop their ultimates, they go in, that's it. They can't really back out.
I think the main problem with SRG in this case is just the early game, right? They set up a very good 2-minute objective. They got the first blood onto Sapat. They completely shut down this level 4 Terizla, lost the objective. And I think there is a massive blunder on Super Sky's part, right? This is a jungler that we said has struggled traditionally when it comes to contesting mutual objectives. Massive blunder that led to a cascade of events that allow Homebois to keep snowballing. This is why Chibi hit level 15 at 11 minutes. And if not for SRG punishing Homebois' mistakes, this game would have ended way earlier. So I think it's a blessing that SRG found these openings, but as the series progresses, you cannot make these minor mistakes. It has to be perfect, and the pressure cannot get to Super Sekis, especially in this jungle role.
Would you say, no, I like that Gideon at the start of this show, he actually brought up a very good point, right? It's all about comforts here. Would you say that Supernova is not comfortable playing this hospital meta?
No, I think Supernova played as good as it gets. Honestly, he was playing the most consistently amongst all the other players, right? I would imagine that, like, even towards that later stages of the game, that Super Red honestly could have carried it had he not gotten caught by Zorn allowing that puncture, that Phantom Execution coming in from Chibi to finish him off and break his immortality. Could have changed the game, because at this stage, they've already taken out the big carries, and I think Super Red was more than capable of hard carrying this game, even without that front line. So it really just boiled down to how do you minimize your mistakes. That early game should have gone to the side of SRG. They have more powerful ultimates, they have more ways to actually get on top of Homebois and actually crowd control them with the help of the Heart Guard and Puppet on a String. Super powerful ability.
Yeah, it seems like when it comes to this kind of team plays, it all comes down to whether you not understand your compositions and your timings and the situations you're currently in, right? But let's take a look at the goal graph. This is kind of insane, because despite Homebois having a little bit of lead here, 4K lead all the way through, I'm very surprised that Selangor Giants is able to hold out this long, or considering that usually when you have like a 4K lead, you pretty much dominate your way through, and Selangor Giants wouldn't be able to fight off. fight back.
Yeah, considering that it's a 6.9k goal advantage for Homebois at the end, this actually isn't as convincing as the numbers tell you, right? SRG put up a damn good fight towards the end. If not for Zorn's immense play, we probably would have gone on for 5 extra minutes.
Yeah, I think that, you know, at least with the goal graph, an easy way to interpret it is exactly where the moments that you saw each one of these teams made their mistakes. You can see huge gold swings, right? First mistake coming in at like first turtle of the game, which is between 2 to 3 minutes, right? Instantly you see the gold lead increase until we reach the 9 to 10. Instantly a mistake coming in from the Homeboy side, it falls back into SRG, and another mistake occurs. So you can definitely tell the key points in this gold graph of where the mistakes have been made and how much of a swing fell into the favor of the opposing team.
Yeah, and you know, it is all about finding resources across the map, right? Like whether or not they give up the composition. Like if we lose a fight here, I'm going to try and trade off on the other side of the map in those timings. But as of now here, Yasso, what are your thoughts on the fight so far between both Homebois as well as Selangor Giants?
Well, I believe it's a neck-to-neck fight, and also they are so near in terms of the kills, in terms of the strategy, in terms of everything. But the ones who got the most use out of it is Team Homebois, and that's why the graph was going for the favorite team, Homebois. As we can see here, SRG gets the kills, they get the fights over and over and over and over again. But after they do that, what do? They literally just, I don't know, at best cases, they take one turret. Yeah, at the end there was only, I believe, 2 inhibitor turrets, but for Team Homebois, I think they were more focused on the objectives, and that's why they won the game. For me personally, I'm so excited for this game to go to its 5th game, because I'm a fan of having a best of 1 at the end.
Wow, going for the full 5 game, considering that both teams, you know, it all came down to making mistakes and doing some setups as well. They have very, very clear pictures on how they want to win those games. It all came down to one small little mistakes. But of course, you can see, you know, this game, despite the amount of goal lead we saw in the graph earlier from Homebois, it was as close as it gets. Because in this final fight, this is that moment where Zorn was able to turn it away against Selangor Red Giants. Because all things considered, we were at that stage, it felt like Selangor Red Giants was about to make a comeback.
I mean, they honestly could have had Supernova just waited a couple more seconds for the immortality to finish and then get the Heart God off on the correct target. I think he tapped it too fast. He was definitely in a panic there, considering that he wasn't expecting Zorn to be jumping out of Tri-Brush for all reasons.
Yeah, considering he was like 1 HP, technically he should have died and just walked off, but the concealed plays coming from Zorn is what won them the game. But all things considered here, it's all about adaptations now. What kind of adaptations do you think is going to be needed coming from Selangor Red Giants? Yasso, let's start with you.
With me, for Team SRG, I believe that they need to get more use of their, before we even get started, I believe I said that they won the draft, or like for me in my own perspective, in my own opinion, I think that they had a really solid draft, so they didn't get the best out of it. So for Team SRG, I believe that they keep going with the same good drafts, they keep going with the same good team fights, but this time they have to use the advantage of these team fights, and they have to show the potential of the draft they are using.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, it all comes down to whether or not can they adapt here. But all things considered here, things are getting a little bit hot right here in the playoffs because there's so many people here. And let's take a look at what the crowd is doing in the sides here because they have something in store for you guys.
Apa khabar MPL Malaysia? Bersama lagi dengan saya Pojri dan juga Sanjana untuk side host hari ini. Tapi yang menariknya kita ada jemputan istimewa Nafis ataupun lebih dikenali dengan nama Abang Bota.
Hello, Assalamualaikum guys.
Wow, nampak semangat ramai kenal Abang
Bota. Saya
Bota.
peminat Arsenal, okey.
Jadi, banyak benda yang menarik kita nak cerita. Mungkin kita tak nak cerita Mobile Legends, kita nak cerita bola sepak sikit kan? Jadi mungkin Abang Botak boleh bercerita macam mana daripada seorang content creator sampai boleh dapat kerja dengan Astro Arena sembang pasal bola sepak saja.
So technically itu ya adalah fakta yang silap melibatkan Abang Botak sebenarnya sebab saya started as a writer untuk football and then buat content saja-saja for fun and suddenly rezeki datang. Dan terus jadi host di Astro Arena. By right, saya dah bersama dengan Astro Arena since 2017. So, still hosting, still melayan orang di Twitter, di Facebook, di Instagram. Diorang kan suka marah.
Memang very multifaceted lah you ni. Okay, dengar-dengar, it's your first time nak tengok MLBB live.
Yeah.
So, what do you think? What do you feel about the live audience ni kat Dewan Sri Putra?
Saya, to be honest, saya tak ada experience dengan esports punya event macam ni. This is my first time. Tapi surprise lah sebab dia punya hype tu macam gila babi weh.
Lebih hype, lebih cepat.
Power. Hey, aku tarik kau kat sini, Gang. So, yeah, power. So, I heard that this community baru start less than 10 years dekat Malaysia sebenarnya.
Betul. So, vibe check pass lah.
Keep growing. Sebab sebelum ni ada orang yang persoalkan kenapa esports kategori dipertandingkan dekat Sukan C. Tapi now dah pergi ke Asian Games, as you guys know. So, keep growing untuk jadikan dan tutupkan mulut orang yang memekak tu sebenarnya, guys.
Yes, that's
Betul. Jadi, pada pendapat Abang Botak sini, tak salah saya panggil Abang Botak, takut Abang jumpa saya.
I tak boleh marah untuk orang yang state the obvious. Kalau saya ada rambut, you panggil Botak, dia yang marah.
Okey, Abang Botak, saya nak tanyalah. Pada pendapat Abang lah berkenaan dengan community e-sukan kita kan, adakah pada pendapat Abang, kita boleh berkolaborasi antara content creator bola dan juga content creator e-sport sendiri?
Boleh. Dia sebenarnya tak ada limitation untuk any collaboration. Sepatutnya pintu tak wujud untuk benda tu. So, asalkan betul jalan dia, kena perlukan direction yang betul, direction yang parallel between two sides. Dan kalau melibatkan apa-apa, payment cantik, saya okey je.
Okay, nak tanyalah. We know that is not first time like if you nak pergi tengok football live kan. Selalu je kat stadium, even kat Old Trafford pun.
Okay.
So, is there any difference atau persamaan atau perbezaan dengan live kat sini dengan live kat stadium football?
Dia, to be honest, dia melibatkan dua sukan yang berbeza. So, obviously ada perbezaan. Tapi kalau nak cerita tentang similarity, I think the best thing melibatkan esports adalah the crowd betul-betul dekat dengan the players. So, cuma saya mengharapkan kalau saya duduk lagi kejap lagi, saya nak mendengar orang lebih bersorak melibatkan players. Sebab tadi kita dengar ada Chan daripada Ultras apa semua, tapi saya lebih nak dengar, contohnya macam player tadi ada Walot, ada Sepat. Saya tak dengar orang nama Sepat. So, saya nak dengar benda tu lah.
Yes. So, korang kena hype lagi bagi vibe tu pas.
Bagi sampai dekat player tu, energi tu kan.
Betul.
Jadi, kita sembang sini lah bang.
Okey.
Abang antara kedua-dua tim ni kan, abang sokong siapa sebenarnya?
Saya asal Melaka.
Okay.
Soft spot saya since kecil adalah Selangor. Tapi Daddy Hood, Homebois kawan saya. So saya berbelah bagi. Macam saya cakap awal-awal tadi, mana yang bank in lebih, saya akan sokong lebih lah.
Mungkin secara dasarnya abang ni bersifat lalang macam saya bang. Sebab saya sokong siapa yang buat.
Saya bukan lalang, saya mata duitan. Dia lebih macam tu lah sebenarnya.
I see. And do you think you'll be trying to play Mobile Legends someday?
Saya mungkin akan pertimbangkan sekiranya waktu anak saya tidur lebih awal lepas ni dan saya boleh main game dengan lebih lama.
That's the way. Hopefully soon you'll be joining us as well. And then you boleh main. Mana nak tahu jadi pro player ke apa?
Oh, amin. Macam mana aku tak boleh imagine kalau aku jadi pro player. Mesti aku belagak gila.
Jadi itu dia sedikit sebanyak perkongsian daripada Abang Botak, Ada Sanjena dan saya. Jadi kepada yang berada dekat rumah, nak jumpa lagi dengan macam ni, muka-muka besar dalam industri kita, boleh datang ke tapak playoff. Dan jangan lupa teruskan menyokong pasukan kegemaran korang.
Thank you guys.
Hey, it's all about appreciating the sports here, and traditional sports and esports seems to be having a little bit of resemblance, and I like that there has been so much support from the other industries to come and take a visit and take a look at how MPL MY is.
I mean, SRG, they are backed by the Football Club of Selangor, right? This is the best example of this lovely marriage between the two industries, and the fact that SRG finished at least top 3 already in the season. Oh man, that is such an achievement.
Hey, don't forget about MPXNC, Perak needs some love too. These guys, they've been working hard. I mean, honestly, well done to SRG for making it this far, but more importantly, I think, SRG, they just got to clean up their own gameplay. They definitely have a lot of potential with the lineups, and especially with the drafts that they've shown. And like Yasu mentioned before, had they just played their composition and made minimal mistakes, I think they would have come up out of this game on top.
Well, speaking of mistakes here, Zorn, he has been making a lot of mistakes in towards the early stage of the game. It might be a little bit of warm-up jitters, but it came down towards the last final fights. But now it all comes down to adaptations. Yasu, do you think that Selangor Red Giants is going to be very aware on how to deal with this composition that Homebois is bringing to the table?
Well, look, if we spoke about the previous draft, because this is the only like reference we have right now, Team SRG, they had the crowd control, they had the, as you said, the hospital meta, they had Angela, and they had the damage, either it was physical or even magical, so they had the perfect draft. So this time, they just don't need to get the perfect draft once again, as much as they need to use it fully. So the thing that they might bring to the table is not better than the previous draft, but it's most definitely should be better than the last gameplay and the last strategy they applied against Team Homebois.
Well, seems like Yasu, you are implying that it's not about draft, it's all about execution. Am I correct?
Yeah, I believe that their draft didn't have anything wrong from my side.
Okay, you know, that seems to be what Yasu's perspective. Now, I want to see what Gideon thinks about it. Do you think it was the draft? Because personally, I wasn't a big fan of how Selangor Red Giants played that draft, because it felt like they just didn't have enough frontliners to open up the map.
No, the draft was perfectly fine. It really boils down to execution. And I think, you know, besides the fact that, unfortunately for Super Sekis or Super Skies, I prefer to call them Super Skies because this is a much better name. It just came down to his nerves. That early game should have been his. With that early game, he would have had a level lead on that Lancelot, and immediately we would start seeing, hey, Angela, oh, your hard card's available? We invade straight away, without a doubt in my mind.
And the craziest thing is that it just a 15-second sequence already decided half of the game in favor of Homebois, right? The Martyrs just needed the first turtle, and the rest of the game would be a kind of a breeze. But we're also looking at the goal laners, which are both imports for Homebois and Red Giants. You know, you have Super Red for the Philippines, you have Rizzo from Indonesia, obviously has 1 MDL titles under his belt before, 2 MDL finals appearance. But the fact that Super Red has been putting out such numbers to match up against Rizal, I think is very, very impressive as a rookie.
Hey, it's got to be a battle of the imports, right? Like, who's going to be the better gold laner? And both teams, they do love their Claude pickups. And without further ado, we're going to be jumping into drafts here. Homebois on the blue side, Selangor Red Giants on the red side. Now, are they going to start focusing? Who are they? Okay, who do you think should they be focusing on here, Gideon, in terms of priority? Do they should be focusing on banning off Rizzo's heroes, or do they focus on the junglers?
Well, in game number 1, it was very clear that both Homebois and as well as Selangor Red Giants respect the fact that we need ways to jump into that backline. Rizal and as well as Super Red are disgusting gold laners. Give them enough space, they're going to take an entire mile. And I think that is going to be the case because the mages have been highly prioritized in focusing on disrupting not only the supports, but mainly the jungles as well. I think that's where the big difference is going to start, the shift is going to start to begin.
I think also one more thing that Homebois has done in game 1, which was very obvious, that I hope SRG notices and starts adjusting, is the fact that they've been targeting one of the weakest things in SRG. Used to be Gojas, now it's the jungle. We saw how much Super Sky struggled from that early to mid game. In that late game, he made a bit of a recovery, but the damage has been done. The bans says a lot about the respect of them they had to Super Skies, but they also expose the Super Skies to very limited picks that he can clearly be, you know, taken advantage of by Homebois.
Now, speaking of bans as well, seems like identical bans coming from game 1. I guess, Yasu, you are pretty right. It wasn't really with the draft issues. It came down to the execution. And Homebois, they open up with the Terisla again. Yasu, do you think, you know, this is a great opening? Like, why are we seeing a little bit more Terisla? Do we see a lot of Terislas in MENA region?
Yeah, we do see a lot of Trislas and also like Yuzong. I think it's pretty famous in a lot of regions. So if we looked at the ban list here, we will see that, yeah, it is identical. And the draft, there is no pick, especially was a problem for the other teams. We are talking from the side of Team Homebois, or even if we are looking from the side of Team SRG, none of them banned something that was effective last game, because, and again, I think this is also the same opening for Team SRG. I see that there is a Yuzong and a Valentina once again, so the draft is going like it's a duplicated, like we are seeing a rewind, or am I mistaken?
I mean, I at this point, I mean, if there's a team that makes an adjustment, it's going to be SRG, right? I feel like if you're Homebois, just go back for the Kufra, go back for the Lancelot. It worked in the last game. There's no way that you are going to kind of divert from it. So I would say, just now we saw the stat, they had the longest play time in the entire season, 9 hours, 55 minutes and 7 seconds. I do that in 1 day. And that's how my rank declined, right? So don't do it.
Okay, you know, you have to, you know, be calm, cool, collected. You need some rest here. I agree. And speaking of the drafts here, they are going to try and mirror identical drafts again. And this time, Same exact drafts coming from game 1. And it's going to be up to Selangor Red Giants to kind of adapt to this. But I'm really surprised. This seems like deja vu from game number 1.
It's a little bit of deja vu, but I think Selangor Red Giants need to pick up Angela now, because if not, it's going to be a lot of target bans towards the gold laner side, and then you're going to lose another potential out for a carry combo. But instead, they're going to go straight into the Claude. Not even a single doubt in their mind that they are going to get this Angela.
Huh. To be very fair to them, Super Red played as best as he could, right? The Claude was basically doing everything right, if not for Zorn's eye for opportunity. I think for SRG, they just want to give Super Red his most comfortable hero. We've seen how he performed on it. Homebois made some slight adjustment. Iritel moved into the first phase, and now the jungler option is a bit more open, right? Lancelot is still there, Helker is still available, but SRG will ban that out.
Yeah, I like this adaptation coming from Selangor Red Giants as well, because, you know, the opening near identical. Biggest problems is going to be the matchup for Sekis, right? Whether or not can Skies kind of do enable his jungler and role to actually deal with Chibi. I feel like he's got to respect ban all of Chibi's heroes right here, right now, because Supernova can pretty much play anything, right? The only adaptations was that, are they going to play something standard, or are they going to try to force the hospital meta? In this case, Supernova can play both right now.
If it's available, I think Supernova is going to take the Angela once again. If the Angela does get banned out from the side of Homebois, I think Supernova might actually devolve back into something along the lines of, well, considering that they're not banning out any suppression heroes at this point of time, might even be the Franco, might even go as far as to jump into Minotaur territory.
There is also the Kaja left on the table, right? And we saw Supernova play Grok yesterday as well. I think he did a fantastic job on that hero. So I think the table is a bit open for Supernova. And now it comes down to what SRG wants to go with this draft, right? If they want to pivot back to the Angela, then again, Super Skies needs to have a great game. But they ban out the Martyrs. This could indicate a Lancelot or Fredrin pickup.
It's definitely a Fredrin pickup coming in from SRG. That's what I think it's going to be at this point. Because even if you do give him that Lancelot, it's going to be not exactly the best matchup, because it's, number one, you're having to deal with the raw movement speed of the Irithel. Worst yet, the bouncing ball is going to stop you. So might as well get a super tank, stand in front, hold the space for as long as you can.
Yeah.
You just banned the Fredrin as Homebois, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much Fredrin. You know, most likely Chibi is going to be stealing his away, right? Regardless of whatever happens, guys here, they can still kind of switch it up between those kind of play styles, but it is going to be onto a Selangor Red Giants first. So they pretty much banned off the Franco and Kaja from game number 1 for Selangor Red Giants. This time they let it through. I feel like they're leaning more on that Supernova picking up this in again. But no, Homebois, they banned Hanzo again. All right, Gord maybe again from Homebois, I guess. Yasu, what do you think?
Well, the only thing that I have in mind now is Minotaur. I want to see Minotaur for the side of Team SRG, because this is the, for me, and also in the MENA region, when I see Minotaur playing against Kufra mostly struggle against this pick. And also, if you looked at the combo that Minotaur can provide for Team SRG right now, he can have an opening for Claude, he can have an opening also for Yuzong, and also Lancelot can do his work underneath the crowd control that Minotaur can provide. But if you look at the sustainability that Angela provided in the previous game, I think that Supernova can also consider this option. So in terms of the rumors, Supernova still have a lot of draft pool, you can say. He can pick and he can also be so effective. But what about this Leomore zero pick, zero ban, zero win rate? What can you tell me about that?
All right, Kyrie.
Okay. We've got a Kyrie. Hey, you think about it here. Yesterday, Homebois, they did talk about it here. Chibi, he asked Chibi, hey, who do you think is the best player in the world? Kyrie. He said that, Kyrie. But what makes him so special? Boom. Immediately the mic check kind of stopped there. But I guess Chibi's idol is got to be Kyrie, man.
I mean, it's not only Chibi's, but it's also Super Skies. When he was playing against Kyrie, he was copying his build. He was like, you know what? Instead of Killing Spree, I'm going to pick up Impure Rage. I'm going to pick up Brave Smite. Why? Because Kyrie did it.
Yeah, I mean, if Kyrie ran Faramis jungle, everyone would do it. That is the influence that he has. But the Minotaur, you call it, right, Yasu? Minotaur gets picked up and into something like a Faramis as well, right? That Minoan Rage, if you catch them at the right time, you shatter the Nether Realm at 10 HP early on, we actually hinder Homebois instead of helping them. But this Leomon, man, Claude is going to have a rough game if Chibi gets going.
You know, I really want to see how Leomon plays this, man. And Yaso, thank you for your inputs as well. Your shout out on towards Minotaur is amazing, and it all comes down to adaptations. This second phase of the drafts is a little bit different from both sides, and for the first time, we are seeing a Leomon jungle here. Gideon, who do you think this is a good jungler right now?
I think this is a very risky jungler. It's really going to depend on how the mid game goes. The early game is going to lean more towards SRG side, mainly because of that Yuzong, and they're going to be playing off a strong side EXP. Level 4s can be a bit tough, but more importantly so, Homebois, I think this is a very counter-engage heavy lineup.
Yeah. You know, speaking of counter engagements here, Selangor Red Giants, they've got a lot of wombo combos to set it up. So it all comes down to a game of baits, a game of kites here. And this time, Selangor Red Giants, they're looking to bounce back as we head into the land of dawn right now.
Homebois, they have the lead, but we've seen SRG pull off absolute miracles in this entire season. If there's one team to do it again, to prove their mettle, it's going to be Homebois in game number 2.
Yep, it is all about bouncing back here in this best of 5, the upper bracket finals, Homebois versus Selangor Red Giants. And I don't know, like I'm very, very scuffed on this Leomon play. I feel like he is going to have a stronger damage, early damage power spike, but if he doesn't snowball hard, he is going to lose out in sustain. But bottom lane, what is this?
I've seen this before.
What?
I've seen this before.
Uh-oh, Zord.
Oh, the heal.
Zord!
Zord! Why is he there? Why is he there?
So
What
free.
is this?
So free, punishing SRG again. People need to recognize Trizla at level 1, kinda gross. Stop challenging it. Wait for that wave to come in. Give up the Little Wander. It doesn't mean anything to Super Skies because Chibi, even on a Leomord, is going to require 3 items before he's actually relevant to 1v5.
They definitely did not watch Game 5 between RSG and SMG.
Oh.
Exact same scenario, but even worse outcome.
Hey, heavy emphasis on the XP lane just like that. They've got 2 O's just like that. And Selangor Red Giants, they weren't expecting this, but what a play coming from Zordo. Like, who would have thought that they weren't going to abuse the Rita's power spike right here? But nope, a nice attempt coming from Zord, but unfortunately didn't really hit the mark. But now it's all about playing catch-ups because as of now, they are at the EXP deficit for Selangor Red Giants, and they don't really have the net worth to actually contest this right now against Homebois.
See, honestly, this is why Homebois is a step above everybody else, right? The synergies between the players. The fact that Warlord got a freeze on that mid wave, trying to bait out an engagement from SRG because Zorn was nearby and they could capitalize. This is why they were a step ahead.
Oh no, go Jazz.
Round 2 dead.
Oh no. He was the one who performed well in game 1 and guess the tables have turned. It's Super Skies who's getting griefed by his XP laner.
Oh boy, seems like the momentum coming from Homebois from game 1 is starting to carry over, and Selangor Red Giants, they're starting to show signs of weakness here because they're getting oppressed by all this aggression. And who would have thought this is actually happening here? Because Selangor Red Giants, they need to find a way to gather themselves and pick themselves up because as of now, they cannot afford to make any more mistakes to allow this Leomon, who's currently Chibi, getting so much farm as well as XP lead. And this is going to be a big problem because once his, like Gideon said, his 3rd item power spike comes in, things are going to be very, very difficult because anyone below 30% health is going to get one-shotted with the AoE swings of this Lancelot.
Well, speaking of one shot, there it is, he's dead. What do you do in that situation? You know what's scarier than a snowballing Lancelot? A snowballing Leomord.
It's rough. I personally think at this point onwards, Selangor Red Giants have pretty much given up the early game at this stage of the game, and now they're going to have to wait till about the very first Lord where they can actually try and turn things around with the help of a couple of items and more so a big pick from Super Go just to start off the fight, and then Supernova coming in with the Minoan Fury.
Yeah, and when it comes to those kind of lockdowns here, Selangor Red Giants, they need to have those perfect wombo combos. But the biggest problem about this composition is that Homebois has 2 run and gun heroes. We've got 2 horses in the team, one on the Irritel, one on the Leomon. Both can take individual fights separately, which kind of is counter against Selangor Red Giants' idea, which they want to clump up as 5.
I mean, this game is going to be it's close to impossible for Supernova right now. As a Minotaur, when you're behind, you don't get to do much. Super Gorgeous is going to get assaulted by 3 members of Homebois in the bottom lane, has to use the Black Dragon form, but guess what? Turtle coming up and Super Gorgeous won't have his ult.
Yep, a really good play coming in from the Homebois to take away the big ticket ultimates from the side of SRG to make this take even easier. And Chibi, now playing on the strong side of his map, is going to be able to invade for free with a significant 1-level lead against Super Red.
Oh boy, now speaking of those level leads here, so what does that translate? Because it is going to be them continuing to try and go for invades. You can see like Selangor Red Giants, they're struggling to make sure that Skies gets his far, but now an attempt on Nova.
Nova is gone. He gets his ultimate. Barely makes it out with his life. Again, we talk about SRG, have a lot of big ultimates, but if they are not all available at the same time, it doesn't really have much value. Zorn finding Super Zack again, has penalty zone, has to expend it instantly just to get away.
Oh boy, this is going to be tough here. They even force out the fantasy of GB. Look at this. He is starting to hit a little bit harder, and Selangor Red Giants, they are going to try and wait this out before they take this engagement, but the focus is going to be up onto a Super Red right now because Homebois, they know he's the playmaker for the team.
Super Zack spots out Zorn and Warlord, but no follow-up. SRG, they're not in a state to fight. They gotta buy time.
I like this idea coming in from Homebois. It's a micro thing, but at least with GB using that Phantom Seed way earlier before the neutral objective spawns is a way to actually walk in to invade against Super Skies. As soon as he dashes through Leomord, perfect. GB has more than enough time to slowly whittle him down in a 1v1.
Yeah, and speaking of whittling down here, space, it's all about space creation, right? Like, the idea having this Leomord in front is that they make sure they gather information to zone off Selangor Red Giants and allow Ryzel to get some points. Because now they've got a tier 1 up top, means that he is going to have to scale a little bit quicker. But as of now, pay attention to this. Ryzel's got a Haskell and Berserker's Fury, and he just got his shoes. That's 2 major outer power spike on this marksman 6 minutes into the game.
And look at Chibi, he is destroying these structures.
Goodness.
Just got the Hunter Strike not long ago. If he's snowballing at this rate, the next item could be a BOD and it would be fine for Homebois.
I mean, he's probably going to get a BOD at some point, but I think Super Skies is doing a good job power farming. Like, look, he's closed down that gold lead and actually finds the punish into the mid lane.
Oh boy.
He gets away. Turtle's coming up.
Oh.
Zorn, okay. Lovely counter engage. That's the knockout, but you got to deal with the nether round though. Zorn walks out. Black Dragon form used by Super Goldjazz. Subpod happy to stand them. All the damage negated. It's going to counter engage. Subpod to the back. And SRG completely melts underneath the wrath of Homebois.
Wow, that was a very, very good catcher coming from Homebois. They understood the right timings, right? Like, this is the problem about Selangor Red Giants' composition. If Supernova goes in and misses the mark and they don't burst down anyone from Homebois, they are going to peel them apart. And this is the thing about having a Leomon and Iritel, which when you peel means that they are going to drop like flies. And let's take a look at the replay here, Gideon. Do you think this was the wise move from Selangor Red Giants to commit to this fight?
I think this was one of the only few opportunities they could. Look at how low Subpot actually is. Warlord as well. They're trying to get at least the Nether Realm out of him before they look for that big disengage. But at the end of the day, right, as long as Warlord holds them hostage and waits until the very last second to use that Nether Realm, it's really going to force Selangor Red Giants to commit extremely deep into their composition, which allows them to get punished.
All right, go Jazz. Good night, Sweet Prince. 4th death of the game, and the top tier 2 is gone.
What a domination here, Selangor Red Giants. You can see the desperations are coming in. They're trying to get some sort of value to actually come back into the game, because this is a 7.6k net worth lead by Homebois. And the desperations, I don't know, man. Like, what? It feels like Selangor Red Giants, in order for them to kind of make a comeback, they need to punish Homebois' over-aggression. And so far, this Nether Realm coming from Warlord is a big problem. And it feels like Super Zack doesn't know what to do, because does he set up with the stolen penalty zone, or does he mirror the Nether Realm? Because they have to pick a poison right here.
I think as of right now, after what happened earlier with the counter engage that Homebois had, they're probably going to have to take the Nether Realm. And I think Super Zack, he wants to be aggressive and he wants to get that initial punish to force the Nether Realm out of Warlord's side. But I don't think he recognizes how much the SRG is going to lose. Because if we think about SRG trading 50-50 against each other, right, it's very unlikely that it's going to happen. They need a couple of things to go right for them. Number one, Gojas needs to have his Petrify up, he needs to have Black Dragon form, and he needs to get on top of Warlord almost immediately after the Nether Realm. Whether it's Warlord or whether it's Ryzel, honestly doesn't really matter. He needs to find that initial pick.
Yeah, in this case, Ryzel is obviously going to be a little bit difficult to pick off because of the distance, and and of course Warlord and Rizal, they are going to be a little bit separate here. But I feel like from the side of Selangor Red Giants, they have to play around just synchronizing on who needs to do their own things. In this case, Gojas, like you said, he's got to jump the back lines, but Super Red needs a little bit more items because the initial Nether Realm coming from Warlord was a big problem for Selangor Red Giants to clear off. Who's going to be in charge of taking the first stage before they go in for setup? Because as of now, the Minions Fury is not going to be enough to do that.
Zorn misses the leap completely, but Chibi secures the turtle. Now Minion Fury used, Zorn knocked up on the edge. Nether Realm from Warlord to keep everyone safe from Homebois, and SRG again can't take the fight. Super Zach got a retreat, Super Gojas falls back.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about here. Even if they chunk them down low enough, the Nether Realm comes up. Who's going to be able to peel that? I'm pretty sure it's going to be like, what, Super Red or Gojas to be doing that, but even then, they need a little bit more items to do so.
I mean, they're 9K behind. It's like you're hoping that the poor people suddenly become rich. It takes time, it takes effort. You need that compounding interest. Selangor Red Giants, because of how devastated they were in the early games, because of simple mistakes, now they're looking for anything.
Counter engaged, stolen penalty zone. Finally, SRG cashes in on their first kill this game. But Homebois still 4-man strong. Lord coming in top, sieging multiple lanes at once. Super Red got to deal with the bottom side as Homebois will have the Lord help them attempt to take this top inhibitor. Possibly slamming onto the structure. Final execution to be used by Super Skies by Warlord. This full damage Pyramid is absolutely deadly. And
What?
Chibi just dives Super Skies in his base and cleaves him in half.
What a play coming from Chibi, just taking advantage of that 30% HP crit rate there. And now he's going to try and make a little bit more because Zach, he almost died right there. But Homebois, despite having a 4v5, the confidence coming in from them here to actually zone them off. And like I agree with Gideon here, you know, poor people expect to make a play, they have to stall. And the only way that happens is that they are able to punish Homebois' aggression. It pretty much says that, hey, Homebois need to make a mistake in order to lose the play. But no, Sampan!
How could you not love this man? And Homebois can smell a grand final slot. This game 2, done and dusted. Homebois will end it in a fashionable way. One step closer to the grand finals. They'll just power through, and Rizal is going to do it. The backdoor protection, not enough. Homebois are almost there. They're almost there.
One more game to the head off to the grand finals. Homebois showing dominance, absolute dominance as they stomp the Giants in game number 2. Not even close this game, not even close.
Truly not even close. SRG, man, they really have to pull it together right now. That early game, somehow even worse than game number 1. We talked about how badly the early game was played, and now because of that, Homebois having a 10K lead, putting them in a checkmate position, there's nothing SRG can realistically do.
I mean, we say it, game 1, Jungler got to step up from SRG. Game 2, he stepped up, then XP lane started griefing him, died 2 times in the early game. The compounding mistakes.
It's all about conditioning on how to apply mental pressure. And that's exactly what Homebois did. Game 1, they shifted on towards the jungler. This game, they focus on the side lanes, the XP laners. And my, oh my, Homebois, after so many seasons, I agree, one more game away, Homebois will finally get a taste of what a grand final is going to be look like. Since what? Season 7. That's about 3 years now they've been trying. And now they're just one game away, Gideon.
One game away, and if they win that game, this will be the best performance we've seen Homebois overall. I'm curious to know who the MVP after such domination from the Homebois.
It has to be Sapat, right? It has to be Sapat. I will not settle for anyone. What is this?
Oh, it's gotta be Zorn's Kufra, man. Zorn, 2 games in a row, setting a precedence, just completely shutting it down. And you can see the faces of Gojas. He cannot brain. Oh, everyone is calling out the villain Gojas. And this time, they shut him down hard in game 2.
I guess that was Zorn, right? To be very fair, that early game from him, pixel perfect, nothing that SRG could do. Sapat at the very end was the addition that allowed Homebois to close it out. But I gotta say, man, the mental state of SRG needs to be as strong as possible. Game 1, they came close. They lost because of Zorn. Game 2, brutalized by Homebois under 12 minutes. That game 3 reset, gotta be strong or not, it's gonna be over.
Yep, it all started from the first initial gang onto the Super Gojas, and what made it possible was really interesting to me because Zorn's item build for Kufra was pretty much having the agility, tenacity, and then quantum charge. But this recent patch coming in, on top of the Wilderness Blessing, he was able to kind of sneak his way through and go in for that fight. But now, all things considered here, I want to see what Homebois has to say about that match because we are going to be jumping into the mic check with Homebois.
Mati satu. Oh, gacok lah Sid.
Nice.
Guys.
Jom. Ganyang.
Let's go.
Tolong kill that.
Gol lompat, dapat 3. Nah. Pegang sini, keluar sini, Valentina. Nice guys. Go. Bawa aja guys. Tak tekan flick. Weh, ngapain dah weh? Makanya,
Aku dah ulti, santai, aku dah ulti. Puyo.
Apa tu? Dapat.
Bantai ni ada bantai. Ganyang deh.
I just want to start by saying, I think Chibi is going to lose his voice before I do.
I'm not going to lie here. It's all about conditioning and mentaling their way through Game 2. It's all about shutting down Gajes. I have no idea how Goja's name became Gajes, but it seems like it is very, very much intended. And in the game, in the faces of Gojas as well, behind the scenes just now, it kind of shows it might be working here.
They're personal, man. It got really personal between them.
Yeah, it doesn't get this personal, Yasu and MPL Mina. Have they gotten to this level where they're shouting at each other's faces?
Well, the most thing that we had, someone called good night. He did that to the enemies like go to sleep. It's good night by now. But this kind of intense and this kind of like enthusiasm was so much. Chippy actually is so loud on the stage, and even though he got the kills and he got everything, he also got the spirit. He's adding more fun to the game itself. The mic check that we had right now is so fun to hear. The players are having fun literally, and it was a one-sided game.
Yeah, and speaking of one-sided game here, seems like the conditionings that Homebois has been decided to do, just shutting them down and just getting in their heads, is kind of working out because they're one game away from making it towards the grand finals. And this is insane. Like, who would have thought that this was going to be so one-sided in game number 2? Because I thought that they were going to adapt to this.
Well, probably after the double kill down on bottom side, I think that was pretty much the nail in the coffin. I don't think there's much to say about that one.
But all things considered here, Yasuo, I know that this is actually happening right now. MPL Mina is also having their playoffs on the October 19 all the way to October 21st, where you will get the chance to see how Yasuo is going to be standing off his action. Look at the portrait. That kind of looks like you right there.
Yeah, it's the same outfit. And on the 19th of October, actually, the playoffs will witness a lot of great teams. And I told you, we have adjusted ourselves. We have got the help. It's not a shame to get the help from the professionals to be better with time. And even with time, you become the professional yourself. So MPL Mina right now is facing a very good, let's say, slope. They are seeing. We will see how much they got better in the next MPL playoffs. And not just that, we will see the Malaysian team in the future in the M5.
I think that's what makes it so exciting, right? We have teams who are not from Southeast Asia who have shown their mettle on the international stage. Look at the Valley last year and not even a year ago during M4, right? Top 4 on the world stage, and that was before they had a proper league circuit. I'm pretty sure MPL Mina is going to reach that stage one day, or at least find that improvement, and I'm very looking forward to that playoffs. But I mean, this game, if you ask me, I have nothing much to say. This is just a complete stop. Like, Homebois just destroy SRG.
Yeah, I felt like the Minotaur breakup was very, very forced, right? I know, Yasuo, you're a very, very big fan of the Minotaur during the drafts, but personally, I felt like this was giving away too much control in terms of mobility, because Minotaur is the type of hero there, if you go all in, and if you don't hit those wombo combos, you're not going to get any kind of value. And even then, rotating between lanes against like an Irritel or a Leomord, it's going to be very difficult, because these are very, very quick heroes that can completely ignore you. And even if you don't burst it down, do they even have the kind of burst in early stage actually, you know, kind of translate for Minotaur to kind of capitalize on in these team fights?
Well, yeah, I believe you said that the Minotaur wasn't, it didn't show up as good as I expected it, but you said something that is the very counter of what I had in mind. Minotaur is not a pick for me to initiate something and to be the most target to get hit or something. I believe Minotaur here is a counter to the team fights. He should be waiting, and Minotaur should be waiting for Kufra's engage and waiting for Homebois engage to do his shot and to do the best for his team and to counter the attack that's coming. So Minotaur here was a defense kind of approach from my side, not an offense kind of approach.
Ah, that makes a little bit more sense, but wouldn't that just kind of enforce what I'm trying to say, right? Because when it comes to rotating between lanes here, whenever Zorn engages the play, there's no way Minotaur could counter-engage as well, because it was so slow in this regards. And I think when it comes to these play styles here, they have to adapt to this. But all in all, I felt like there was nothing really much Nova can do, right? Like, in theory, that's pretty much the draft here. I felt like Gojes was just completely shut down. Look at him, it's 1-5-0 on this Yujong. He only has a Dominance Ice as well as a Hunter Strike. I don't think that they can actually do a little bit more, too much damage against Homebois, if you think about it.
Well, maybe if they didn't have a 10k goal lead deficit. At a 5k goal lead deficit, I think that SRG probably could have punished Homebois, right? We did get to see a side of Zorn that we haven't seen in a very, very long time, and this is with his days with Geek Fam. When they have such a substantial lead, he really knows how to close out these games fast and make sure that it feels like you have no opportunity to get back into the game. And that's what we got to see from Zorn this time around. And
well, for a second, I thought you were going to say, you know, we haven't seen Zorn kind of spam recall as much as we want him to be, because he's a god of spamming during the Geek Fam days. But as of now, he's in a very, very good home.
And this is what we kind of all agreed on before the series started, right? SRG traditionally struggles early to mid game. Homebois absolutely devastating in early to mid game. And if they get SRG in the stranglehold, the game is over. It happened game 1, there was a bit of a, you know, coin flip. Game 2, the exact conditions happened for Homebois, and if you look at the numbers, right? SRG dealt less than 100,000 damage. That really shows you how much beating they got in this game.
Oh boy.
They dealt no damage to turrets.
Yeah, this is kind of worrisome here, and I feel like Selangor Giants, they are trying to adapt a different kind of the hospital meta version, right? Think about this here. Supernova has played 2 healing heroes. His first game, he brought in the Angela, looked really, really strong, but they needed somebody in the front lines. They brought in the Minotaur, but the heals didn't exactly translate much, because if you think about it here, this is just complete big slaps here, and it came down to just, you know, who had the better confidence, and Homebois just felt like they were just on top of the wall. You could hear it from the mic checks. I'm pretty sure Yasuo was like a little bit shocked. I'm like, oh my god, why is Chibi screaming so much? Oh boy. And now let's take a look at the highlights here. Gideon, I'm pretty sure you have a lot to say about this. What do you think about the highlights?
Well, I mean, based off of the way that the game was played already, I think what people don't really recognize is the fact that the way that Homebois actually maintained their lead. At any point, they could have like made a mistake and SRG could have easily come back. Super Skies was at a point in the game where he was actually catching up pretty quickly to Chibi's farm overall, but it's the way that they actually play these lore dances, right? These opportunities, these big catches, in a matter of fact, they bait out, they follow protocol. It's not like they're forcing these fights against SRG. They methodically start selecting, hey, first we need to get rid of Dragon Farm. It's the only thing they can do to actually come back into this game. Supernova is a little bit of a non-factor because they don't have the initial damage to burst all 5 of their targets. They could probably get 1 or 2 picks, but not all 5. So just take them out very, very slowly, and when we have that 10k goal lead, that's when we can completely disrespect them.
And it's also resource management, right? So there's always this triangle formula of team composition, of types of composition, the archetypes that you run. And for SRG, very cooldown reliant. You have big ultimates like Black Dragon Form, like we know in Fury. you know what? If we get rid of one of them, that's a big pillar of your team fight strength eliminated. And just like Gideon mentioned, right? Homeboys follow protocol, bait out these ultimates, and once those resources are not available, Homeboys know that they have the advantage.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like in that scenario as well here, I think during the 4K lead mark was pretty much the only chance Selangor Giants had any form of counter engagement, right? They had the Yu Jong kind of go in, but Subpart pulled in a big penalty zone, shutting down and stopping Supernova from doing anything. And it felt like, Yasu bring up a point. Hey, Minotaur is used to counter engage, but it didn't happen because Subpart stopped him from counter engaging and they just completely take him out of the equation. So it's really unfortunate that Selangor Giants was just completely outplayed in game number 2. Game number 3, Yasu, what do you think? Do you think they are going to be able to bounce back from that mental capacity?
Well, look, the amount of synergy I saw coming from the side of Team Homeboys is unmatched, actually. They are having fun inside the game. They are also doing some funny moments, like with recalls. Also, the synergy. If you remember with me, and I don't think that you will forget something like that. The ultimate from Trislan followed up by the first kill, or like the ultimate also from the Kufra. In the last shot, I think it was the perfect match, or like the perfect shot for Team Homeboys, and they got the game with it. So actually, there is a memory, or like I remember something right now. I don't know if it's gonna happen or not. Let's discuss that after the game's finished. I remember that Moba Zain, since you mentioned the Valley team earlier, I remember that Moba Zain at some point said, "What time is it?" And it was against Team Onyx. He was bragging that it's time for Team the Valley, but Onyx team replied, "It's Onyx time." So is this time gonna be the same scenario happening to Chippy or not? I wanna hear your opinion about it.
I'm sorry to say, it might be chibi time, but I'm sorry to say for Moba Zain, man. Like, because of him, it's Onyx time all the way through. Because guess what? Moba Zain didn't qualify. They didn't qualify. They lost. They lost the Ohio brothers, man. They are a little bit unfortunate. They fell out of the top 3, but all things considered here, it might be chibi time, but here's a little bit more of an insights for you guys at home here, because we have been talking about the international scene, the teams that is coming up as well. 8 teams across the world are going to be emerging regions that will be competing in the M5 wildcard stages. And guess what? It's going to be held here in Kuala Lumpur. And guess what? It is going to be happening in the November 23rd. So it's going to be the 23rd to 26th of November in KL for the wildcards. And rumor has it, we have China joining us for this time.
4 teams from China showing up, debuting. I tell you the best part about that, the last day of wildcard is my birthday!
Hey! Hey! Nobody asked. But anyways, all things considered, let's throw it over to the side.
Bersama saya lagi, side host anda, Poji Lalang number 1 Malaysia. Jadi bersama saya sekarang, fan nombor 1 Selangor Giant. Betul. Jadi bang, boleh tak kongsikan sikit siapa nama abang dan apa peranan abang dekat dalam komuniti Selangor Giant ni?
Oh, nama saya Fazli. Saya adalah Chan untuk kapur untuk Atras Atras Selangor.
Tenang bang, tenang. Tak apa bang. Ini memang seronok bang sebab kita hype.
Saya kapur untuk Atras Selangor. Saya yang kontrol Chan lagu diorang. Saya akan mulakan nyanyi dulu baru diorang sarut.
Maksud abang ni vocalist utama?
Yes.
Betul. Saya rasa kan, abang ni sekarang dia dah tak sabar sebab dia tak boleh nak duduk je sebab dia dah ready nak chanting. Tapi kalau kata dekat Selangor Giant ada chanting, kita nak tahu dekat side Homeboys ada ke benda yang sama? Cuba kita tengok dekat sana.
Hai, of course lah ada Poji. Hai semua, I'm Sanjna Suri and dengan I sekarang kita ada one of the Flame Boys, nama dia Zaha. Hai Zaha, introduce yourself.
Hai, nama Zaha, wakil Flame Boys untuk Homeboys.
Yes. Okay, nak tanyalah, ada banyak-banyak pasukan kat ML ni, ML Malaysia. Why Homeboys?
Sebab macam Rose cakap, legacy daripada legenda dulu-dulu.
Ya, maksudnya Homeboys ni team of legends. Poji pula macam mana?
Bila kita bercakap pasal team legenda, abang boleh kongsi tak abang, siapa sebenarnya Selangor Giant ni dekat dalam industri? Kalau kata kita tengok bola sepak sekarang masuk Mobile Legend, kuat ke tidak? Diorang pandang rendah ni bang.
Sangat kuat. Tapi dia tak tunjuk yang kekuatan dia tu.
Maksud ini bagi harapan dululah dekat Homeboys, kata baru nak panas-panas badan, betul?
Betul. Memang betul. Selangor adalah satu, dia nak sorot dia punya taktik dia untuk pantai Homebois.
Betul Batak. Okey, macam pada pendapat abang lah sekarang dah kena 2-0 bang sebenarnya. Adakah abang rasa sekarang ini dah masanya untuk Selangor Red Giant bangun daripada tidur dan kemudian buktikan Homebois kena tidur dan korang pergi ke Grand Final?
Kami minta Selangor Red Giant buat yang terbaik lah untuk kami. Saya minta Selangor Red Giant semoga bangkit balik kan. Saya minta lagi kami datang sini untuk tengok Selangor menang. Bukan tengok Selangor kalah. Selagi ada match lagi tu kita main mati-matian.
Nampak tak? Abang ni bermati-matian, maksudnya penuh emosi. Tapi dekat sana tadi macam tadi emosi je, macam datang sokong kalau menang je. Lalang ke tu?
Okay, so as we know kita orang dah 2-0. So you rasa Zaha, rasanya tim Homebois ni boleh menang tak? Atau actually dapat wild card ke?
Harapnya 3-0. Cuma nak pesan pada Poji, standby tukar baju. Standby.
Very confident indeed. So you yakin lah tim you akan menang?
Yakin.
Alright, yakin. Okay, nak tanya. You guys have a cheer, ada song juga kan?
Ada.
You want to try? Without them dulu. Cuba, macam mana?
Kan dulu boleh.
Now, sekarang.
Yeah, just a basic one.
Ole, ole. Ole, ole, ole. Ayo Homebois. Ayo Homebois.
Wow, bestnya. I rasa kita dah menang lah, tapi kita bagi chance. Koji, boleh?
Oh.
Laju.
Kuat lagi.
Ayo Selangor terus berjuang, kami di sini setia bersama kamu, bersama kamu, bersama kamu.
Nampak tak betapa energinya disimpan untuk game yang terakhir. Jadi untuk sekali lagi lah sebenarnya, boleh tak kalau saya nak minta seluruh dewan bagi sorakan paling kuat dan semangat, sebab ini mungkin jadi game yang terakhir untuk pasukan Selangor Red Giant, ataupun inilah masanya untuk Homebois buktikan yang mereka layak untuk menempah tiket ke Grand Final dalam kiraan 1, 2, 3. Boleh tak semua orang ho satu kali? Boleh tak?
Boleh, sini boleh. Kita buat sekali semua.
Kali je.
Okay?
Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready?
Nampaknya diorang dah ready kot.
Of course we're ready. What do you mean? But damn, I can't believe we've got some very, very interesting chats. And interesting enough, you brought this up. Shakira joining us as well?
Yeah, Shakira, baby. Selangor Red Giants, they know their roots. They're still deeply rooted in football, and they're hoping that SRG makes it to the World Cup of MLBB. May not be football, at the very least, reaching that top would be good enough. This would be quite the story if they actually make that reverse sweep actually happen after 2 devastating losses, though.
I'll let you guys in on something.
What?
Pancake is going to be playing in
What?
game number 3. But we saw Supernova come in yesterday to save SRG. Now
Okay.
the question is, can Pancake be the savior?
Well, it's all about, changing the momentum and changing up the upkeeps here. I agree what you said. Pinch servers are very, very important. It's happened a lot in other sports, especially in volleyball in particular, where, hey, opening serve is got to be very, very important. Sometimes they swap it out just to start off the match. In this case, it's going to be clutch time for Selangor Red Giants, and I hope they make a comeback with this.
Well, Mr. Haikyuu, it might just be the case because at least for Super Pancake, he's been watching the game outside from the in-game perspective, so he's getting a wider view.
Yeah, and it's something itching right now. Like, do you feel like something's very itchy right now?
It seems really. I've been using Head and Shoulders all day and night, so I don't feel a thing.
Yeah, like yesterday, my parents looked at my hair and my scalp, and they were like, "You have no more dandruff thanks to Head and Shoulders."
Damn, no wonders I've got like so much white powders right here.
Dirty little boy.
Yeah, I need to get myself some Head and Shoulders because pretty much with Head and Shoulders, there's no more bad hair day, and you can get yourself a secured, flawless victory in the Land of Dawn. If you can't focusing on the game, right? How can you focus the game if you're so busy scratching your hair? And in this case, it's kind of itchy right now.
I'll tell you who has great hair.
Oh.
Yasu has great hair. Man looks slick today.
Does look sick. I mean, honestly, I have to give it. The one thing that I've noticed amongst MENA, from every single M series, casters, players, doesn't matter. Their talents overall, they're all really good looking.
Yeah, they look really, really sexy here. And I want to see Yasu's face right now here. I'm pretty sure Yasu is on the call. Yasu, how are you feeling today? Because we've got Gideon endorsing your face right now.
Well,
you look good.
For me, I'm actually like kind of blushing right now. You said that you look sexy. So yeah, like there's a lot of embarrassment right now for me to be on the camera after what you said. But yeah, in MENA we try to appear good looking, and yeah, you guys also look good looking. Of course, like what you said, all thanks go to what Head and Shoulders for their sponsor, and also like for their being a part of this great tournament. So for me, if we went back to the game, if we went back to what's going on right now, we will see that there is a chance for Team Homebois to take it with a clean sweep, to take it all the way home, and then they will finish the series. They will finish the upper bracket semi-finals. We will see them go to the finals without any stumble, only against RSG, I believe. They only lost one game against RSG, and then they will be in the finals without even a second loss added to it.
Well, speaking of which here, they haven't lost a single game yet, and so far the ones that actually took a game was already eliminated earlier today. RSG took in a little bit close here, but to give you guys a little bit more in-depth on how things are going to be looking like here, because right now, Homebois is 2-0, but let's talk about the star players from this game. Gojes, definitely one of the ones that got affected in game number 2. And this is going to be the power distribution between both the XP laners, Sepat as well as Super Gojes.
Honestly, when you look at the numbers, you feel like it's a bit unfair towards Sepat because he should be dominating Gojes. But do keep in mind that Gojes had a lot of good moments. Just that in this direct matchup, Sepat is just so much more skilled. The only main difference I want to touch on is the average turret count, right? And it comes down to the heroes that these two use. Gojes never uses heroes like the Pakido, but Sepat known for his Sepat Kido 5-0, so 5 out of 5 games won so far in this entire season. That's why he's been side-laning a lot and getting these turrets.
He plays the different styles, right? Compared to Gojes, who is more of get into the fight, deal as much damage, look for that backline, look for those big flanks, which Gojes is great at doing, but sometimes he goes a little too overboard in these cases, causing his KDA to plummet, especially when he doesn't have reinforcements from his team. So that's where we see Sepat actually having him beat. Speaking of which, Super Pancake getting subbed in for Supernova.
Yep, you called out the rumor here, Husky. This is going to be the pinch server coming in from Selangor Red Giants. Pancake going to be here to try and salvage the situation, whether or not can they reverse 3-0 sweep Homebois to make it into the grand finals, because as of now, Homebois is making a legacy, making a brand new story for Homebois. First time ever making it that far, making it this far here for MPL MY.
Yeah, and to SRG's credit, they've already made history, right? They knocked out Todak, they knocked SMG into the lower bracket, they finished way better than they did last season, right? They still have a chance to make it to at least wild cards tomorrow's grand finals. If they lose this, they have one more best of 5 against FNG. But if you are them, you don't really want to go down that route because it's another long series, right? And SMG, they are back for vengeance. Yesterday really felt like a fluke looking how SMG performed just now against RSG.
Yeah, I agree. It is going to be a long grind for either or this team here, because now we are heading into the draft for game number 3. This time, roles are reversed. Selangor Red Giants going to be on the blue side this time, and Homebois on the red side. And to start things off, straight up from the bat, they are going to ban off the Hellcurt. Adaptations has been made here. What are your thoughts on this, Gideon?
Things are changing, and I think, SRG are finally taking into consideration that maybe that first pick might actually be the way to go. It could be a support mid lane flex potentially for Pancake specifically. It's clear that Pancake doesn't have the exact same overall hero pool compared to someone like Supernova, but at the very least, they can guarantee one of his picks.
At the same time, you also are looking at Homebois. Will they go back for the Matilda ban, right? Because it is a hero that SRG has gone for. Another adjustment is that you're taking out Sepat Sarissa. That has been a nuisance to catch the backline. Homebois banning out the Baxia. But then SRG being the first pick also opens up the possibility that they might consider something like a Novaria because not many teams first face ban the Helker.
Yeah, and speaking of which as well, this is going to be adaptations coming from Selangor Red Giants, right? Like Game 1, Game 2, it was very similar on towards healing compositions, right? Like we had the Angela for Game 1, we had Game 2 for Minotaur, but Pancake, he leans more on towards the setup potential. So I guess like now, considering they have first pick potential, they might just straight up draft either for him in Game 1 unless Homebois decides to ban it off. So maybe we are not going to see the hospital meta coming from Selangor Red Giants, but seeing how integration here, I want to take a look at what Yasu thinks about this a draft adaptations coming from Selangor Red Giants.
Well, from my side, I think that things should change. Like even like SRG, they did really good in the previous drafts, but again, things should change because they didn't work out with the drafts they did, and the draft from my side it was solid, it was good, and it was winnable. To do it, to win with these drafts was like a highly chance possibility. But for Team Homebois, they are focusing on the jungle. They are taking Fanny out, they are taking Baxi out, and also I think that one of the most banned heroes in MENA, I don't know if it's the same for Malaysia or not, but Matilda, I think is so dangerous, not just as a roamer, also as a mage. She can be used to deal a ridiculous amount of damage. Even with the hospital meta, also Matilda can be used with the damage item. The SRG team, they focused a little bit, just a little bit, on the target bans for Team Homebois to take some of the heroes. They played really good with it, and of course we cannot forget how beautiful Trizla was executed the last game. And for me personally, the beginning of the draft should be totally different, and it is totally different. Edith is here from the side of SRG, and Bruno joins really fast from the side of Team Homebois.
Huh. Okay, you know, seeing how this is going to be the way to go coming in for Homebois, but they are doubling down on Zorn having the Kufra once again, and this time Rizal is going to be playing the Bruno. We saw Bruno having a little bit of success in early game, especially in the game for RSG when Lolios was playing in here. Seems like they want to have Rizal win his lane matchup a little bit better because Game 1, Game 2, Rizal didn't exactly have the smoothest time to actually play the... sorry, not Rizal, I mean... Super Red didn't have the smoothest time, so as long as Rizal is winning the game, he is going to be able to carry momentum for the team, and I guess Bruno is going to do exactly just that.
I think the adjustment here from the side of Homebois is really simple, right? Last time they went for Irithel, they went into the Claude matchup, something that Super Red has done many, many times before, but at the very least now, considering how the early game goes and considering how SRG has been playing towards the EXP side in the earlier stages, they leave Rizal and Super Red on an island, and this means that Rizal has more of an opportunity to not only farm the entire gold plating, but at least dominate his matchup to a point where Claude might not even be considered in this matchup for Super Red.
And at the same time, you're also looking at SRG, right? What will be the thought process going into the gold lane? Because for the first two games, Rizal is always one level ahead of Super Red because of the Irithel Claw matchup, and the only hero I can think of, if you really want to just man-fight Rizal, you gotta be looking at something like a Brody to start accelerating that early game phase so that you don't get overwhelmed by Homebois.
Well, it's going to be very difficult if they are going to be going for Brody, right? Brody is all about kiting their way through, but it feels like in the early stage of the game, Brody is not going to be able to kite as much as compared to what a Bruno brings to the table. Like, once he gets like a level 1, level 2 lead, he is going to snowball very, very high. Kind of similar to how Mortis's early game snowball effect. And I feel like right now, Homebois' win condition is just trying to set up those goal precedents for the Bruno in order to snowball. And currently, it feels like Homebois is just making sure they're doing what they can. They can do whatever they want. They have a lot more room to work with, considering that they are 2 games ahead. But the pressure is definitely on Selangor Red Giants right now to build something different for this game.
I don't know, it's ending up to look pretty similar to game number 2 and as well as 3. We're seeing a lot of the same picks actually come on through. The Terizla getting banned is actually not too bad because now, at least, it's opening up a couple of options. They're saying Super Red is consistent, he's making the least amount of mistakes. Let's get better matchups for the opposite side of our map, and maybe, just maybe, this could crack open the early game.
Honestly, I also want to hear like what Yasu thinks about this, right? What are the optimal or the best choices that these two teams can go for, especially for SRG?
SRG team so far, they have a good draft once again. Like again and again and again, Team SRG, they do have good draft and they have a good start. But if I looked at the ban list, now I'm not gonna speak now about the picks. I'm gonna speak a little bit about the bans. Team Homebois focused in their early stage in the first phase to do bans and to target the jungler with the ban on Fanny and also Baxi, and now they have the opportunity to ban the Akai, and Ixia is not like out of my equation. I'm just saying that they had the opportunity to focus more and more on the jungler. But on the other side, Team SRG, they gave, let's say, a ban for each role at the beginning. Hilkert, that's an assassin jungler, so an XP Trizla, and mage or roam for Novaya. So they are not so focused on a certain person, they are not so focused on a certain role, and they didn't use the advantage so far by having Yuzong, by the way. They have the advantage of having Yuzong in their draft, and they didn't keep pressuring on the XP lane. And on the other side, by having Bruno, Homebois started to pressure on the marksman, and they banned the Ixia. Right now, they continued to ban the Mortis, and I think that there is a little bit of focus again on Chibi, but Chibi always found his way out, right?
Yeah, that's the thing about Chibi, right? I feel like this draft coming from Selangor Giants is very targeted onto them. Like, first things first, Lancelot, his Chibi was playing very, very good in game number 1. Game number 2, the Mortis, I feel like this Mortis ban is more intended the fact that they don't really want Homebois to snowball. Look at how game 2 kind of went. The moment Homebois takes the lead, they are going to snowball very hard. And that's exactly what happened when they picked the Leomord. And this time, they have the Bruno and the Mortis, but nope, they're still holding on to his Chibi's heroes right now, but they are bringing in the Sapaki though. This is disrespect coming from Selangor Giants. They disrespect this. They do not respect Pakito at all.
No, this is the best thing. This is the best possible pick. One of the best picks that you could have gotten. Chibi has played Pakito once in a jungle. He lost that game with Lethal Ignition, unfortunately, but the option is still open. Why? Because you have strong laners, you have strong roamers like Zorn, and the best part is you get a second life with the Nether Realm from this Faramis.
I agree with you, Husky. I think that this is definitely going to be an interesting flex pick coming in from the Homebois. I would like to see Chibi actually play it, but then the question that comes almost immediately, what exactly does Mr. Sapad play? And I think that just boils down to whether he's going to get his hands on Benedetta or Chibi gets Fredrin.
I was thinking of the Benedetta also.
Oh no, Selangor Red Giants instantly. We see the Brody to go up against that Bruno, and we see Fredrin get locked in early on from SRG to complete their comp.
Oh boy, this is comfort picks coming from Selangor Red Giants. They wanted a very beefy composition. Game 1, game number 2, Selangor Red Giants didn't exactly have that, right? They were hoping the Minotaur was going to be able to do that, but this time they've got Edith, they've got Yujong, they've got Frederick. 3 very, very strong frontliners to zone them up, to allow Brody to kind of peel away of Homebois' back line. So there is a lot of peel potential coming from Selangor Red Giants. So this is going to be a little bit different, but Homebois, they're going to bring in the Leomon once again. It's made it work for game number 2. They're going to try to snowball again in game number 3. Now, Yasuo, before we say head towards the game here, what do you think about the drafts coming from both teams?
Well, from the side of Team Homebois, I think that they continue to show us surprises, because I didn't see Lemur de Mina, to be honest. I didn't see him play in any lane or like in any game generally, but Chibi showed really great performance last game, and I believe that he's so confident. I believe that Team Homebois, even with that draft they have, they are so confident with it. But Team SRG, SRG.
Yeah. And of course, thank you so much, Yasuo. That is pretty much it. The drafts coming from both sides. We are going to be jumping in towards the game for now. And with that being said here, Selangor Giants making the adaptations, bringing in Pancake to try and save the day for the Giants, whereas Homebois looking to taste their first ever grand finals in the history of MPL MY.
Let's see how this plays out here. I don't know. I think Homebois actually have a much riskier comp compared to Selangor Red Giants. There's a lot of ways to stop this Leomord, so let's hope that Ryzel has what it takes.
Oh boy, SRG on the ropes, and they bring in Pancake, who yesterday struggled, but today they need him desperately. Whereas for Homebois, they're gonna double down on the dive with Chibi on the Leomord and Serpa on the Pakito. Game 3 is going to decide whether SRG stays for another game.
Yeah, it is going to be happening here. Can they do it? It's going to be a lot of pressure on Pancake setting up the precedent against Homebois. But again, look at this Homebois. They're making sure they want to try to make a tell with Gojas again. They want to get into his heads, but Gojas, they've caught back up this time. They've got Super Zak saying like, you know what? I don't want to, I don't want to tilt Gojas yet. I want to make sure that Gojas has a good game because we need him for these upcoming fights.
looking at the emblems, right? A lot of quantum charges all across the board. They got to be fast. They got to rotate quick. They got to get in and out of these fights if things get dicey.
Good knockout onto Warlord. Super Zack wants the kill. The pounding commences, but the damage isn't there. Warlord walks out.
Man, this guy's just got balls of steel, man. I would have flickered that in a heartbeat. The man knows once they've got no more abilities, the auto attacks isn't enough, and Pancake did not build enough Wrath Sacks to really be a threat.
Well, Zorn making a little bit of counter engagements, but at the same time, and I don't know, I feel like Pancake made the right call here, because if he flickered forward, knowing Warlord's reaction, he would have flickered back, and Pancake would have been in the turret damage, and he is going to get punished for that. And knowing Zorn, he is going to catch that. And speaking of mobilities here, I feel like Selangor Red Giants, they might have played a little bit more safer here. It feels like because of all this pressure that is being put on them, they're playing a little bit too passively, and it's understandable because right now, Selangor Red Giants, they need those mid-game aggressions.
The taunt Sapat should be a kill. Yep, they're leading up. First blood for Gojet, but Homebois, they come in for the counter engage, and the pullback from Warlord to catch Super Zack.
Hey, Caster's curse, man. I'm sorry, man. Like, I thought they were going to play passive, but as soon as this did that, they should have played passive, because think about it here. They just got punished like that.
Well, I think that Super Zack probably should have flickered a lot earlier. He disrespected the Farmist a little bit, but here we go.
Going what? Flicker sideways! They push these guys away so they get the turtle. The Nether Realm keeps them alive. Homebois are so damn good in this fight. The Appraiser Rap brings Warlord low, but SRG doesn't have damage to take them out.
That's got to be the drifting Zorn, man. Like, what a drift coming from him. Like, who would have thought he pulls off an angle like that, stops Sekis for even contesting the Retribution battle, and because of a stun lock right there, easy turtle takedown by Homebois.
Honestly, I'm curious to see who made that call. Did Zorn just do that by himself? Because if he did, that's great game sense. He knew for a fact that at least 4 Chibi, that is Retribution, he needs a little bit more time, maybe weave in 2 more auto attacks before he can commit the Retribution to secure that turtle. So pushing Super Sekis away and locking him against that wall, not only does he have to get the stun, but he's out of range to get the Retribution in.
Zorn got the flicker out of Super Red as well, and Chibi, he just showed out on the bottom side. The turtle is going to be spawning on the bottom river in the next minute. Homebois, they have set this up perfectly.
Yeah, and seeing how Homebois is playing right now, you can see that they are trying to proxy the waves with Sapat, making sure that they will get a little bit of an early rotation before Super Gojet is going to be joining the fight. And you can see Selangor Red Giants, they're losing up so much map control because of how well the lanes has been shoved down. And Homebois is playing the macro game a little bit more. But Zorn! What?
Finds the back line. This time, ultimate has been cancelled. Nether Realm for Warlock keeps him alive. They're going to get terrified a little bit. The temp HP will break. But Homebois have the entire team in the bottom lane. Good taunt from this guy. That is Black Dragon, and the Prince of Grab get the kill onto Chibi. They're looking for Sapat. Sapat falls. Super Gojet keeping the rest of Homebois away, and it's 2 kills for SRG.
Oh, a sigh of relief there. How low were the members of SRG had that Black Dragon form cut off the reinforcements for the side of the Homebois. Homebois were more than willing to trade lives there.
Yeah, not gonna lie, when we talk about the idea that is coming from Homebois, that was a good play, right? Like, Sapat was a little bit earlier than Gojet. He was able to get a couple of kills there, but at the same time, this fight here,
looking to punish Zorn. And they will be able to find it. He goes down, but Chibi still gets the turtle. Wait, no, Zorn doesn't even die. Super Sekis is the one that went.
My goodness here, Homebois. Like, they made a little bit of a mistake. They immediately recovered from this. Like, it feels like Selangor Red Giants, they got a little bit ahead of themselves after able to kind of salvage the fight down bottom.
I tell you, the worst part, Zorn didn't even have to use his flicker.
Yep, he doesn't even lose his key battle spell at the same time. So as of right now, Homebois, they've got a pretty good early game. Not as devastating as it was in game number 1 as well as game number 2, which means that Selangor Red Giants potentially could look to punish Homebois later in the game and actually put some economical damage in them if it's successful.
Yeah, speaking of value here, it seems like Rizal will be able to take that tier 1, and that is going to help Rizal kind of snowball even harder, because as of now he's 1-0-0. We are starting to see a lot of damage power spike that he's going to be bringing to the table. But of course, it all comes down to proxying the lane, because Sapat has been doing a lot of work in proxying the lane and making sure that Super Gojet is going to be late to the fight every single time. Because if they get a very nice catch onto a Super Zar, this count author is going to be useless here. But speaking of which,
Sapat gets some protection. Warlock will be there.
So close.
He's so confident. Gets the Nether Realm and gets away. Chibi now hops up on the wall with the Phantom Sea. Super Gojet shows up at the Black Dragon. They find the taunt from Warlord. He's the knock of the Chibi. Super Gojet will find a kill. SRG at least were able to punish Homebois.
Wow, what a catch. Like, Homebois, you know, they understood the right play, but at the last moment, Sepa used his KO punch to dodge that 1 pixel and allow a little bit more time for Warlord with that Nether Realm to save his life, to get out of position. That is so close, but all things considered here, very quick maneuvers coming from Homebois.
They want Zorn, but they gotta get rid of the turret first. Zorn this time uses the flicker, torn apart memories, not enough.
If we look at the items here, very quick rush for the Blade of Heptases, as well as the Malefic Roar. Very cost-efficient items for the side of Super Red. Now, actually matching up pretty well against Ryzel for the time being, but keep in mind, right? Homebois, they're playing for their main win condition. Let Ryzel farm. If he is able to chunk out a majority of the targets of SRG, it's going to be so much easier for Chibi to clean it up later on. That's why they don't mind taking fights on the opposite side of the map, while Ryzel gets free farm on the other end of the fight.
Pancake misses that Earth Shatter. This fight is over before it even began.
Oh wow, you know, they even force out the Phantom Seed. This is actually pretty huge for Selangor Red Giants, considering that without the Phantom Seed, we are not going to be seeing that major crits here. But at the same time, I like how Selangor Red Giants, they're giving respect. They don't really want to throw this game because their next power spike is going to be up on towards Super Red, hitting those level 12 mark, where he is going to be able to do a little bit more to try and threaten this Neomon, because Neomon right now is going to be in trouble. He needs to run here.
Sepa's going to keep his teammates safe. The knockout punch to delay it. Chibi gets the shield. Should be able to get away, but the rest of SRG sticks on him to finally get it. Super Zag even steals the Phantom Steed to clear out the wave.
Really good punisher so far. Great angles coming in from SRG. They recognize the majority of these members don't matter.
Oh! Danger! Super Red has found him. Bottom side, Super Zach is in danger. As Homebois, they have 2 men to run him down, and of course Warlord will collect the kill. Pancake steal the Cyclone away. They want Zorn to get a double knockup on him, but Zorn is pretty resilient. Warlord is there with the Nether Realm, but they will
How is he not dead?
They do not need it. Zorn hops over the ball and he's out.
How is he not dead? He just soaked through everything. Warlord even said, hello, I'm here. Oh, you know, proxying, saying that I'm going to give the Nether Realm, but guess what? Didn't even use it. Like, how does Zorn does all this? Like, he's crazy.
Anti-Kuras, maybe?
Anti-Kuras, and not only that, Super Skies had no gray health whatsoever, so it's not like the big damage coming in from that Appraiser's Wrath was really that threatening to begin with. Maybe if Zorn was building more damage-oriented and forced out maybe 50%, maybe even 25% of Super Skies' life, he probably would have died.
My goodness, but speaking again here, Zorn just trying to buy a little more time because of how much space he bought into his middle fight here. Look at the economy lead. Homebois is still matching up against Selangor Red Giants, and with that small little window here, it is going to allow Ryzel to get a little bit more farm down middle lane, and like I said, it's all about those level 12 timings, and this first Lord engagement is going to be very important there. Can they punish Super Zang? Like, can they bait out this Nether Realm before Chibi actually pops his Phantom Steed?
They know where Zorn is. Zorn will have to back off. His flicker is up. He will get his Tyrant's Revenge up in time as well. It's not an easy fight for SRG to take, so they're gonna pull the trigger. Pancake flickers forward, finds the knockout on Chibi. They will collapse. SRG finds the pad. Massive petrify from Super Gojas. Furious Dive knockout will be there. Chibi bleeds out. Super Red finds the kill. Super Zag and Pancake are the one that goes down. And Homebois, after all of that, still have the net advantage.
This is huge. This is so huge for us. This is exactly what Homebois want. They forced a 5v1 fight with the Nether Realm, and it allowed Ryzel to get so much damage with the ult. And guess what? Who got the biggest big boy damage? It's gotta be Chibi, right? It's AoE all the way through, and there's nothing really much Selangor Red Giants gotta do. But at the same time, look at the zoning coming in.
Super Zekis, this is your moment. You have to get it! No, again! Warlord drags him away from the Lord and sends him to the grave.
Oh, it happened again. It happened in the worst way possible. It really, it could have been their moment. SRG could have flipped this game on their heads had they just taken that Lord and nullified the overall goal lead. Let's look at the instant replay, because keep in mind, Chibi is dead at this point, is already dead at this point, and the same goes for Ryzel. But when they jump in for this pick, and when we look at the overall damage, no gray health was taken away. I will admit, Super Gojas had an incredible engage, but notice that Ryzel not even worried about it at all. As long as Ryzel lives, it just makes the job so much harder for SRG to close out.
Yeah, and also on top of it all, Support was making sure that Super Red is not going to be able to hit on the crucial targets, right? He's got to be spaced out and not going to be able to get so much value. And this is the thing between both Homebois and SRG, right? They need those AoEs to stick through.
They're looking to seize his bottom inhibitor with the help of the Lord. Will not be successful for now, but the nether round was expended. Stolen by Super Zack. Homebois ready for round 2. Bottom inhibitor still fairly healthy. Homebois, they're gonna hold the trigger a little bit. There's no need to rush. They have to lead.
Yeah, they definitely do. They don't need to rush this here. They finally found an opportunity, right? Selangor Red Giants caught them a little bit off guard. You know, set them back a little bit here. But with that one fight coming in and also the Lord takedown, they have that huge lead. But the question here is, can they close up the game? Because when you talk about high ground defense, God is one of the strongest high ground defense. Guess what? There's no God this game, and Selangor Red Giants doesn't have the strongest the high ground defense unless Homebois gets a little bit too angsty, you know, in over the heads and kind of overheated and just dive back towards the tier 4s, maybe even dive into Crystal, and then just gets picked off.
I mean, if we're talking about high ground defenses, they're both kind of similar for the side of both Homebois and as well as SRG. That's why both these compositions are so highly volatile. I would say Homebois even more so because it's heavily reliant on Ryzel doing well. If he doesn't do well, there's no guarantee that Chibi is going to be able to do well either. He's already 0-4. It could have been the opposite way around had Ryzel participated in these fights sooner.
Yeah, to top it off as well, we have to talk about clumping up as 5, right? Because now Selangor Red Giants is having Super Zack kind of mirror this nether realm, they are going to be constantly clumping up as 5, and this is so much value damage for Homebois. Think about this here. Ryzel's out bounces a lot when they're all grouped up. Warlord's Ghostbusters just get absolute maximum value when there's more than 3 people kind of stick up together. Sepat, you want the KO punch to be close and personal. Leomon, you want to be close and personal as well. And it feels like Selangor Red Giants, if they try to fight at the tempo against Homebois, they are going to get shredded. But what can they do? Can they split push and take individual fights with a composition like Edith, a composition like Frederick? Because it seems like they just want to group up as well.
Well, I don't see the point of it trying to go for the split push at this stage of the game, right? You have no outer turrets, you have no vision, no information to really work with, and even if we're talking about people quote-unquote opening the map, it's still pretty dangerous.
Yeah, it is going to be very dangerous. And in this case, look at Zorn. He wants to try and steal the aggro away from Lord, but at the same time, the lanes are shoved in from the side of Homebois. So all Homebois is gotta do is just proxy the wave and then bait SRG with those numbers games, right? If they're not 5v5 here, it is gonna be a 4v5 within like 2 seconds here. They are gonna try and capitalize on this.
They'll be able to find Zorn, flip him back, but remember, this guy is very, very durable. You see the damage being pumped up by Ryzel on Super Skies. Homebois, they're fine letting this Lord dance happen. SRG wants it more than they do.
Oh, Pancake. He's on the conceal already, but Zorn is making sure that he is kept in check. And honestly, Homebois, they can do this forever. Chibi is already level 15.
And the flicker goes on! They look for Super Zack West, the nether realm, and there it is, the nether realm is gone. Homebois, under the leadership of Zorn, have found Tree from SRG. And this is it. The fans, the Flame Boys can smell it in the air. Homebois are so close. They can't land it just yet, but it's within sight. The Lord is the next objective.
They're going to put on a show. They are definitely going to put on a show here. They know it's up to Zorn to set up the plays, but as of now, they're just so darn strong. And Selangor Red Giants made the biggest blunder here, shutting down Super Zack. What a clutch coming from Zorn, and because of this now, with the Lord secured, almost close to a 10k net worth lead here, 15 minutes of the game, it seems like the dream might actually be reality for Homebois. One step closer to an international event.
Looking at this instant replay, just great instincts coming in from Zorn. He knows Zack still has his dash. He knows Zack still has his flicker. He gave him no time to react to the engage.
One last march. The red carpet being laid out for Homebois. And one last stand for SRG. The top and bottom inhibitors are going to fall. Zorn once more finds the engage. This time gets knocked up. But Homebois have more than enough damage to melt through SRG. Crystal getting slammed on by the Lord. Lord will be taken care of, but Gold Chest has already fallen. Thanks to Ryzel. A couple of knockout punches from Sepat. Homebois will do the killing blow.
They've done it.
Ryzel will lead them across.
They're doing it. They've done it.
Homebois are your first grand finalists.
They have done it. The sighs of relief. Celebrations across the nation. You can hear the Flame Boys screaming their lungs out. After so many seasons, they are finally here Homebois' first Grand Finals here in MPL MY Season 12 with a 3-0 in the upper brackets.
2.5 years. 2.5 years, and finally Homebois have met the dream, making it to the Grand Finals of the MPL MY. High on emotions with fans from each corner recognizing that Homebois deserves the slot.
Since Season 7 until Season 12. Oh my goodness. Homebois, a dream that they have been eyeing for has finally become a reality. Their first Grand Final and guaranteed international appearance for the M5 wildcards. Will they be able to make it all the way in the champions? We gotta stick around to find out. But for now, let's take a look at what they have to say on stage.
Our first Grand Finalist untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 ialah Homebois. Guys, a round of applause. Oh my God. This is such a heartwarming scene to witness. Memang rasa goosebumps tadi kat bawah pentas. Alright, so. Sekejap. Okay. Alright. Kita punya Chibi. Alright, Chibi. I'm pretty sure right now, entire Homebois overwhelmed sangat-sangat. Tapi Chibi, one step closer untuk pegang title championship dan mewakili Malaysia ke ataupun M5 or the wild card. Chibi, dengan prestasi Homebois sekarang, are you confident that bila korang wakil Malaysia dekat international scene, you guys will do good?
InsyaAllah. Saya mula-mula saya cakap Alhamdulillah lah sebab kita orang menang dengan SRG di Kota. Ini first time kita orang dapat ke grand final lah. So kita orang sangat-sangatlah bersyukur dan kepada family saya, terima kasih kerana datang. Sebab support saya.
Oh no. Guys, they're crying. Alright guys, I know everybody's overwhelmed. So, I akan announce MVP dulu so that, you know, we can all calm down or maybe get even more hype. Alright guys, MVP of the match jatuh kepada the legendary Zorn. Alright, Zorn. Semalam, siap orang tag saya dekat TikTok tau, cakap, lama tak interview Zorn. So sekarang, I nak interview Zorn. Zorn, dekat pre-hype video, pre-match video, Gorgeous cakap, Nova ialah satu counter Zorn. Apa Zorn nak cakap dekat statement tu?
Saya no comment lah sebab korang sendiri nampak level kita dekat mana.
Alright, thank you very much to our MVP. Alright, Daddy. Before last words, I nak tanya Daddy.
Boleh.
Daddy, first.
Tapi macam biasa.
Oh, macam biasa, Anca dulu. Alright. Okay, boleh.
Saya tuan muda saya.
Alright. Anca dulu. Oi, dua orang tengah suruh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebenarnya aku speechless banget ya ngeliat perjuangan teman-teman semua. Ini kalian melihat betapa terharunya mereka. So, ini first time aku akan cakap di sini. Aku akan cakap buat korang semua yang udah support kita dan nanti akan support kita di M5. Aku akan mengucapkan thank you cuy.
Alright, Daddy.
Let's go.
As the owner of Homebois, ini adalah pertama kali Homebois masuk ke Grand Finals. And I ingat lagi musim lepas, Daddy cakap, dorang tak nak MSC, dorang nak M5. Daddy, as the owner, how are you feeling?
Alhamdulillah, syukur, segala puji bagi Allah. Saya sangat-sangat bangga. Sebenarnya, okay, saya cerita sikit sorry stage ni stage saya sekarang stage Homebois. So korang relax jap. Sebenarnya, mula-mula season nak start, tak ada siapa pun percaya Pab Tak ada siapa pun percaya budak TikTok nama antagonis. Tak ada orang yang percaya dia. Alright, ada orang cakap, oh Daddy Hood kenapa kroni? Masih simpan Saipul, masih simpan Ipan, Anep, Chibi. Sebab saya percaya diorang anak-anak saya. So, saya tak tahu nak cakap apa. Ini first time dan kita buktikan kita lagi baik daripada season lepas. Sebab kita ada target, kita buat apa-apa memang kita target. So, insyaAllah kita akan buat terbaik. Sebelah kaki dah ke M5. Minimum sebelah kaki dah at least ke wildcard lah, at least lah kan. So, tak salah untuk kita bermimpi, tak salah untuk kita berangan. So, Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih Flame Boys. Satu hall ni saya percaya semua Flame Boys. Thank you. Thank you Selangor Red Giant. Korang ada game lagi. Beruntung sebab tak kalah 3-2. Kalau tak penat macam kita orang tu hari. Alright, so 3-0 still boleh lagi. Ada masa. Rehat betul-betul. Reset insyaAllah. Kemenangan kita orang hari ni sebab kita orang reset sangat cepat. So Alhamdulillah.
Alright, terima kasih Daddy. Guys, Dewa Street Putra, once again, give it up for your first grand finalist, Homebois! Alright, and with that, mari let's show it over to our casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam upper bracket clean sweep game ini. Casters, silakan.
A historical moment for Homebois. After so many years, since the Bosku days, until they were formed in Homebois in Season 7 and now Season 12, finally a grand finals. Daddy has put in a lot of work for so many years and it's finally come to fruition in this game.
I'm telling you, man, I can see Zorn's face plastered on Kufra right now. He is so efficient on this hero. The roams were perfect. Saved his team in Game 1. Crushed the early game in Game 2. And Game 3, he was the flashiest member on his entire squad.
Yep. The man has put down the show at the very least. Well done, Zorn.
Well done indeed. But of course, let's take a look at the mic check of Homebois on how they have done it.
Tak bakal pilih je lah. Percaya tak?
Tak.
Okey, yaudah, tak apa. Kita musuhan sekarang. Ulti para Mizak ah. Natan. Zak ulti para Mizak. Out, wrong ulti Zak, wrong ulti Zak. Out. Don't worry, no, nice. Nice one. Still can. No puri. Out, chest. Dah saya guys. Nice way.
Oi, baik Dobi. Aku selamat.
Zak, panik. Nice.
Boleh ke bawah.
Edit fikir guys. Jangan pan.
Boleh.
Mid-red. Stay guys. Nice. They going guys. Cupra, si Cupra penting. Okay. Nice one.
Bro, guys, bro, no one. Boleh. Boleh lagi. Jangan tinggal lah. Boleh no one. Hero.
Hero je.
Mereka masa. Start dia.
Aku tak jauh.
Panas.
Let's guys.
Balik guys. Nice.
Aku ke Flayo. Bisa.
Nice. Tunggu. Sabar.
Dia sauti. Boleh.
What a emotional moment for the teams. The celebrations from the side of Homebois. They're just extremely excited. And of course, speaking of emotions here, Gideon, you teared up a little bit here. You want to talk about it?
I mean, I watched this team for 2.5 years, seeing their rise and their falls, doing well in regular seasons, but never making it this far into the tournament, and now they are here. GB and as well as Subpot working so goddamn hard with the passing of their father. They now have something to be proud of. Man, it is just, whoo! A lot of high tensions here, a lot of emotions. I'm just so proud of the Homebois.
I mean, this is the best season so far, right? 1 foot through the door, they're guaranteed an international appearance, and they're gonna do it minimum on home soil. If they don't win the grand finals tomorrow, there's gonna be wildcards. But if they do, Daddy Hood's dream of bringing Homebois to the international stage is finally gonna get realized. It's a moment that I think a lot of people will remember for a long time.
Yeah, it is definitely a very emotional moment here. And of course, you know, I like that Redin brought this up as well. He's tearing up a little bit here. This is Chibi's first time ever making this far. His father was not there to see it when he wanted to, because when Homebois was at their best, his father actually passed away, and because of that, they didn't exactly do too well. But finally, he picked himself up, and now Homebois is back in the action. And of course, we've given you a lot of context here. I want to bring Yasu back into the conversation. What do you think is happening so far? What do you think? What's your feeling all the way from Mina?
Well, for Chippy especially, I think that his father wouldn't have been more proud of him. He is now reaching his dream, and what a way to reach his dream! What a way to reach the finals with such a story, with such an amazing story, and such an amazing performance. And besides Chippy, you just cannot miss Zorn. You cannot miss and the best thing about him is not just the gameplay, it's not just the positioning, not just the ways he moves the map, and he knows his boundaries, or like his HP and defense. He is good and he knows it. That's what's dangerous about him. He is good and he knows it, and that's why he's a tank I'm gonna keep in mind. I'm gonna keep looking at, and I'm gonna keep expecting more from.
Agreed. But with that being said here, Homebois finally makes their appearance for the first time ever in the grand finals of MPL MY. However, their opponents are going to be competing right after this, and that is going to be between Selangor Red Giants versus Team SMG. We've seen both of this team here. Yasu, any thoughts on what we are going to be expecting in the lower bracket finals?
In the lower bracket finals, I think that SRG have a lot to prove to their fans that are now in the stage and rooting for them, and Team SMG also have a lot to prove for their fans, and I think it's I think that especially Team SRG needs a lot to work on their gameplay. They need a lot of work on their mentality to not have any drops in facing the next challenge. So they might have a chance to have a second match against Team Homebois if they won in the lower bracket.
It's a grudge match, right? They beat SMG yesterday, but SMG were not at their peak, and SMG just beat RSG. SRG got dropped by Homebois 0-3. This is going to require a hard reset.
It really is. And worse yet, the fact is, after a break, they're going to have to play again in another best-of-5 series.
Oh boy, it is going to be a long journey for them here. However, for these guys watching at home as well here, in conjunction with M Series 5th anniversary, you can currently vote for your heroes now from November 4th to be awarded as the 10 greatest players in M Series history. Choose a legacy. Vote the best players, the greatest of all time, the 10 best players in the world in M Series starting off November 4th. Be sure to do that.
If Zorn makes it, I'm voting for him.
Maybe for the 6th one. Maybe for the 6th one. That's when we're going to have the votes.
All things considered here, we have seen so many matches here in day number 3 here. We're one step away from the grand finals, which is going to be happening tomorrow. And right now, in the lower bracket finals, it is going to be Selangor Red Giants going up against Team SMG in the bottom side. And guess what? Here is a little bit of a fun fact for you guys here. We have hit our PCU milestones, and currently we are at 233,000 people watching across the world. Thank you guys so much for supporting MPL MY. Without you guys, we would not have achieved this result right now. Oh. Boy,
I'm still
I know,
in
shaken
the moment.
up.
I'm still in the moment, but man,
I can see tears dripping down from the side beginning here. I know he's very macho, but behind the screen, he was just tearing up. I'm like, oh my god.
I mean, moving forward for SRG, this, regardless of how it ends, I think it's already a very good enough story. They've done, they've exceeded our expectations. Now they just gotta put up a good fight and go down swinging.
Agreed. And of course, for these guys watching at home here, if you guys have been enjoying the show so far, be sure to take part in our survey right now with by scanning the QR code down below and just let us know what do you guys think we should be improving for you guys for this next season. We here at the MPL MY would like to give all our fans the best experience ever in terms of content, in terms of casters. We even got, Yasu all the way from Mina to come and, give us a good commentary as well. And we on the PM side, in the English side, the talents, the cosplayers, we've got everybody here. Let us know what you guys think, and we will give you guys the best experience possible. But also, all things considered here, Yasu, it's been a pleasure to have you on board here. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Yasu. Any final words before we let you go?
Well, the final words I have is that it was a pleasure and it was a privilege to be with you guys. I really am happy, and I believe, I hope that you also were happy to have me as a guest. I hope that was a, how can I say that, a sweet guest to you. I added some stuff and I added some taste to the tournament, and I hope to see you again in the future.
Likewise as well, we were definitely happy here because you brought in some valuable insights as well in the drafts and a little bit of different taste of what Mina is going to look at as well. We hope to see you as well back with us in the near future. And we will make another, Seru Saturday for you guys. Because that's the idea that MPL MY was designing. Right? Every single Saturday, we bring something special. And guess what? We brought you in. Earlier today, we had Abstract. Now we have you. Thank you so much. And
thank you, Yasu.
Yasu, thank you so much. And we are going to say goodbye to you for now. But all things considered here, this is pretty much it for the upper bracket finals. We are finally here.
One more lower bracket finals to find out our grand finalists for tomorrow. People who guarantee wildcard, history is going to be made again.
Well, all things considered here, we are going to close things out for now. We're going to be taking a very, very short break. And after this break, we'll be back for the lower bracket finals. And it's going to be SRG versus SMG. See you guys right after this.
ayat jangan kejut harimau yang sedang tidur melambangkan jangan kacau Malaysia, nanti kita bantai kita orang. Tapi kan harimau tu dah tidur lama sangat. Kita kena kejut dia. Kita kena bagi semangat dekat dia supaya dia boleh bangkit balik.
MPL MY dah banyak kali dah kita tengok berubah-ubah daripada setiap musim ke musim. Pasukan Todak dia 3 kali dah champion. Pergi international macam tu juga. Pergi bawa balik sijil penyertaan. Sampai bila?
Kenapa kita graf kita tidak menaik?
Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia atau
awal bermain Mobile Legends sebenarnya?
Sana ibu. Jauh saya mau.
Saya daripada M1 sampai ke hari ini, saya masih lagi berjuang untuk industri ini. Kesedihan saya bila mana pasukan yang kita harapkan kurang memberi saingan lah. Kenapa benda ni berlaku? Kenapa graf kita tidak menaik? Kenapa menurun? Adakah terlalu berat tanggungjawab tersebut?
Soalan personal lah. Kenapa Todak macam tu dekat international?
Betul tu je. Dia macam target kat Todak.
Kalau dari sudut pandang saya daripada M1 sampai ke M4, semua mutun punya tournament international saya start bulan lepas kot. Tapi kalau saya yang main lah, masa saya rasa. So, saya rasa dia sebenarnya kalah dekat mentality je kot. Bukan saya, maybe ada beberapa dari tim saya. Bila diorang main je, diorang rasa macam, oh ni tak boleh, ni tak boleh. Takut kalau kita buat macam ni kan, diorang buat macam ni, faham tak? Maksudnya diorang nak buat something tu, diorang kena tunggu enemy buat. Bukan kita yang mulakan. Itu kalau dari sudut pandang saya. Kalau apa beza dia daripada M1 sampai sekarang, M1 tu masa tu memang main semua lepas je. Tak kisahlah enemy buat ke apa ke, kita orang main ikut cara kita orang. Tapi kalau ikut dari sekarang, saya rasa macam tu lah. Dia mental block kot.
Chifu, Repo dengan Zon. Korang dapat wakil Malaysia kat SEA Games and korang dapat silver, which is very good. Tapi cukup ke? Korang punya pride, korang punya rasa excitement bila wakil Malaysia, bila dapat silver, adakah dia akan mati dekat situ? Ataupun korang rasa still terbakar, bukan setakat nak pergi M5, tapi nak menang? Where's the fire? Where's the passion? Is it still there? Ataupun korang dah reset sangat sampai fire tu dah hilang?
Aku pula.
Okay, Bo. Macam mana, Bo?
Macam mana, Bo? Dia lepas dah habis SEA Games tu kan.
kan kita dapat nombor 2. Benda tu sebenarnya tak cukup lah. Dapat nombor 2, kita kalah dengan Filipin kot. Takkan kita nak kalah dengan Filipin. Malaysia kuat kot. So dari situ tak berhenti lah. Bakar dia tak hilang lagi. Dia makin bertambah bakar dia. Walaupun dah dapat nombor 2, memang kita bangga. Tapi dekat situ...
kita patut bangga.
Ha?
Kita patut bangga.
Yelah, kita patut
training
bangga.
minggu.
Tapi dekat situ tak membuatkan kita orang stop lah untuk terus berjuang untuk M5.
Tapi jangan risau, kita orang 2 yang kat sini.
Kita orang akan pasal M5 lah.
Tak.
Tiga. Salah satu pada kita tak dapat pergi M5 Epo. Tapi itulah, kalau kat M5 takkan kau nak jadi badut lagi kan?
Betul.
Tak apa, kali ni aku bawa betul-betul. tak, dia senang cerita siapa yang menang lah, dia akan wakil lah.
So,
kali ni semua serius
lah. So dekat M5 memang bantai lah semua negara.
Korang rindu tak line up SEA Games?
Jauh. Sebab dia paling bersendirian. Kita semua tak sama.
Okey ya. Kalau aku rindu dua korang. Rindu line up SEA Games sebab rasanya itu line up paling solid tu dalam Malaysia. Jujur, tak tipu.
Kalau dari aku tak rindu yang kita kat bootcamp. Aku rindu kita kat hotel. Sebab kat bootcamp pun bahas diri juga. Dekat hotel tu yang dia rapat sikit. Oh, kau nangis Syam.
Nangis
Syam.
Mana ada nangis?
Yang dia orang tengok bola kau macam ni.
Itu tak nangis lah. Cuma kalau dari segi... Tahu, saya rasa macam kalau masuk final lah. Dia lebih baik daripada tak masuk final. Dia punya kalah tu rasa lain lah. Walaupun sebab kita dah masuk final, kita nak dapatkan emas. Jadi bila kalah, rasa macam kecewa.
Jadi soalan ni untuk saya nak tanya dekat Ripo. Kalau kata dah pergi ke international bermain di Indonesia, dapat banyak sangat pengalaman. Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun pasukan Malaysia yang tak boleh nak hit that kind of standard untuk bermain di taraf antarabangsa?
Aduh, macam mana pun?
Tak apa dia cakap kau dah main kat Indo, kau tak boleh bagi tahu macam mana Indo main kita orang.
Kau nak bagi tahu apa ilmu tu dekat kita orang?
Enggak, dia punya standard tu tak ada.
Sebab kan, yelah kan nak bagi tahu kan kita semua musuh. Takkan
bukan kat SEA Games.
Oh, kat SEA Games. Oh, kat SEA Games. Aku bagi tahulah macam
bukan maksudnya macam selalu kat Indo ESP buat macam ni, Mid buat macam ni. Tak ada. Kau tak bagi tahu.
Oh. Asal aku kerang tak tanya.
Boleh. Lagi pun tolonglah kita orang. Kita nak tanya.
Aku tu tak nak tolong. Maksudnya sebab mungkin daripada cara korang main tu dengan bila aku main di Indonesia dah hampir sama, tapi mungkin ada sikit-sikit je lah, tapi benda tu tak terlalu mengimpact kan. So aku macam bila korang main macam tu aku rasa macam oh betul lah tu, dia dah sampai sikit sama lah. So macam mungkin kalau ada perubahan sikit nak buat aku boleh cakap dah hampir sama, mungkin macam
hampir sama ke kita orang bawah lagi?
Apa beza dia?
Beza dia dekat communication dengan ni semua. Mentality dia orang lah macam tu beza dia.
Apa masalahnya bila kita pergi kat international, kita tercedok.
Memang tu. Level Malaysia lain tu. Kalau MPL Malaysia memang lain gila dengan international. Tapi aku rasa tu pun punca tu kita macam badut sikit kat international. Sebab kita punya saingan dekat Malaysia kurang kan.
Tak, macam mana aku nak menang?
Ni dah ada saingan. Aku rasa dari segi kompetitif MPL team kan tak cukup strong macam Indo Filipin. Lepas tu itulah diorang lebih advance tu dari segi team play, strategi diorang. Tahu lah, dia tu macam sampai sekarang aku rasa Malaysia pun tak dapat lagi lah.
Aku rasa Malaysia main untuk main je kot. Nak nama.
Malaysia main untuk
dalam
Malaysia
gaji.
Tak main untuk dapat duit gaji.
Lepas tu gaji tu semua dah settle.
Dapat gerak. Tak ramai lah player-player macam kita. Harapan saya untuk komuniti Mobile Legends ni teruskan support kita orang. Jangan berhenti untuk support apa-apa yang event-event MPL kot, Muntun ke. Sebab daripada dulu sampai sekarang nampak macam sekarang kita dah start berkembang lah. Kira kalau contoh kalau pergi MPL tak ada orang. Macam season lepas ada tim yang bila kita lawan ni main tak ada orang. Kosong gila. Ada memang main tim apa ya? Dia select tau. Dia beberapa tim je yang
Lunatic family dia je ada.
Tak best aja tu.
Mungkin kalau untuk komuniti MLBB boleh jadi macam contoh lah, sebagai contoh Homebois lah. Ada Homebois kan. Diorang tu ada supporter diorang yang main drum tu semua. Tim-tim lain sebenarnya perlu ada juga sebenarnya. Tapi kalau fans RSG kan duduk je. Ada pun duduk dekat depan. Tak nak macam tepi-tepi tu ramai-ramai bam.
Tanya kepada Ciku dan juga Zon. Umum tahu yang Ripo pernah bermain di Indonesia. Kenapa Ciku dan Zon memilih untuk tidak keluar? Sedangkan ramai yang tahu ada offer dari luar ataupun ada macam Zon pun ada punya former team ataupun team lama dia, Geek Fam pun ada di Indonesia. Kenapa tidak memilih untuk bermain di luar dan lebih fokus bermain di Malaysia? Adakah takut?
Tapi pasal offer tahu aku rasa aku reject offer Indo dulu sebab aku bocah lagi tu, aku takut tu. Tahu aku tak berani tu nak pergi tu. Walaupun time tu offer menarik lah daripada tim-tim besar kan. Kira kalau aku pergi tak tahu apa jadi. Cuma itulah takut lah dulu nak pergi. Kau pula cik?
Aku sama juga jawab aku. Aku bukan. Tak, aku tak nak ni kalau dari diri aku lah. Better aku main kat tim Malaysia dan aku menang dengan tim Malaysia, faham?
Tak ada feeling kan nak main untuk orang lain?
Tak ada. Kalau orang satu tim aku boleh ajar dia macam-macam. Apa benda yang aku tahu aku boleh ajar dia sebiji, tapi cara pemahaman dia je lah. Cuma sekarang ni memang aku rasa tak ada lagi kat orang yang kat Malaysia faham betul-betul pasal ML ni. So memang aku nak kena cari sampai jumpa dan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia ni.
Lastly, I just nak cakap, as a talent punya point of view, I punya hopes and dreams, players, community Malaysia in general. Daripada players, of course, I nak you guys do your very best. Sebab even audience kat Malaysia, even kalau kalah pun, nampak korang try your best, very hard game, kita bangga.
Dari segi saya rasa boleh kot season ni. Sebab kita orang pun dah macam semua dah try hard kan. Dah tak nak dah macam kena bantai, kena belasah semua tu. Rasa semua tim dalam Malaysia sekarang ni semua betul-betul tengah proof kot macam mana nak naikkan nama Malaysia ni.
Memang semua tim dekat MPL tu betul-betul semua try hard gila. Sampai banyak import player tu semua sebab betul-betul target M5 lah. Memang diorang betul-betul target M5 season ni.
Ni untuk teammate-teammate saya. Saya tahu kalau korang main kat Malaysia, korang punya mindset lain. Tapi bila kat international tu, apa yang saya rasa macam korang ni macam tak tahu main apa sebenarnya. Macam takut ke, apa ke saya tak tahu. Nampak beza lah permainan dekat Malaysia dengan kat luar. Season ni kalau betul-betul lepas lagi, kalau boleh orang-orang lama tau, orang-orang lama tu macam Yum, Rival, Momo, ubah lah.
Kita kena bagi kekuatan dekat dia, tak kisahlah kita sebagai public ke, sebagai team owner ke, organisasi ke, media ke, ataupun komuniti sendiri, kita kena bagi. Kita kena kejut harimau ni supaya dia bangkit semula, supaya dia lebih garang untuk tunjukkan yang hey, Malaysia pun boleh buat. Malaysia boleh buat benda ni sebab kita boleh buat sama-sama kasih jadi.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Sukan tarian kepersada dunia. Masa untuk membuktikannya. Menari mengikut irama. Mengejar emas demi negara. Battleground Malaysia. Road to Go. Mulai 29 September. 10 malam di saluran berikut dan Astro Go.
Welcome back again. Kita sekarang tengah berada di MPL MY Watch Party. It's so fun.
Ramai sangat orang sebenarnya Sanjina. Jadi dekat korang boleh tengok ada macam-macam aktiviti yang sebenarnya ada dekat watch party ni. Tempat duduk disediakan, macam-macam games juga ada. Tapi yang bestnya dekat sini kan, ada cosplayer, ada mini games. Yang bestnya boleh dapat macam-macam Sanjina.
Yeah, macam apa?
Ada bag, ada jersey, everything yang collaborate dengan Muntun.
Wow, memang meriah lah suasana kat sini. And then there's some arm wrestling party going on. Ada football things. So fun. You guys have to be a part of it. But before that, kita ada some special guests, don't we?
So kita boleh panggil ada peminat yang datang untuk tengok Mobile Legends ni. Okey abang, boleh duduk sini.
Okay, so I think kita tak payah tanya sangat sebab nampak sangat yang he's from Homebois. Tapi kita tanya je lah. Adik support team mana?
Homebois.
Homebois. What about you?
Team Homebois.
Homebois. Memang Homebois berhabis lah.
Memang Homebois berhabis.
Okey bang, jadi bang, kalau kata abang pandang dekat kamera lah kan bang, abang boleh tak abang bagi tahu dekat orang yang dekat rumah tu bang, betapa happeningnya, seronoknya, ada macam-macam event tempat disediakan, seronok sangat bang, boleh tak? Macam kasih tahu orang tak tahu ni.
Okey, kat rumah tu korang akan pergi sini, akan enjoy semua benda. Ada makanan, ada baju-baju, merchandise, and game-game orang semua dah terbaik semua. Upgrade semua. Tak.
Ni bang, ucapan bang untuk orang yang macam rasa macam tak best benda ni. Tak nampak.
Bagi korang yang tak datang MPL ni, korang ada MPL ada aktiviti macam-macam belakang ni. Termasuk meet and greet dengan player, termasuk giveaway dan sebagainya. Korang kena datang ke MPL kerana MPL ni banyak aktiviti yang korang boleh main.
Betul. Kita tanya adik ni pula, adik nak bagi ucapan tak kalau orang luar kat sana supaya orang boleh datang esok untuk kita punya grand final.
Okey, kepada semua orang boleh datang dekat MPL 12 so, macam-macam ada kat sini. Kita ada cosplay, Mobile Legends, kita ada pro player, semua memang best lah.
Indeed. Suasana kat sini memang meriah korang. If you don't come tomorrow, you're missing it for sure.
Jadi pada korang yang ada dekat rumah, jangan lepaskan peluang. MPL ni bukan hari-hari aja tau. Jadi pada yang dekat rumah yang berdekatan, saya galakkan, saya ajak datang, turun dan memeriahkan lagi MPL season ke-12 kali ni. Semua dah seronok. Jadi kata-kata terakhir untuk semua yang tengah tengok ni.
Kepada semua yang tengok ni, jangan lupa sokong Homebois dan berikan yang terbaik. Semoga juara dan pergi ke M5.
Amin. There you go, Homeboy fans. Alright, so anything else from you guys? That's it? Then enjoy. All the best for Homeboys, for your team, and to all your team supporting as well.
Kehangatan MPL season ke-12 ni masih lagi terasa dan sekarang kita ada dengan tetamu yang sangat-sangat istimewa. Kita ada Aiman Haq.
Halo semua. Halo Boji.
Jadi Aiman, saya ada soalan sikit lah. Kita dah nampak tadi kekalahan RSG semua kan. Dan sekarang final upper bracket, pertembungan di antara Homebois bertemu dengan Selangor Red Giant. Pada prediction Aiman lah, siapa yang bakal ke grand final?
So mula-mula memang prediction Aiman top tu is dua tim lah. So saya rasa saya akan pilih Homebois. And then SMG turun. And then SMG akan naik balik ke grand final untuk jumpa Homebois balik.
And who do you think is going to win the entire M series?
I will deep down I'm supporting Homebois lah. I'm gonna support Homebois to win the MPL because they never won at all. So let's support them and let them feel the piala.
Yeah, indeed. And any message to all the fans who are watching so that we can urge them esok mereka boleh datang support for grand finals MPL MY?
Alright guys, pada semua yang tengah tengok, esok last day, tahun depan dah tak ada MPL, so make sure datang support. Even team yang kalah, Maima pun semua ada kat sini, support MPL Malaysia. Ada banyak aktiviti kat sini, so kita jumpa esok di grand final.
We'll see you back.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1,500. Dapat extra potensial lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main daripada hujung minggu ni dah mendapatkan, orang kata, complete kantas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning Esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
dengar ayat jangan kejut harimau yang sedang tidur melambangkan jangan kacau Malaysia, nanti kita bantai kita orang. Tapi kan harimau tu dah tidur lama sangat. Kita kena kejut dia. Kita kena bagi semangat dekat dia supaya dia boleh bangkit balik.
MPL MY dah banyak kali dah kita tengok berubah-ubah daripada setiap musim ke musim. Pasukan Todak dah 3 kali dah champion. Pergi international macam tu juga. Pergi bawa balik sijil penyertaan. Sampai bila?
Kenapa kita graf kita tidak menaik?
Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun
bermain Mobile Legends sebenarnya?
Dari sana pun. Jauh saya pun.
Saya daripada M1 sampai ke hari ini, saya masih lagi berjuang untuk industri ini. Kesedihan saya bila mana pasukan yang kita harapkan kurang memberi saingan lah. Kenapa benda ni berlaku? Kenapa graf kita tidak menaik? Kenapa menurun? Adakah terlalu berat tanggungjawab tersebut?
Soalan personal lah. Kenapa Todak macam tu dekat international?
Betul
itu je.
Dia macam target kat Todak.
Kalau dari sudut pandang saya daripada M1 sampai ke M4, semua mutun punya tournament international saya start bulan lepas kot. Tapi kalau saya yang main lah, masa saya rasa. So, saya rasa dia sebenarnya kalah dekat mentality je kot. Bukan saya, maybe ada beberapa dari tim saya. Bila diorang main je, diorang rasa macam, oh ni tak boleh, ni tak boleh. Takut kalau kita buat macam ni kan, diorang buat macam ni, faham tak? Maksudnya diorang nak buat something tu, diorang kena tunggu enemy buat. Bukan kita yang mulakan. Itu kalau dari sudut pandang saya. Kalau apa beza dia daripada M1 sampai sekarang, M1 tu masa tu memang main semua lepas je. Tak kisahlah ini buat ke apa ke, kita orang main ikut cara kita orang. Tapi kalau ikut dari sekarang, saya rasa macam tu lah. Dia mental block kot.
Chiku, Repo dengan Zon. Korang dapat wakil Malaysia kat SEA Games and korang dapat silver, which is very good. Tapi cukup ke? Korang punya pride, korang punya rasa excitement bila wakil Malaysia, bila dapat silver, adakah dia akan mati dekat situ? Ataupun korang rasa still terbakar, bukan setakat nak pergi M5, tapi nak menang? Where's the fire? Where's the passion? Is it still there? Ataupun korang dah reset sangat sampai fire tu dah hilang?
Aku pula.
Okay, Po. Macam mana, Po?
Macam mana, Po? Dia lepas dah habis SEA Games tu kan kita dapat nombor 2. Benda tu sebenarnya tak cukup lah. Dapat nombor 2, kita kalah dengan Filipin kot. Takkan kita nak kalah dengan Filipin? Malaysia kuat kot. So dari situ tak berhenti lah. Bakar dia tak hilang lagi. Dia makin bertambah bakar dia. Walaupun dah dapat nombor 2, memang kita bangga. Tapi dekat situ...
Kita patut bangga. Kita patut bangga.
Yelah, kita patut
training
bangga.
minggu.
Tapi dekat situ tak membuatkan kita orang stop lah untuk terus berjuang untuk M5.
Tapi jangan risau, kita orang 2 yang kat sini.
Kita orang akan masuk M5 lah.
Tak.
Tiga. Salah satu pada kita tak dapat pergi M5 ya, Po. Tapi itulah, kalau kat M5 takkan kau nak jadi badut lagi kan?
Betul?
Tak apa, aku kali ni aku bawa betul-betul. tak, dia senang cerita siapa yang menang lah, dia akan wakil lah.
So,
kali ni semua
buktikan lah. So, dekat M5 memang bantai lah semua negara.
Korang rindu tak line up SEA Games?
Jauh. Sebab dia paling bersendirian. Kita semua tak sama.
Okey ya. Kalau aku rindu tu korang. Rindu line up SEA Games sebab rasanya itu line up paling solid tu dalam Malaysia. Jujur, tak tipu.
Kalau dari aku tak rindu yang kita kat bootcamp. Aku rindu kita kat hotel. Sebab kat bootcamp semua bahas diri juga. Dekat hotel tu yang dia rapat sikit. Oh, kau nangis Syam.
Nangis
Syam.
Mana ada nangis?
Yang dia orang tengok bola kau macam ni.
Itu tak nangis lah. Cuma kalau dari segi... Tahu, saya rasa macam kalau masuk final lah. Dia lebih baik daripada tak masuk final. Dia punya kalah tu rasa lain lah. Walaupun sebab kita dah masuk final, kita nak dapatkan emas. Jadi bila kalah, rasa macam kecewa.
Jadi soalan ni untuk saya nak tanya dekat Ripo. Kalau kata dah pergi ke international bermain di Indonesia, dapat banyak sangat pengalaman. Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun pasukan Malaysia yang tak boleh nak hit that kind of standard untuk bermain di taraf antarabangsa?
Aduh, macam mana, Po?
Apa dia cakap apa? Kau dah main kat Indo, kau tak boleh bagi tahu macam mana Indo main kita orang.
Kau nak bagi tahu apa ilmu tu dekat kita orang?
Dia punya standard tu, tak ada.
Sebab kan, yelah kan nak bagi tahu kan kita semua musuh.
Bukan kat SEA Games.
Oh, kat SEA Games. Oh, kat SEA Games. Aku bagi tahulah macam
bukan maksudnya macam selalu kat Indo ESP buat macam ni, Mid buat macam ni. Tak ada. Kau tak bagi tahu.
Oh. Sebab kau kerana tak tanya.
Boleh. Lagi pun tolonglah kita orang. Kita nak tanya.
Aku tetap nak tolong. Maksudnya sebab mungkin daripada cara korang main tu dengan bila aku main di Indonesia dah hampir sama, tapi mungkin ada sikit-sikit je lah, tapi benda tu tak terlalu mengimpact kan. So aku macam bila korang main macam tu aku rasa macam oh betul lah tu, dia dah sampai sikit sama lah. So macam mungkin kalau ada perubahan sikit nak buat, aku boleh cakap dah hampir sama, mungkin macam
hampir sama ke kita orang bawah lagi?
Apa beza dia?
Beza dia dekat communication dengan ni semua. Mentality dia orang lah macam tu beza dia.
Apa masalahnya bila kita pergi kat international, kita tercek induk?
Memang tu. Level Malaysia lain tu. Kalau MPL Malaysia memang lain gila dengan international. Tapi aku rasa tu pun punca tu kita macam badut sikit kat international. Sebab kita punya saingan dekat Malaysia kurang kan.
Tak, macam mana aku nak menang?
Ni dah ada saingan. Aku rasa dari segi kompetitif MPL team kan tak cukup strong macam Indo Filipin. Lepas tu itulah diorang lebih advance tu dari segi team play, strategi diorang. Tahu lah, dia tu macam sampai sekarang aku rasa Malaysia pun tak dapat lagi lah.
Aku rasa Malaysia main untuk main je kot. Nak nama.
Malaysia main untuk
main
dalam Malaysia
gaji. Tak main untuk dapat duit gaji.
Duit gaji tu semua dah settle.
Dapat gerak. Tak ramai lah player-player yang macam macam kita. Harapan saya untuk komuniti Mobile Legends ni teruskan support kita orang. Jangan berhenti untuk support apa-apa yang event-event MPL kot, Muntun ke. Sebab daripada dulu sampai sekarang nampak macam sekarang kita dah start berkembang lah. Kira kalau contoh kalau pergi MPL tak ada orang. Macam season lepas ada tim yang bila kita lawan ni main tak ada orang. Kosong gila. Ada memang main tim apa Dia select dia beberapa tim je yang
Lunatic family dia je ada.
Tak best aja tu.
Mungkin kalau untuk komuniti MLBB boleh jadi macam contoh lah, sebagai contoh Homebois lah. Ada Homebois kan. Diorang tu ada supporter diorang yang main drum tu semua. Tim-tim lain sebenarnya perlu ada juga sebenarnya. Tapi kalau fans RSG kan duduk je. Ada pun duduk dekat depan. Tak macam tepi-tepi tu ramai-ramai bam.
Tanya kepada Ciku dan juga Zon. Umum tahu yang Ripo pernah bermain di Indonesia. Kenapa Ciku dan Zon memilih untuk tidak keluar, sedangkan ramai yang tahu ada offer dari luar ataupun ada macam Zon pun ada punya former team ataupun team lama dia Geek Fam pun ada di Indonesia. Kenapa tidak memilih untuk bermain di luar dan lebih fokus bermain di Malaysia? Adakah takut?
Tapi pasal offer tahu aku rasa aku reject offer Indo dulu sebab aku bocah lagi tu, aku takut tu. Tahu aku tak berani tu nak pergi tu. Walaupun time tu offer menarik lah daripada tim-tim besar kan. Kira kalau aku pergi tak tahu apa jadi. Cuma itulah takut lah dulu nak pergi. Kau pula cik?
Aku sama juga jawapan aku. Aku bukan. Tak, aku tak nak ni kalau dari diri aku lah. Better aku main kat tim Malaysia dan aku menang dengan tim Malaysia. Faham?
Tak ada feeling kan nak main untuk orang lain?
Tak ada. Kalau orang satu tim aku boleh ajar dia macam-macam. Apa benda yang aku tahu aku boleh ajar dia sebiji, tapi cara pemahaman dia je lah. Cuma sekarang ni memang aku rasa tak ada lagi kat orang yang kat Malaysia faham betul-betul pasal ML ni. So memang aku nak kena cari sampai jumpa dan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia ni.
Lastly, I just nak cakap, as a talent punya point of view, I punya hopes and dreams, players, community Malaysia in general. Daripada players, of course, I nak you guys do your very best. Sebab even audience kat Malaysia, even kalau kalah pun, nampak korang try your best, very hard game, kita bangga.
Dari segi saya rasa boleh kot season ni. Sebab kita orang pun dah macam semua dah try hard kan. Dah tak nak dah macam kena bantai, kena belasah semua tu. Rasa semua tim dalam Malaysia sekarang ni semua betul-betul tengah proof kot macam mana nak naikkan nama Malaysia ni.
Memang semua tim dekat MPL tu betul-betul semua try hard gila. Sampai banyak import player tu semua sebab betul-betul target M5 lah. Memang diorang betul-betul target M5 season ni.
Ni untuk teammate-teammate saya. Saya tahu kalau korang main kat Malaysia, korang punya mindset lain. Tapi bila kat international tu, apa yang saya rasa macam korang ni macam tak tahu main apa sebenarnya. Macam takut ke, apa ke saya tak tahu. Nampak beza lah permainan dekat Malaysia dengan kat luar. Season ni kalau betul-betul lepas lagi, kalau boleh orang-orang lama orang-orang lama tu macam you rival Momo, ubahlah.
Kita kena bagi kekuatan dekat dia, tak kisahlah kita sebagai public ke, sebagai team owner ke, organisasi ke, media ke ataupun komuniti sendiri, kita kena bagi. Kita kena kejut harimau ni supaya dia bangkit semula, supaya dia lebih garang untuk tunjukkan yang hey, Malaysia pun boleh buat. Malaysia boleh buat benda ni sebab kita boleh buat sama-sama kasih jadi.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Sukan tarian kepersada dunia. Masa untuk membuktikannya. Menari mengikut irama. Mengejar emas demi negara. Battleground Malaysia. Road to Go. Mulai 29 September, 10 malam di saluran berikut dan Astro Go.